The girl slowly opened her eyes, awakening from a sweet, tranquil sleep, a soft breath escaping her nose. She was surprised to notice a drastically different sensation in her body. Beneath her back was a feather bed so soft it felt almost ethereal, and she was clad in an unfamiliar, constricting dress. Catching sight of the purple bed curtains before her, the blonde girl abruptly sat up, struggling to understand where she was and what had happened. Looking around the completely unfamiliar, yet utterly luxurious bedroom, she slowly stood, pulling down the fluffy hem of her skirt. The girl stared, mesmerized, at the reflection of a beautiful woman in the mirror, gazing at her for a long moment before smiling and pressing her palm against her cheek. The pink-eyed girl let out a soft gasp of delight, thinking the stranger was incredibly beautiful. But then the stranger mirrored her actions perfectly. Realizing the reflection was her own, the blonde girl froze in astonishment, understanding that this was not her usual appearance at all. In her past life, she was just an ordinary young woman, obsessed with a popular game, utterly absorbed in its storyline. So engrossed was she in that captivating simulation game that she hadn't even noticed the traffic light turn red, warning her not to proceed. The speeding truck couldn't brake in time, continuing its relentless charge, only blaring its horn several times. The black-haired woman only had time to turn around, letting out a soft sigh as if in slow motion, and then her short life tragically ended under the horrific impact of a massive vehicle. Recalling that world, that reality, and her own sad fate, the girl stood frozen, her head bowed, recognizing what had happened. Her fingers traced her unfamiliar waist, realizing this slender waist and ample bosom were not only no longer strange, but quite familiar. The blonde girl knew this vibrant, alluring figure intimately, and a chill ran down her spine as the pieces clicked into place in her mind. The girl slowly realized she had been reincarnated, and her new life was that of a minor character in that very popular game. It was a stunning and engaging dating simulation game, where love blossomed within the courtyards of a demon academy, amidst countless challenging tasks and intricate storylines. Every teenager knew the protagonist, and following the classic tropes of young adult pop culture, a colorful cast of emerging popular characters were inexplicably and passionately infatuated with her. The girl couldn't even imagine that her life, instead of ending in that accident, had become so drastically different from her previous ordinary and familiar existence. The mere thought that the character she had been reborn as was the most insignificant of all the obstacles the protagonist encountered in her life path easily filled her with dread. She, Garnet, had skillfully prevented the protagonist from forming relationships with her love interests, resorting to all sorts of despicable tactics. Yet she, Garnet, was the heiress of one of the most prominent noble families in the entire empire. According to the intricate plot of the game, Garnet North was the only daughter and heir to a prestigious noble family, but also a vicious and aggressive minor antagonist. Her presence not only instilled fear and annoyance in all the other characters in the story, but even the players themselves couldn't stand the moments when this character appeared. The noble lady was lonely, as everyone focused their attention on the protagonist, never even considering shifting their focus. The original Garnet was destined to die at the hands of the final boss, whom everyone fought together, roughly halfway through the game's story. The goal of this popular simulation game was to play as the protagonist and build a romantic relationship with one of the male characters. She, the protagonist, was a low-ranking demon, and despite her low status, she could use light magic, which was extremely rare in the magical world of demons. She, the protagonist, also attended the Demon Academy, where the king's son himself, the most important of all the rulers, also studied, a tall, handsome man with broad shoulders and red hair. The road ahead was fraught with difficulties, but there were always love interests by her side, their appearances depending on the player's chosen actions, dialogues, and even fleeting thoughts. Garnet North deliberately made things difficult for that girl, the protagonist, but she, the protagonist, always overcame all hardships with her kindness and positive attitude. The game also featured a battle upgrade mechanism, and the ending depended on the protagonist's final attributes, which had to be continuously improved throughout the game. At the climax of the entire love story, there would be an arduous battle with the final boss, a battle so difficult and demanding that many failed to pass it even after multiple attempts. as the long but captivating plot gradually unfolded and developed. The protagonist gradually awakened the mysterious power hidden within her. In the final battle, she, the protagonist, would usually receive assistance from the main love interest she had chosen and with whom she had the highest affinity during the simulation game. Defeating the final boss and saving the demon world from the brink of destruction was the core objective of the game, and millions of players worldwide were eagerly striving for it. In the original plot of the simulation game, Garnet North's death was easily overlooked and unremembered until the very end of the game. Of course, the protagonist and her main romantic interest ultimately enjoyed a very happy ending. After experiencing all of this, the blonde girl thought with dread that at the very beginning of her new life, she would face inevitable death midway through the developing storyline. Salty tears shimmered in her pink eyes as she murmured to herself that inaction would certainly not bring any benefit, only dire consequences. Clenching her fists, the girl thought that her knowledge of the game, the plot, the characters, and their fates would help her change the fate of her main opponent, and thus save her own life. The plot of this popular dating sim unfolded in a realm populated by magical creatures called demons, within their powerful empire that occupied a vast territory. Initially, before the beginning of the chronology, it was ruled by a single demon king, but after some time, the entire way of life gradually changed, and power came to be held by 4 heavenly kings, who led the most powerful and famous. Noble families. In addition to the powerful high demons, there were also weak, solitary demons, whose way of life was completely different and hardly enviable. Garnet North, despite her high noble status, was only on par with a low-ranking demon, capable of using only weak magic. Magical abilities could open the way for anyone, but because of hers, all the nobles and relatives mocked her, and even the most ordinary servants working in her father's mansion, maids, gardeners, and laundresses, secretly, and sometimes even openly, ridiculed the girl. One day, one of the most impudent maids, catching Garnet off guard, quickly ran up to her and, without giving her any chance to escape, pushed her down a high flight of stairs. The girl clearly remembered that incident, remembered that this fall occurred right before her reincarnation, and she even lost consciousness because of it. The blonde girl lamented that before her memories returned, she knew almost nothing about the original North and what kind of life she led. The only known fact to her, and seemingly to the entire demon empire, was her utterly awful, simply unbearable character. It was perfectly normal for the girl to falsely accuse all the servants, frame them, manipulate others, and force them to endure punishment. She was always happy to create trouble for everyone, be they ordinary servants or high-ranking nobles. Garnet spent most of her time carousing with dubious company, always involved in near-criminal affairs. Her interests were limited to new designer goods, expensive jewelry, and endless sums of money. North indulged in casino games, gambling, and similar activities unbecoming of a noble woman, with no regard for morality. The blonde girl was overly generous, even reckless, ruthlessly squandering money and spending lavishly, although she herself, of course, had never earned any. Even the maids, who were supposed to look after her and protect her, often treated their mistress as less than human. Although they performed the basic prescribed duties, they had no intention of observing etiquette and decorum towards a young lady. One day, a maid poured a sugary drink from a large teapot directly onto Garnet's head, staining her perfectly clean hair and expensive dress. North screamed in outrage, feeling herself drenched in the sticky liquid, which, fortunately, had already cooled. The woman didn't even try to hide her emotions, smiling with feigned innocence and sincerity, saying that her hand had simply slipped and she was very sorry. The girl was completely confident that from now on, she would no longer act as foolishly as the real Garnet. Her memories finally restored, she now intended to easily and angrily deliver a harsh retort to everyone around her. After pondering this in her mind, North abruptly jumped up, angrily pushed the maid away, and screamed after suffering such humiliation. After kicking her hard, Garnet shrieked and declared that next time they even thought of assaulting the young lady with such an idea, they should think twice. The maid collapsed dizzily onto the floor, and a second maid ran to her side, fearfully and urgently sitting down next to her to help. Although North was very weak in the magic that all demons took for granted, this character possessed exceptional physical strength. The second maid, without a shadow of shame, suddenly said to her mistress that this was disgusting and had gone too far, crossing all boundaries of acceptable behavior. She added that it was simply unimaginable for someone like Garnet to become the future head of the North family. North froze in astonishment, not understanding how they dared to say such things to their mistress, when they were just ordinary maids compared to her. Nothing more. Hearing a tired, annoyed, and low male voice call her name from behind, the blonde girl immediately turned around. Standing before her was the fourth heavenly king of the North family, Lantana North, who was also the girl's father and had tolerated her antics almost from the moment she was born. Garnet stopped, calling out to him. She wanted to quickly explain what had happened and reveal the full truth of the maid's insolence. The girl's pink eyes widened, a bright, reassuring smile spreading across her face. Now, she thought, she would surely be freed from this unpleasant situation. Turning, the blonde girl placed her hand on her father's chest to get his attention, urging him to listen as she began to recount the incident with the maids. The man clicked his tongue impatiently and, with a rough gesture, brushed her hand away, asking why she was making such a fuss over such a trivial matter. The girl froze. Her father's unexpected words were like a bucket of ice water, evaporating all the calmness and joy from her soul. Come to think of it, her father had always been cold towards his daughter, as she only ever brought him various troubles, problems, and worries. The maids hadn't hurried to leave. They stood nearby, listening with undisguised interest as Garnet pleaded with her father to hear her out. One of them suddenly shrieked dramatically, claiming the young mistress had slapped her hard for no reason, causing her great pain, simply because she was in a bad mood. The blonde girl desperately argued that those words were pure lies. In reality, they had doused her with a porcelain teapot full of drink. The man hissed rudely and immediately ordered his only daughter to be silent, calling her the main, indelible disgrace of the family. Garnet pleaded with him to understand the chaotic situation, but the king waved his hand, saying he was tired of her false excuses. The maids waited until the ruler was slightly distracted, then snickered viciously under their breath, not even bothering to hide their lies. No one believed her, but the reason lay solely in her past actions and decisions. She herself had previously considered the Norths to be nothing more than low-level villains, an annoying antagonist to the protagonist. Her father sighed, telling his heir that even he was running out of patience. At that moment, Garnet felt tears welling up as he said he should bequeath his legacy to someone else. The blonde girl quietly asked who that would be. The king sighed impatiently and closed his eyes. This person was currently located in the area where factories, research centers, and various institutions resided. That would be the young head of the Royal Magic Research Institute, the Dragon Man Lillian. Another candidate was Liliana's younger brother, the monster hunter, the black-haired Iris. Later, Garnet, recalling everything that had happened, realized that it could all turn into a nightmare for her. Her father was exhausted by his only daughter's antics, and his words and actions made it clear what his next steps would be. As the daughter of the fourth heavenly king, she was losing all chances of a peaceful and quiet life. Later, the two aforementioned brothers came to the palace to see the aforementioned ruler. The light-haired man turned to his brother and said that he had recently been contacted with an interesting proposition. Lillian was 15 years old, so his position as head of the research institute was surprising to those who didn't know his capabilities. 14-year-old Iris, who preferred hunting monsters to science, asked what had happened. The boy replied that it concerned the royal succession, and the black-haired man muttered that the ruler was truly persistent. Lillian grinned, wondering if the current heir was truly so incompetent, and remarked that it was very unfortunate. His brother replied that he didn't find it unfortunate at all, as he himself wanted to take the heavenly king's place. And this was to his advantage. A few days later, Garnet was whiling away the time reading in her comfortable room, lying on her soft bed, slowly swinging her legs. She rolled over onto her back, thinking that today was the day her father's chosen new heir would arrive at the estate. Lifting her head, the girl decided that in the future, she would need to be even more outstanding than the person summoned by the king to somehow raise her status in his eyes. The blonde girl calmly and carefully dressed herself, putting on her fluffy dress, which elegantly combined shades of pink and rich black. Garnet glanced at the empty, spacious corridor, then calmly walked forward, wanting to implement her plan as soon as possible. Soon, she leaned against the half-open door of a high-ceilinged meeting room, where she immediately saw who she was looking for. Opposite her father, the Heavenly King, sat two young men, both engaged in lively conversation on various topics, smiles on their faces, occasionally bursting into laughter. Carefully but quickly pressing her back against the door so as not to be noticed, Garnet was surprised to find she couldn't immediately recognize the two. After a moment's thought, the blonde girl realized that these two were the protagonist's potential love interests from the original story in her memories. A clear image of two demon brothers with interesting hairstyles in varying shades of blue was displayed. They weren't the male characters the protagonist could seduce at the end of the game. The protagonist could only seduce one male character to become her favorite, but there was also a hidden spot. These young men were brothers, and moreover, they held high-ranking positions in high demon society. Lillian, the elder of the two, was initially portrayed in the story as a true genius, the youngest head of the Royal Research Institute. All his achievements were simply innumerable, as despite his young age, he had even become a billionaire. The younger brother, the dark-haired Iris, was not without talent either, but he was not a scientist, but a brilliant hunter of all kinds of monsters. In the future, according to the game's plot, he was supposed to become the leader of the Demon Lord's troops relatively quickly. These two young men had gotten along well since childhood, maintaining a close relationship throughout their lives in the game, often side by side, sharing many moments together. Garnet thought with horror that she would never be able to surpass both of them in her entire life to win her father's trust. The Heavenly King heard a rustling sound, then sighed loudly and discontentedly, asking his daughter why she was standing there, and then called her over. North was unusually nervous and agitated in front of these young men. She entered the room and sat down next to her father, finding herself directly facing the two demon brothers. She trembled awkwardly from fear in front of them, but tried to hide it by clutching the hem of her fluffy dress. The Heavenly King introduced his daughter, Garnet North. The two guys immediately looked at her with interest, mixed with obvious disdain, the frankness of which was surprising. The blonde girl thought to herself that they were both incredibly handsome, and she would certainly never be able to pique their interest, especially herself. The girl could assume many things, but she never expected her father to appoint one of them as his heir instead of his negligent daughter. Garnet suddenly remembered that during the development of the original game's plot, the brothers became quite close to her during the events that unfolded. North and Lillian were in different years at the Demon Academy. The minor characters' interactions with her love interest were strange, but they did happen. The older brother suddenly interrupted her thoughts, smiling and saying he was glad to finally meet the girl. The young man pressed his hand to his chest, politely introducing himself, then pointed to his younger brother, introducing him to the dignitaries present. When he said he had heard a lot about the girl, the blonde thought to herself that they certainly hadn't said anything good about her, whether in high society or low. Garnet clearly understood that the already formed, unflattering opinion they had of her had to be urgently changed at all costs. She clenched her fists, trying to force herself to say only things that wouldn't sound stupid in the eyes of these intelligent demons. The princess exhaled and raised her head, saying it was a pleasure to meet them too, then, using knowledge from the original game, reintroduced herself to the guests. The girl said she had heard about Lillian's new magical advancements in various scientific research fields. Their shaky and only just begun conversation was interrupted by the Heavenly King's butler, who carefully knocked on the open door. The man waited until everyone present had noticed him before turning to the monarch and reminding him that it was time to attend to other important matters. The ruler grumbled in response that time flies so fast that one might not even notice, then rose from his seat, clenching his fists. He turned and, looking at his daughter and the visiting guests, asked them to excuse his departure, explaining that he had to leave now. Garnet panicked, thinking that despite everything affecting the development of domestic and foreign policy, her father simply couldn't leave her alone here. The blonde screamed desperately in her mind, feeling stupid and having absolutely nothing to talk about with such guys. After the king left, an awkward silence fell in the room. The brothers calmly focused on drinking tea, not particularly worried about what was happening. North was afraid to say the wrong thing, so as not to appear like a fool or like an insufficiently educated, ungrateful rich girl. Lillian suddenly broke the uncomfortable silence, admitting that, to be honest, he was even quite envious of the girl in some ways. The blonde girl froze in surprise, not understanding who could be envious of the failed heiress's current miserable situation. The young man explained that she was the daughter of one of the heavenly kings, yet had grown into such a person, muttering that he wasn't talking about her in the best sense at all. Garnet seemed to feel the effect of his demonic magic on herself. She exhaled awkwardly, wondering if she was imagining these insults. She wasn't sure if she'd actually heard what Lillian had muttered under his breath, but she couldn't believe he dared to speak so brazenly about the ruler's daughter in public. The girl shifted her gaze to Iris, only to find him already watching her intently, making no effort to hide it. His expression immediately changed, darkening as he asked what Garnet wanted from him. Behind him, a spectral white tiger seemed to materialize on his shoulder, like a second self. The dark-haired man placed his now-empty cup on the saucer, his hands looking too strong and rough for such fragile tableware. The hunter abruptly stood up from his seat, quickly adjusting his expensive dark blue jacket and its perfectly white lapels. Iris opened the door, declaring that the girl had better not look at him like that, meaning stare so intently, muttering that it was she who was annoying him. Garnet froze in surprise, hands raised, not expecting such behavior, because even if people didn't like her, they tried to hide it with a fake smile. Lillian rose from the sofa after him, sighing and stating that from that day forward, they were both officially her brothers now. He sarcastically asked if he now actually had a chance to take the fourth heavenly king's place. Garnet's eyes widened in surprise as the young man made no attempt to hide his intentions. He declared that he would throw her out the door the moment he had the opportunity. As she was left alone in the room, Lillian's rude words echoed in her mind, making it absolutely imperative that he not succeed after such a declaration. Garnet growled angrily, screaming internally that these brothers were such jerks, and that she would never give up the heir she occupied to them. Later, already in her own room, the blonde reflected that these two would clearly be the worst possible choices for a romantic interest. Unlike Garnet herself, the protagonist had a very gentle, even overly sweet character, which was the main difference between them. Lillian now seemed to her like a real demon, while simultaneously being known for good and therefore hypocritical manners. Iris, the younger but bolder one, didn't even hide his intentions towards the king's heir, seeming to genuinely hate her. The blonde tapped her bed, thinking with annoyance that the feeling of anticipation had been much better when she was playing the game in her past life. Today was supposed to be the regular monthly family meeting, which was unusually painful for Garnet. She was constantly subjected to criticism and even outright insult from other family members and distant relatives, who then did nothing but gossip about all sorts of people. The girl realized with horror that today, in addition to those malicious and envious relatives, Iris and Lillian would also be present as the new heirs, which was just awful. Before her memories returned, she had been much happier, managing to sleep peacefully through all these meetings without even thinking about being nervous or worried. The demon realm was originally divided into 5 territories, each ruled by a different heavenly king. The capital, the main city of the empire, was ruled by the most influential demon lord, and therefore the city always prospered. The Demon Academy was located in the southern city, a beautiful coastal region with plenty of sunshine, warm breezes, and gentle winds. There was also a city in the east, surrounded by broadleaf forests and nature, and in this region, caring for nature was of great importance to the inhabitants. The arid western city was located in the desert, surrounded by stunning oases, but this did not lessen the impact of sandstorms. Finally, under the control of the Northern Heavenly King, was the most technologically advanced industrial research mountain region. Garnet's family ruled the northern region, where there were many workshops and research institutes, and the city was boldly compared to the empire's capital. The king always supported scientific development and protected the country's culture with tremendous effort, bearing a heavy burden. Soon, relatives began to gather at the ruler's palace in a variety of carriages, which they parked in the mansion's spacious courtyard. In preparation for the meeting, young and not-so-young noble couples and single individuals had already begun actively discussing the news, gossip, and rumors that were of such interest to everyone in the corridors. Now, Garnet sat beside her father at the head of a long, wide wooden table as people filed into the room. As they exchanged greetings, the girl nervously thought that a dangerous meeting for her was about to begin, which caused her to feel slightly nauseous and an unpleasant, itchy shiver. Even before the meeting officially started, people openly and fearlessly discussed how happy they were. They said that the king was disappointed in his useless heir, that the ruler had officially adopted potential successors, and that Garnet couldn't possibly be a potential leader of the family. The long dining table, laden with hot dishes, numerous snacks, and various drinks not yet fully served, was already buzzing with gossip. The king finally rose from his seat to announce his important notification concerning the discussion of the next heir's role and fate. He said that the title of Heavenly King could only be held by a worthy candidate, and many, perhaps everyone, were already aware of the selection that had taken place. Smiles spread across the faces of those present as two new, promising candidates for family leadership. The next rulers were introduced to the relatives. Many of those present immediately began inquiring about Garnet's fate, the next planned actions of the new heirs, and more. The king patiently sighed, replying that the number of claimants was growing, with some even firmly believing they had equal rights to his throne as the heir. As the heir, the king loudly declared that in a month, a serious magical tournament would be prepared and held, during which his future heir would be determined. Soon, the lengthy and tedious meeting came to an end, and all the relatives quickly began to disperse, leaving the spacious hall, discussing what had transpired. Garnet, still absorbing the news she'd heard from all sides, simply lowered her head, sighing quietly and unhappily, remaining silent. Noticing this behavior, her father casually informed his daughter that if Lillian and Iris won, she would immediately lose her status as heir. Seeing his daughter's face darken even further, the king consoled her, saying that thanks to the rules of the tournament, every participant had a chance to win, including her. The blonde woman clearly realized that she could hardly resist those powerful demons. The difference in strength between them was immense. Lillian, still present, said with an undisguised smirk that their abilities were clearly unequal, and Garnet would certainly have a harder time than the others. The girl thought angrily and irritably that the young man spoke as if she had already lost this competition, even though it hadn't even begun. In the game, Garnet acknowledged the superiority of her new brothers, and after some events, she submitted to fate, abandoning attempts to regain her previously lost position. Iris immediately and very confidently declared that he didn't need to participate in the tournament at all, because he wouldn't win anyway, and it would only be a waste of energy. Lillian listened attentively to his younger brother, then chuckled softly and pointed out that appearances could often be deceiving. A glimmer of hope for support in this conflict arose and shone brightly in the girl's, Garnet's, soul, but Lillian immediately declared that he, too, was confident in the outcome of the events. He added that when he became the Heavenly King, he would reclaim the money wasted on her and invest it in the development of numerous institutions. Iris, pondering the possible developments after winning the tournament, stated that he would sell the old weapons, buy new ones, and develop the city guard. The brothers, watching the Heavenly King's enthusiastic and clearly approving reaction, as well as the nervous, comical fidgeting of his only daughter, chuckled softly in unison. Garnet thought angrily and irritably that even with tremendous effort and training and self-control, she couldn't endure all these idiots for long. Screaming inwardly in rage, the girl firmly decided that she would have time to adjust to optimal condition and would definitely not spare either of them in the competition. She rose from her seat and very politely asked if she, too, could participate in this interesting conversation, in which she had previously been discussed in the third person. The two young men were somewhat surprised and fell silent, having heard that the disadvantaged current heiress also wanted to speak. Garnet stated that when she won the magical tournament, both brothers would be speechless. They widened their eyes, as they had never expected such a display of defiance from the girl. The blonde added that both of them had angered her too much with their words, and now she would take the competition much more seriously. Walking along the corridor, the princess thought that she even felt better after this conversation, in which she finally decided to threaten them back. She pondered whether she could increase her power level like the protagonist of the original simulator plot. The simulator protagonist's progress in the game began with the ability to defeat various low-level monsters in the forest outside the capital. Garnet wondered if this simple and logical strategy could also be applied to increasing her personal abilities and those attribute values that needed improvement. Suddenly, a plump, unfamiliar man interrupted her thoughts, immediately asking if the recent meeting had turned into a disaster. Garnet froze in surprise, realizing that she didn't remember this person at all in the simulator's events, although she knew all the characters. The girl didn't know if this blonde man was one of her relatives or one of the unsavory companions she often hung out with in her free time. He added with sudden confidence and mockery that Garnet had no chance against those two, so there was no need to worry about the outcome of the tournament. Garnet was stunned when the man declared that if she had nowhere to go, he would marry her and would only be happy with such an outcome. After this, the blonde was even more convinced that despite her low abilities, she had to win to avoid all this madness. Even if it required painstaking effort, she didn't want to give her place to anyone, let alone marry a vile stranger. So far, she could only use weak electric magic, such as paralyzing the enemy, but even this could become a very useful skill. North immediately realized that paralysis combined with the simultaneous application of physical force could be her key to victory, and cleverly recognizing these, albeit weak, advantages, a bright smile appeared on her face. Afterward, the girl trained hard in the dense broadleaf forest located directly behind the capital's magic academy. Garnet dragged her tired feet step by step with difficulty along the path, muttering that she had to walk for too long to reach this place. She immediately convinced herself that if this place was from the game, then many easy enemies could be found here to increase her stats and level. Killing creatures like small, bizarre metal slimes granted a decent amount of points. They also hunted tiny and nimble gray rats, defeating which in the game was rewarded with machi, which provided a special acceleration effect. Seeing these funny creatures in real life, the blonde recalled with interest how passionately she used to play the simulator, not wanting to tear herself away from it. She leveled up the protagonist, because without defeating those small fry, it was impossible to challenge the main and most powerful final bosses. Defeating metal slimes granted a large amount of specialized experience, which the girl cleverly took advantage of. In her past life, she always did this, as it was the fastest way to level up, so she knew all the intricacies of this interesting hunt. They ran very fast, and due to their high resistance to almost all physical damage, they were difficult to kill with one hit. But you could eliminate small rats to get magic machi, which also had useful properties. As you leveled up, this lowest level animal was usually ignored, but Garnet decided to cheat a little and use it as a trap for the slimes. She quickly and persistently attacked several rats. Then, confirming the theory she had come up with earlier, she immediately carried out a completely logical plan. Having obtained some of the desired useful machi, the blonde smiled, realizing that if the slime fell into her hands, it would be unable to move for some time, which would ensure victory. There was also a rather rare deadly candy, a premium item, chewing which enhanced the effect of normal attacks several times over. North remembered that there were also items that increased the critical hit chance by almost 100%. It was through such cunning and thoughtful methods that she could defeat this small monster, even though her magic was very weak. That machi helped the girl increase her agility, albeit temporarily, but still deprive her opponent of the opportunity to act, even if only a little. There were no creatures in the simulator that could withstand the kind of physical blow Garnet possessed, even if they wanted to. Smiling brightly, she triumphantly rolled up the sleeves of her dark suit as her hunt finally bore its first, but rather bountiful fruit. After dealing with those nimble metal slimes over and over again, the blonde paused for a moment, exhaling loudly to shake off the oncoming fatigue. The girl wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, pondering how much her abilities had increased. To her regret and surprise, her magic level was still very low, while the average magic level for an ordinary demon was between 20 and 50. From that moment on, Garnet realized that in order to increase her magic level, she needed to hunt continuously, without even leaving herself time to rest, sleep, and travel to and from the forest. The girl tirelessly began to spend almost all her time catching and destroying low-level monsters, obsessed with the idea of winning the upcoming tournament. She even slept in the dark and cold forest, wrapped tightly in a sleeping bag, which she tirelessly carried behind her back so as not to be distracted. Eventually, after her devastating, almost non-stop hunting, the previously numerous metal slimes in the forest completely disappeared. The blonde walked forward, muttering with tired but pleasant exhaustion that it took longer than she herself had imagined. Garnet finally entered the city, stretching her stiff, congested, but already trained shoulder muscles from the constant exertion, and looked around at the streets of the once bustling capital of North. Clearly, she needed time to prepare herself for the tournament day, to shed her unkempt appearance. Her combat attire was beyond repair, all her clothes damaged beyond salvation. For the competition, she needed to find new, mobile clothing as soon as possible. Unhindered in her movements, the blonde woman looked at the endless shop windows of boutiques and various stores, which contained only dresses, nothing suitable at all. Turning around, the blonde woman was distracted by some strange noises and saw a crowd gathered in the central square. The already familiar, obnoxious blonde man was screaming hysterically, saying that all his clothes were ruined and asking what he should do now. He roughly grabbed the woman's thin wrist, asking her what kind of outrageous behavior this was and how she raised her brat. Garnet looked around and realized that the child had accidentally stained the pompous man, or rather his clearly expensive sweater, with ice cream. She clearly remembered him being present at the last family gathering and later communicating with her in a very strange way, hinting at their possible pairing as spouses. The nobleman shouted again in a threatening tone, saying that he was a direct relative of the heavenly king and would not let them get away with this. The obese man abruptly swung his huge hand at the frightened woman, who could only wait for what would happen next. Garnet only managed to exhale, quickly and sharply rushing forward and pushing the obnoxious acquaintance, forcing him to involuntarily stumble back. He immediately screamed, ordering her to stop all of this at once, and she shoved him hard in his fat stomach, pushing him away from the innocent people. The blonde man shrieked, his back hitting hard against the wall behind him, which nearly crumbled from the sudden, violent impact. Such a hefty weight. The surrounding nobles and commoners whispered, not so secretly discussing the strangely brave girl's very worn and dirty clothes. Garnet, blushing crimson upon hearing everything, turned to the onlookers who suddenly recognized her with surprise as the heavenly king's own daughter. None of those present could understand what was happening, because not so long ago, North had been so arrogant and often readily used her position. Now, she suddenly, in a manner completely out of character, protected strangers from her high-ranking relative. It was astonishing. Looking at the man who was already lying on the stone-paved street after the hard blow, the blonde woman thought that she had used too much force and could have been more careful. North frantically thought about what to do next, deciding that the best solution now was to quickly escape somewhere far away from here. The mother and child, whom she had saved from the ordinary, vulnerable people, were still very frightened, but they would surely remember forever the girl who had rescued them. Garnet sighed as she quickly left the main street. She thought about how awkward everything that had just happened was, and it had also become public knowledge. She saw an unfamiliar clothing store in an inconspicuous alley and decided to go in and see if she could find something suitable for herself. Upon entering, she was greeted by unusual and very interesting styles, unlike anything else on the modern fashion market. The blonde woman smiled, thinking that she hadn't expected to see such a wonderful boutique in such a quiet corner, offering goods that could surprise her. The dark-haired girl working there approached the customer, greeting her very cheerfully and asking if the lady needed help choosing clothes. Garnet quickly explained that she needed clothing that didn't restrict movement, as her comfortable attire was now completely ruined. The owner seemed to have been waiting for this moment all her life, smiling radiantly and then quickly walking, almost at a trot, towards somewhere with heavy hangers in her hands, on which hung 2 sets of interesting and different styles. The girl asked the customer if she liked these clothes. Looking at the many things that were clearly to her taste, North asked who created these outfits, and the dark-haired girl proudly replied that they were her work, trying on 2 outfits and standing in the second one. The Heavenly King's heir immediately confidently declared that everything suited her and that she would buy every outfit offered to her. She emerged from the store carrying a huge, round white box tied with a ribbon in a large bow, containing her purchases. The blonde woman thought with regret that carrying this heavy shopping box was very inconvenient for her, as she was now without a carriage after her long forest hunts. Those who had previously seen her in the square during that strange incident noticed with surprise the dramatic change in the princess's appearance, which had become extremely elegant. They wondered from which, clearly luxury brand store, Garnet had left with such a large purchase, as they were already far from the main cluster of boutiques. They concluded that while Lady North might be difficult, she clearly had an impeccable sense of style, and they needed to visit that shop as soon as possible. The young noble women, huddled together, began chattering amongst themselves, agreeing that they had to get there quickly. Otherwise, all the best pieces would be snatched up before they even arrived. Meanwhile, a rather unkempt man with a strange, sparse goatee and a dark, long cloak was making his way towards the blonde woman. He took another small step, then suddenly tripped and fell, the impact absorbed by the inside of his palms, which were cut and bleeding. Hearing the loud noise, Garnet turned around and noticed the stranger seemed to have fallen quite hard and might be in considerable pain, requiring assistance. North crouched beside him, worriedly asking the fallen man if he was all right and trying to assess the severity of his injuries. She placed the heavy box on the stone pavement and took out a pristine white handkerchief from her reticule, clearly intending to help him, her caring gesture surprising the stranger. The noblewoman skillfully bandaged his injured palm with her own handkerchief, not sparing the expensive fabric. Still crouching before him, the blonde woman smiled gently and assured the stranger that he would be all right now. Recognizing the girl as one of the Heavenly King's heirs, the man realized with astonishment that she had not only given him such an expensive handkerchief, but had even used it to bandage his wound. Garnet, who had already hurried off to attend to her own affairs, behaved in a manner completely different from the rumors and gossip circulating about her among both nobles and commoners. Later, as dusk began to fall, the carriage arrived at the imperial city, its wheels rustling under the pink glow of the setting sun, which had spread across the earth. Holding the shopping box, North sighed in relief, muttering to herself that after all that effort, training, and hunting, she had finally made it home. She reminded herself that the magic tournament was tomorrow, and she had to win at all costs. As the sun sank below the horizon, the blonde woman assured herself that she would do everything in her power to defend her interests. The day of the tournament arrived, and many people, nobles, merchants, commoners, and warriors, gathered in the specially arranged arena. For the competition, many diverse warriors with varying magical abilities were already walking around the spacious dressing room or sitting at tables, preparing for the upcoming battles. Garnet, contemplating what would happen next, nervously clutched the hem of her outfit, which, fortunately, wasn't like the ball gowns high-ranking noble women usually wore. The already familiar demon brothers approached her, Lillian smiling and asking if she had actually come, both of them exuding confidence. He immediately added that it had been a while since he had seen North, and she had clearly been preparing for this day, expressing his fear with a sarcastic tone. Iris calmly stated that considering their impending clash, it was indeed commendable that a nobody like her would even participate in this tournament when the outcome was so obvious. Trembling with anger and annoyance, the blonde woman furiously thought that after enduring so much bullying, she would definitely make these idiots regret their words. Lillian sighed and wished her good luck, while Iris confidently declared that despite all her efforts, she probably wouldn't even survive the first round. As they walked away, the two young men privately discussed how easy this victory would be and that it would be more interesting for them to face each other in the finals that day. Garnet clenched and unclenched her fists several times in a burning rage, cursing the obnoxious brothers in her mind, wishing she could teach them a lesson immediately. Any demon who wished to participate, regardless of their identity, wealth, or social status, could take part in the magic tournament hosted by her father. North thought with apprehension that, as expected, many would come to compete for the Heavenly King's position, making it difficult to estimate her chances of success. A relative, a rather portly, blonde man who hadn't fallen behind, spotted Her Highness and immediately called out her name, drawing her attention to himself. The relative, named Bob, sternly reminded her that she had made the wrong choice yesterday by bumping him into the wall. Garnet smiled nervously, inwardly gasping, thinking that he had actually recognized her in the crowd and hadn't suffered any head injuries. That would have been useful. Bob claimed that he was still a very reasonable and kind person and therefore forgave her, as it was just a misunderstanding between him and that foolish commoner. The blonde woman's mouth fell open in astonishment, and a wave of intense disgust washed over her as the man asked with a greasy smile if she was jealous of him. After a brief and pointless exchange, Bob told Garnet not to worry, as he was very fond of loose women like her. The man didn't stop there, declaring that if he won today, and thus became the head of the family, he would shower the girl with love and care in the future. Shortly after this uninvited meeting, the referee announced the start of the first round of the magic tournament in a loud and dramatic voice. According to the draw, Garnet had to fight Bob, the rude man who had pestered her with his filthy words in the first battle. The girl listened silently and intently to the rules, which stated that defeat was declared if the opponent surrendered voluntarily or was physically unable to continue fighting. The fat man, with a nasty smile, said that he would be very careful not to hurt his beloved girl's body. Touching her shoulder with his huge palm and patting it, Bob declared that the girl could surrender without a fight so as not to waste her energy in a meaningless battle. The blonde recoiled in horror, absolutely certain that she had to defeat her relative no matter what, to prevent the possibility of this marriage. The referee raised his hand, then yelled that the magic tournament had officially begun, and abruptly lowered his hand, immediately stepping back to let them clash in battle. Bob immediately and decisively launched an attack, raising his fist and sending a heavy surge of energy towards Garnet without any hesitation. The girl quickly dodged to the side, screaming loudly, evading the stones of varying sizes flying at her that threatened to inflict damage. When Bob asked if she was surrendering, the blonde turned around and screamed furiously that she would never be his lover, that she would never let such a thing happen. Standing opposite him, she had no intention of ending this fight, let alone surrendering so quickly and allowing herself to be insulted by such a proposal. Lillian and Iris both watched the first fight with interest, seemingly surprised by this turn of events, having underestimated the heir to the throne. The dark-haired man asked thoughtfully if this was the end, as he had assumed she would yield before the fight even began, fearing another's magic. His brother grinned and said that Bob could annoy anyone in a fight, so it wasn't worth jumping to conclusions so quickly. Iris, crossing his arms over his chest, shrugged his shoulders and said that whoever won, he would fight them in the next battle, so he would just wait. He calmly and indifferently stated that it didn't matter to him who won at this stage, even if it was Bob of the North family. Meanwhile, Bob said that he wouldn't even allow Garnet to taunt him, and that she shouldn't have gotten involved in a fight against him at all, since she couldn't even use magic. The obese man added that such a disobedient woman needed a harsher punishment than he had previously imagined. Contrary to his firm expectations, North suddenly rushed forward as magic gripped his hands, preparing for another powerful, even devastating blow. Using her most developed physical abilities, the princess jumped high from the stone platform, skillfully avoiding the collision. Bob froze in surprise, shaking his head from side to side, then screamed in bewilderment, asking himself where she had run off to. After a perfect jump, finding herself behind him, the girl skillfully directed her magical power at her obese relative, magic that attracted lightning to strike him. The man screamed in pain with his mouth wide open, then felt his whole body begin to go numb. Garnet seemed to remind everyone that she possessed, after all, a type of electric magic capable of paralyzing any enemy. North immediately added that if she could hit her opponent precisely, he wouldn't be able to move a muscle. Putting her hands on her hips, she triumphantly declared that she seemed to have successfully avoided the most unpleasant fate of becoming his lover. Crouching next to Bob, who was already unable to get up, the referee loudly announced that the winner of the first battle of the magic tournament was Miss Garnet. The Demon brothers, Iris and Lillian, watched this scene with undisguised surprise, as they certainly hadn't expected such an outcome. The commoners in the stands also cried out in surprise, discussing among themselves this unexpected but pleasing spectacle. Clearing his throat and once again hiding his emotions behind a mask of indifference, the dark-haired man said seriously and calmly that fools just have good luck. He immediately informed his brother that he was going to prepare for the battle, then rose from his seat and headed for the changing rooms prepared for the warriors. Garnet sat in the stands, catching her breath, thinking that she had already won the first battle, and the next one would be more difficult. But she would handle it. The blonde watched the beginning of the battles carefully and heard everything that was happening between the spectators. Iris's fans, a crowd of screaming girls, held posters and banners, shouting that he was as handsome as ever today. The young man walked out without fear or excitement to fight a nearly naked, muscular man in a horned helmet. Garnet wondered with interest just how powerful Iris was, given his widespread adoration. She had only heard tales of his countless successes before the referee raised a hand between the two fighters, yelled the start of the match, and then retreated to the edge of the stone platform. Her opponent, wielding earth magic, bellowed uncontrollably about becoming the next heavenly king after winning this fight. Iris walked past him with an air of nonchalant ease, declaring his words comical, amusing, and intriguing. The black-haired man told him that he was only participating in this magic tournament because he would eventually have to fight his brother. He then abruptly struck his enemy with a deafening blast of crimson flame, sternly ordering him not to interfere in that matter. The flames, carrying the hellishly hot power of destruction, even erupted beyond the arena, causing the audience to tremble with a mixture of fear and admiration. The black-haired man extinguished the flames in his palm and stepped forward, confidently declaring the fight over and everything that had transpired utterly boring. The referee, with a beaming smile, raised his hand and acknowledged Mr. Iris as the undisputed victor of this round. Garnet covered her face with her hands, thinking with horror that this guy's battle magic hadn't just startled her. It had terrified her. She waited in the changing room for the other matches to end, pondering how she would eventually fight and what she could possibly do. The blonde wasn't too surprised to first hear screams and shouts, followed by the referee announcing Mr. Lillian as the winner of the third fight. Later, when the time came for the semifinals, she walked out to face Iris, who was utterly confident in himself and his success. The black-haired man looked calm, even bored, as he smiled and suggested the girl at least try to amuse him. Garnet clenched her fists, thinking she would never again allow him to be so arrogant and treat her like she was weak. The referee roused the audience, who never tired of watching spectacular battles, and announced the start of the fight between Miss North and Mr. Iris. The black-haired young man's fans continued to scream, greeting their idol, hoping he would notice them. The blonde, with an unconcealed smile, said that as far as she could see, he was becoming increasingly popular in these circles. Iris beckoned the girl with his finger, saying he didn't care at all, and told her to come closer, calling her a slut, knowing it would hurt her. Garnet thought furiously that this guy's behavior and confident nature were infuriating her to no end. She slammed all her magical electrical energy in his direction with all her might and screamed at him in fury. The black-haired man, effortlessly and without fear, simply stepped aside, dodging the blow as if it were a warm breeze. Garnet's eyes widened in confusion, thinking that her magical attack hadn't worked at all. Iris stroked his shoulder with his palm and said he had hoped for at least some interesting tricks in this fight, but apparently he was wrong. Despite improving and hunting lesser creatures, North's magical power still couldn't compare to anyone. Before the magic tournament began, she had done everything she could and even more, but even that clearly wasn't enough to win. The only real noticeable change was her speed, although this only affected her reaction time. Iris easily dodged the electrical magic attacks, as they were short-ranged and quickly dissipated in the air. Garnet had nothing left to lose, so she rushed forward, deciding to act in a completely different way than she had before, she thought. At least paralysis magic should definitely work against her relentless opponent. The blonde clenched her fingers, feeling the energy coursing through her, summoning electrical currents and moving swiftly towards him. North put everything she could muster into this desperate blow and screamed, hoping to at least prevent him from dodging this attack. The girl only slightly touched Iris, as he again easily stepped aside and seemed to continue mocking her. The black-haired man looked at his opponent and even raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, but quickly composed himself. She thought with a bright smile that she had almost failed, but now her whole plan seemed to be working, even exceeding her expectations. Iris clearly noticed her excitement and chuckled, simultaneously igniting a bright flame in his palm, muttering that things had become much more interesting. Garnet screamed in terror, realizing that she couldn't fight him in battle at all. Standing before the young man, the girl understood why he looked so smug, hysterically thinking about what to do next. Unconcealed terror spread across her face, her complexion even paler than usual. Iris seemed more frenzied than before, reveling in the pleasure of the fight he dominated, eerily calm and with no intention of backing down. He kicked off the ground, lunging forward, showing no mercy for her pretty face. Flames wreathed Iris as he looked at her with wild, burning eyes, declaring that if she was done with her tricks. Then it was his turn. Garnet screamed in terror, realizing that her meager magic was no match for this attack. The dark-haired man charged towards her without pause, the flames in his hand growing stronger, intent on finishing his opponent. Garnet shrieked and ran across the stone platform, terrified of having any precious part of her ignited. A bright burst of flame struck the platform, thankfully missing the girl, then dissolved into a plume of ash and smoke. Having dodged the attack in this manner, the blonde girl sat on the edge of the platform, panting, desperately trying to figure out how to not only survive but also win this uneven battle. She clearly realized that she couldn't stop the young man from unleashing such a powerful flame attack again, and that one day she might not be able to dodge it. Garnet knew very well that if she stalled any longer, she would not only lose but also get hurt. She needed to get closer to him, but without getting burned by the flames. The girl looked around, her gaze falling on the cracked surface of the fighting platform where the flames had struck. Then she stopped, an idea forming. Iris, already preparing for another victory, raised his arm for the next attack and, smiling, asked her why she had suddenly stopped. Garnet dodged the flame attack again, continuing to scurry around like a mouse, feeling her delicate skin starting to burn from the scorching air. The flames turned into smoke, as blinding as tear gas. After another run, the blonde gasped for breath. She wanted to lure Iris into using his strongest attack by dodging, and he, blinded by the thrill of the fight, fell for it, yelling as he launched the attack. She had no choice. It was time to use the only backup plan she had come up with earlier. Garnet decided to block another attack the only way possible. She dropped to one knee and slammed her fist into the stone floor with all her might. Under her onslaught, the hard, dust-covered platform not only cracked, but one of the huge pieces even flew up, shielding Garnet from the onslaught of the raging flames. Iris paused in surprise, realizing that she had created a shield for herself out of a piece of the platform without using any weapons. The young man was immediately distracted, finding that he couldn't see where she had gone. Behind a layer of gray, smoke, and dust, the dark-haired man realized too late that Garnet had nimbly, swiftly, and skillfully circled behind him, ready to attack. She gathered her strength and struck him with magic, which, although not very powerful, was surprisingly effective and penetrating. Iris froze, eyes wide, his whole body slowly trembling, beginning to lose consciousness. The fighter cursed and collapsed onto the floor, completely unable to get up. With him incapacitated, Garnet stood beside the just defeated Iris, gasping for air, seemingly unable to believe her victory. The judge, who had been hiding during the fire attack to avoid being ignited, poked his head out and declared Miss Garnet the winner. All the spectators, without exception, whether nobles or commoners, high or low demons, gasped in surprise, whispering and exchanging glances. Lillian remained in his seat while everyone else stood up in the stands, screaming in surprise. Garnet, smiling, thought to herself that she had succeeded because Iris had underestimated her and her abilities. Later, she ran into Lillian in the changing room as he walked over with his arms crossed. The girl noticed his furrowed brow and frowned as well, because, in reality, she had only been defending herself in the fight. They passed each other without a word, but both knew in their hearts that some event would connect them in the near future. As she entered the cafeteria, Garnet realized her next fight would likely be against Lillian. The girl grabbed some food, thinking she should observe her future opponent's fighting style. The blonde walked back to the tournament hall, thinking about her family and how this precious tournament was just beginning. She stepped through the doorway and froze, hearing a general cheer as the judge declared Mr. Lillian the winner. Garnet froze in terror, shocked to realize that the fight was over before it had even begun. During the break between fights, the room was quiet, everyone preoccupied with their own affairs. Garnet even forgot how worried she was, engrossed in her food, happily munching on a steaming hot dog. The audience discussed how calm Lillian was and how he could resolve any battle in an instant. Garnet's mouth dropped open in surprise when she heard that the young man's flames were somehow unusual and easily controlled. The blonde thought that Lillian and Iris were similar to each other, both using fire magic. She wanted to continue eating in peace, but again heard chatter and gossip about herself. Some girls said that Lady Garnet had absolutely no chance of winning and laughed. Garnet froze with displeasure on her face, her appetite completely ruined. Soon, the referee joyfully announced the final battle between Mr. Lillian and Lady Garnet. The opponents stared at each other so intensely and angrily, as if bright lightning had flashed between them even before the clash began. The young man confidently stated that her magic was rather primitive and had previously destroyed the entire arena just as primitively. The blonde thought that he could say whatever nasty things he wanted, but a win was a win, no matter the means. The slightly surprised referee, whose words were completely ignored by the combative finalists, repeated himself, shouting the start of the match. The man darted behind the platform railing, clearly having learned from the princess's previous destructive battle. Garnet thought that she hadn't seen Lillian's fighting style. All his battles happened in mere moments. She guessed that this fight might be similar to the last one, as the boy slowly stretched out his hand, preparing to attack. The blonde froze, her eyes widening as a bright blue, scorching flame shot towards her. North lunged forward with all her might, letting out a frightened scream in the face of her opponent's swift and sharp attack, which surpassed hers in every aspect. Looking back, the girl gasped, not understanding what had just happened and why. Looking forward, she saw a flash of bright blue fire, no less hot than ordinary flames. Lillian was surprised that the girl had dodged, as he had made the flames as soft and imperceptible as possible. Garnet exhaled and firmly and loudly declared that only a pathetic coward would attack from behind. The young man reminded the princess of her recent words, that a win was a win, which was why he had done it. Meanwhile, the arena continued to burn with blue flames, showing no signs of extinguishing or weakening. Lillian said he didn't want to see her lose pathetically, but he couldn't help himself. The guy added with extreme indifference that even if the princess fought fairly, she couldn't defeat him. The blonde froze, scorching blue flames blocking all her escape routes. To win, Garnet thought, she had to clear her path at any cost. She struck the platform floor with all her might again, mobilizing all the physical strength she could muster. The floor beneath their feet exploded and cracked under the attack, but Lillian easily rose into the air. With a hint of slight but skillfully concealed surprise, the young man muttered something, expressing his bewilderment at the unfolding events. The referee grabbed his head, tugging at his dark hair, and yelled that this was all just awful. Both opponents froze in midair, clearly intending to continue the fight after all the destruction. Garnet gathered all her magic power in her fist, preparing to attack her opponent, her gaze determined. Lillian intensified the flames several times over, saying that the trick she had used on Iris wouldn't work here at all. Feeling the scorching heat on her cheeks and body again, the princess smacked her lips, realizing that her older brother, by Lillian, should be Iris, based on the previous text and logic. Lillian is the opponent, Iris is the previous opponent, and this part refers to Lillian being stronger than Iris. But the original text says her older brother was much stronger than her younger brother. It might refer to family brothers, or mean Lillian is stronger than Iris. Here it's translated literally as older brother by Lillian is stronger, but combined with the context, it might mean Lillian is stronger than Iris, or Lillian as an older brother-like opponent is stronger than a younger brother-like opponent. To respect the original text, it's temporarily translated as older brother by Lillian was much stronger. While she was lamenting, the guy had already approached, whispering in the princess's ear that she was too slow. Garnet failed to completely dodge the flames and let out a piercing scream. Feeling the infernal heat, The girl screamed, and Lillian said that he had originally intended to fight with weapons, not magic. The guy immediately added that this had been forbidden, so he found himself at a slight disadvantage. After the attack, Garnet lay on the floor, thinking that Lillian must be mocking her, since only she was having trouble. The blue-eyed man said that before the battle began, he had cast an anti-magic barrier on himself, so nothing worked. The blonde thought in despair that the young man had taken every precaution against her. She reasoned that physical strength would only allow her to get close to the enemy as quickly as possible. The girl clenched her fists, thinking that the rules of the competition didn't state that victory had to be achieved solely through magic. Through training, Garnet had improved her physical attack level, but not her magic. North decided to stop using her meager energy altogether and resolved to advance using only physical strength. She hurled several heavy boulders at Lillian, muttering that she would have a better chance that way. The slightly surprised blue-eyed man deftly dodged all possible attacks, frowning at the princess for still daring to attack. Moving resolutely forward, the blonde knew perfectly well this fight would be difficult for her, but she could handle it. Lillian suddenly realized his opponent was gradually nullifying his magic with physical attacks. Nullifying his magic, she struck the floor again, shattering it, seemingly having gotten a taste for this kind of battle. The referee screamed in fright, thinking that the two of them were going to completely demolish the unfortunate platform. Garnet lunged forward with an angry fist, determined to win this fight. The referee ducked for cover, collapsing on the ground, screaming and covering their ears, anticipating the girl's furious attack. Lillian thought in bewilderment. He usually defended himself with weapons, but now he couldn't use them. The blue-eyed man shook his head, surprised that a demon with such immense physical strength could exist. Looking at the serious Lady North, the man concluded inwardly that he had been too careless before the fight. Electric magic still flickered in the blonde's hands as she swung a desperate blow at the young man. Those watching the fight cried out in surprise, unable to hide their reactions to everything that was happening. The girl thought angrily that she would never allow anyone to take away her peaceful life as a noble. As she struck Lillian, the blonde was certain she would never lose her title and end up on the streets. The king and his servants watched everything from his luxurious box. He sat on the throne, not just surprised, but shocked that his daughter had actually orchestrated a third fight in the arena. Garnet froze, breathing heavily, trying to compose herself while her opponent finally fell to his knees. Lillian didn't look defeated at all, but he wasn't in a hurry to get up, just grinned. The young man shook his head and suddenly smiled warmly, as if he had just won, calmly raised his head and declared forfeiture. The princess, still standing before him, froze, her eyes widening in surprise, her jaw dropping. When Lillian added that if the princess continued, she would only be wasting her energy, she couldn't help but stare at his face. The man chuckled softly, saying that her decision to try and defeat him with only physical attacks was quite amusing. Lillian stood up with a smile, gracefully extending his hand, clearly a habitual gesture of his aristocratic nature, and congratulated Lady Garnet on her official victory. The blonde froze, certain that if this went on any longer, she would definitely faint from such a turn of events. The referee, having checked to see if any more stones were about to fall on them, stood up and loudly announced the gentleman's forfeiture and the princess's victory. Both lesser and higher demons whispered in shock, some unable to hide their cries of surprise and disappointment. The young girls who idolized Lillian began to openly weep, covering their faces with their hands, as their idol wouldn't become the next heavenly king. And while the opponents still stood opposite each other, everyone was asking how a lady, unable to use magic, would become the future ruler after her father, Garnet. Garnet lowered her wet gaze when she clearly heard that such an arrogant and terrible person like her was not worthy of being the heir to the mountainous region. The heavenly king, entering the half-destroyed arena, shouted loudly for everyone to be quiet and called his daughter to his side. Feeling all the exhaustion from the battle, the blonde obediently walked towards him with her head down, not wanting to hear any more unpleasant words. The man declared that he would not go back on his word, and therefore his only daughter, having won the competition, remained the future heir. The minister shouted that they would never accept Garnet as the future ruler, that today she had undoubtedly cheated them all somehow. Bob, unable to believe what was happening, his ears practically steaming, began nodding and shouting that it was true. The blonde looked at him with a lost expression, silently thinking that this man, had absolutely and completely fairly lost to her due to his own weakness. Lillian, hearing from the crowd that someone wanted a rematch because of lies, exhaled an annoyance and loudly ordered them to be quiet. Intimidated by the anger of such a powerful and influential demon, the people in the stands obediently fell silent, no longer offering new solutions to this situation. The young man said that accusing someone of lying and cheating without any proof was the lowest thing one could do. Garnet looked in surprise at the man who, not long ago, had tried to corner her, to harm her with his shining blue-flamed curls, if not burn her alive. The blue-eyed man put his hand to his chest, adding that he had done everything possible to win, but this fight proved he wasn't ready to take on the role of head of the family. Iris walked over to the platform where his brother Lillian stood, hands in his pockets. He voiced his agreement, adding that he himself had lost fair and square. Garnet blushed, surprised by the support from someone who, not long ago, had been making sarcastic and biting jokes about her and her abilities. She asked, a little foolishly but cautiously, if he had recovered from the fight. The dark-haired man looked at her, remaining silent. The brothers exchanged glances, and, seeing the confused and even slightly frightened expression on poor Garnet's face, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lillian, with his rare smile, addressed everyone present. He requested they reread the rules of the magic tournament and promptly opened the book containing the necessary list. Iris, with a serious expression, read aloud that the winner of the tournament automatically becomes the heir to the mountains. Garnet blushed even deeper than before, allowing herself the thought that she might even become friends with these demon brothers in the future. Among the crowd, a strong wave of discontent continued to spread and simmer. The guests of the magic tournament didn't even try to hide their feelings in front of their heavenly king. Garnet thought desperately that after winning the competition and becoming the head of the family, she had absolutely no idea what to do with those who opposed her. Various officials, ministers, and mayors pondered how inappropriate it was for a young, frivolous girl to become the next heavenly king. Someone shouted that despite her beauty, she was utterly mediocre. His interlocutor added that this tournament was held solely to deprive her of the chance to inherit. The man added that Mr. Iris and Mr. Lillian would be perfect for the position, while the second person claimed that relying on Garnet alone was pure delusion. The white-haired elder, who still held a seat on the council, began to nod in agreement, saying there must be someone better and more suitable than her. Bob shrieked, declaring himself the most promising candidate of all, due to his close relation and ability to provide a hopeful future. Garnet, who had genuinely strived for victory, was stunned, unable to comprehend what this fact truly meant to them. Hands clasped to her chest, she thought that it had all been clear from the beginning, as all her relatives had initially opposed her staying within the family. Several bright, hellishly hot flames struck the base of the stands, and the buzzing crowd instantly fell silent. Iris brushed the flames from his hands and, growling angrily, loudly ordered everyone present to come to their senses immediately. Then shut up. The dark-haired man said they were doing nothing but making noise, though now everyone had to face reality, as the old man had been right after all. The heavenly king glanced disapprovingly at the young man who had addressed him so, but remained silent as the young man stated that anyone could have taken the heir's place. He added that it would be easy to understand if they had even a little bit of sense. Iris asked his brother if the little thing was really capable of such cunning. Garnet still couldn't understand why the two wicked brothers had suddenly started protecting her and looking out for her interests instead of their own. Meanwhile, Lillian stated he was prepared to handle all complaints personally, while Iris requested the matter be left to him so he could stretch his muscles. The brothers appeared so resolute that those present, who had previously loudly declared their opinions and decisions, involuntarily felt fear. Even the obnoxious Bob, who was still observing the unfolding events, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and growled in indignation under his breath, unable to oppose them. The king stepped forward, saying he had indeed been worried that Garnet wouldn't be able to handle the role assigned to her. He added that this was precisely why he had taken an Iris and Lillian, but but now it seemed all his fears had been completely unnecessary. The man stated that, unfortunately for many, his supposedly talentless daughter had won the magic tournament and proven otherwise. Looking at all the disgruntled individuals, the king said that if they allowed such thoughts and words, he had to tell them what was happening. He said that for some time, he had been closely observing his daughter's actions to understand if she was ready to remain within the family. The ruler said it might be hard to believe, but over the past month, Garnet had truly changed a lot. Garnet opened her eyes wide, looking in surprise at her father, who had refused to believe in her not long ago. The king said that to win the tournament, his daughter had trained for days on end in the forest without rest, barely sleeping. The monarch added that upon returning to the city, she had also helped the residents who had encountered trouble before her eyes. The ministers remained silent, listening to the king speak of Garnet's recent virtuous conduct and diligent self-improvement. Bob shrieked that she was a vile, selfish woman, and he refused to believe she would do any good deed without expecting something in return. North smiled brightly, closing his eyes, thinking how upset this man, Bob, would be if Garnet actually became the head of the family. The king continued to listen to his negligent relative, Bob, hurl insults at his daughter, his patience rapidly wearing thin. Suddenly, from somewhere below the stands, a plainly dressed young woman stepped out, holding a child. A boy was in her arms, clinging tightly to her neck. She loudly declared that the words of the King North were entirely true, and that Miss Garnet had indeed saved her and her son. The blonde woman, Garnet, remembered that this was the same family she had saved from a furiously shouting Bob in the city's central square. The king stared in surprise as the woman told him how she had gotten lost and encountered trouble in the city, and how the princess had helped her out of her predicament. The people heard how everyone else had passed by when she, the young woman, was in trouble, and how brave the ladies, Garnet's, actions were. Bob started yelling again, questioning her, the young woman's, right to speak, and insulting her, calling her nothing but a filthy commoner. As he, Bob, screamed that he would now make her shut up forever, the woman fearfully clutched the child and closed her eyes. Garnet prepared to rush over again to save the poor stranger, who was now also standing up for Garnet, unafraid of punishment. Lillian stopped Iris, who was also rushing forward to help, extending a hand in front of him to prevent him from making a rash decision. Bob froze when the commoner screamed that Lady North had protected her. She, the commoner, pointed at him, Bob, and said that Bob, had threatened her with magic in front of everyone. The blonde man, Lillian, asked her, the commoner, what she had said and if Bob had intended to harm her. Garnet watched the unfolding events with excitement, knowing full well that she had to intervene soon, or there would be unpleasant consequences. Suddenly, a girl in a peculiar blue dress coat pushed through the crowd, her dark hair shining elegantly down her back. The king growled in annoyance, ordering his relative, Bob, to calm down and not embarrass himself any further. The blonde man, Bob, obediently stopped where he stood, still holding up his hand, fully aware that he was powerless before the ruler. Meanwhile, the girl confidently declared that she also agreed with Lady Garnet becoming the future heir to the throne of the mountains. She explained that before the princess had patronized their shop, it was on the verge of bankruptcy, but now her business was truly saved. The blonde woman, Garnet, stared in confusion, wondering what they were talking about, as she hadn't actually done anything for this rescue. The high society ladies began whispering that the lady, Garnet, had actually done publicity for the clothing brand by shopping there. Garnet was quite surprised to hear that almost no one had known about the high-quality clothes handmade by the boutique owner before her. She realized that she had been walking around the city with a box bearing a large logo, and many people had, in fact, simply trusted her fashion sense. The dark-haired woman added that the lady, Garnet, had very generously bought many things from their shop, and so everything had been revived. North's mouth fell open in astonishment as the stranger, the dark-haired woman, continued to list her contributions and thank her for merely making a small purchase. Suddenly, a well-dressed man stepped out, his shirt so clean in color it almost shimmered, and a determined glint in his eyes. He declared that he also agreed with appointing Miss Garnet as the next heavenly king, as she had helped him when he was injured. The blonde woman, Garnet, suddenly remembered with surprise that she had seen this man when she left the boutique carrying a huge box. The girl, Garnet, remembered that it was he, the man, who had fallen on the road in front of her, thinking that the atmosphere here seemed to have suddenly changed. The king looked in confusion at the man whom he had known for a long time, as he was the prime minister of their country and meticulous in his work. Garnet spread her hands in surprise, her eyes wide, not understanding how these things she had barely noticed could help her. The man explained that he liked to disguise himself and go to ordinary public places in inconspicuous clothes, but the lady, Garnet, had still wrapped his hand with an expensive scarf. The king thought to himself that the reports had said she, Garnet, had helped an old man in the city, and apparently, the spies had mistaken the prime minister for an elderly person. Garnet, being the daughter of the heavenly king, had met the man a few times before, but she didn't remember his face at all. The blonde wondered if she only recalled those she favored, and also those who expressed interest in her. The man added that the girl's kindness was genuine because he wasn't disguised as a prime minister, but appeared as a very ordinary person to everyone. The heavenly king turned and nodded, thanking the prime minister for his assistance, who simply smiled and quietly chuckled at his expression. Regardless of who became the next northern heavenly king, it would remain one of the most crucial decisions for the entire Demon Empire. The father added that if Garnet performed honestly in the tournament, then under her care, the Kingdom of the North would definitely be secure. The man looked down and murmured that he still had some doubts about whether everything would be okay after his decision. The diverse ministers and deputies listened to the ruler, all on edge, unable to hide it because they couldn't stand his only daughter. The king stated he wouldn't go back on his promise, so the title of the next heavenly king would remain with the previous heir. Garnet's pink-violet eyes widened and sparkled brightly as she heard what she had been striving and fighting for so long. People who believed the arguments in her favor cheered, throwing their hands up and screaming that individuals like Bob were being left out. Even Iris and Lillian were smiling, reacting to everything happening as if they themselves had just won this amazing struggle. Garnet clenched her fists, trying to grasp the full extent and significance of the victory she had just achieved. The girl blushed brightly and even closed her eyes so as not to reveal her tears that were clouding her vision to anyone present. The people gathered in the stands, whom she had unknowingly helped at various points in her life, watched the lady with joyful smiles. Bob almost burst from overwhelming hatred, mentally cursing the triumphant Garnet and believing their confrontation wasn't over that day. Later, the golden rays of the setting sun already illuminated the heavenly king's estate, which was in peaceful silence under the warm wind. Lying on her soft, precious bed, the blonde enjoyed her rest, moaning that she was terribly tired after everything she had been doing for a whole month. Her temples still echoed with the words of her father, who confidently and even-eyedly said that this title was being received by his daughter, Garnet, leaving himself an escape route. The man added that if the girl suddenly failed to cope with her powers, she would lose the right of inheritance, and it would go to Liliana. Exhaling loudly, the princess thought with pleasure that fortunately she had managed to avoid the terrible event of possibly being stripped of her title. She looked out the window, thinking that even if she didn't want to be the next heavenly king, this was the best way to live a long life. Stroking her chin with her fingers, the blonde thought with pleasure that with her own efforts, she had thoroughly beaten all these upstarts. The girl was suddenly pulled from her thoughts when someone knocked on her bedroom door, and she looked in that direction in surprise. Garnet put on soft black slippers and walked towards the room's exit, announcing to the incoming guest that she was almost at the door. She let her guest pass and froze, her eyes widening in surprise and her jaw dropping in amazement at what she saw in front of her. Lillian, smiling and holding his arms crossed over his chest, seemed very calm, as if he hadn't come into someone else's bedroom. Without permission, still unable to compose herself, the blonde asked why he suddenly decided that he could just come here. She couldn't even imagine that Liliana suddenly needed her, that he suddenly came to her without warning, without invitation, and in the evening too. Laughing up his sleeve at the princess's reaction, the blue-eyed man asked the girl not to be so scared because he doesn't bite at all. He stated that he no longer wanted to fight Garnet, and North was a very interesting subject to study and also surprisingly very talented. The blonde blushed slightly and thought about how she found it hard to believe he wanted to be friends after all those words about how he would kick her out in the future. The young man, smiling, suggested that from that moment on, they forget about all the grievances that ran between them and simply become friends. Completely at a loss and chewing the inside of her cheek, the heir to the throne thought that she had an extremely bad feeling about this friendship. Lillian asked if she minded if he came into the room, and the girl immediately said that her room was not a very pleasant mess. Asking Garnet not to exaggerate, the blonde man walked past her and she squealed loudly, already imagining how she would blush for her own mess. Placing his hand on his chest, the young man stated that they might not be blood relatives, but he wanted to be a good older brother to her. Lady Garnet pressed her lips together again, nervously biting them. She hadn't expected such a close relationship to develop between them. The princess was thinking about the scattered cosmetics and various other belongings in her room when he asked if she minded chatting for a bit. The blonde girl realized that regardless of their relationship, she didn't want to appear dishonest in front of anyone. She suddenly let out a high-pitched squeak, begging him to wait at least a minute and stand still so she could quickly tidy everything up. Lillian smiled as he watched his nominal sister remove the many books and scrolls from her bed, putting things back in their places as she went. Seeing her nervous antics and eagerness to quickly clean up, he couldn't help but let out a soft, good-natured chuckle. The girl continued to organize the scattered items, involuntarily blushing, perhaps out of shame or simply from the very act of interacting with this man. Later, as the manor outside the window grew darker with the approaching night, they were seated with tea, and Lillian said he wanted to talk about her father, the Heavenly King's request. He said that he and his younger brother, Iris, would also be staying at this manor, so they were now officially relatives of the ruler. The blonde girl's eyes widened in surprise, her jaw nearly dropping, completely unable to imagine how she would live in the same building with each of them. She asked him if he was certain, still trying to comprehend what had caused such a sudden shift in the behavior of the two brothers who also wanted to stay here. Lillian said that it was indeed so, and the girl exhaled loudly, pouring herself a fresh cup of hot herbal tea. The blue-eyed Lillian said that before he was adopted, they had sold their old house, and he had spent a lot of money on his extensive research. Garnet looked at him with interest as the young man said it would be much more fun to live here with his younger siblings. She was about to murmur that his opinion of her had changed a lot, when suddenly she heard another knock on her bedroom door. Lillian raised his hot teacup, gave a sweet smile, and muttered that he had arrived even faster than he thought. Without waiting for a response, the dark-haired man with a mischievous grin had already hopped into the princess's room, announcing his arrival to his brother. Garnet froze in surprise, unsure how to react to the hunter's impudence as he walked straight towards them, intending to join the tea party. Iris walked over to the sofa where Lillian was sitting, leaned over his brother, and suddenly, calmly, told him to hurry up and finish this. The blue-eyed man patted the spot next to him, telling him not to rush and sit down, while Garnet wondered if they even remembered that this was her room. Looking at the desserts, several hot drinks, and the teapot, the dark-haired man asked with some displeasure if they had really decided to have tea without him. The girl quickly placed another cup on a white saucer, replying that she would pour Iris some tea as well, since she hadn't known he would be visiting too. As the hot drink was poured into the cup, the room was immediately filled with the pleasant aroma of the herbs brewed in the porcelain teapot. Lillian remarked that despite being the Heavenly King's daughter, Lady Garnet always made tea herself and even served it to others. Iris took the cup as his brother added that noble ladies usually couldn't even do such a thing without servants, and in his opinion, this young lady was completely served by servants. Hearing these compliments, the princess involuntarily remembered her past life, where she certainly didn't have a single servant to help her. She herself, in the game's terms, was more like a commoner who personally served her master. But now she said she could do more than just make tea. The blonde girl said she usually ate alone, so she often handled such things like buying sweets for tea in the city, such as cookies and mountain chocolate. Lillian said that they had apparently been too quick to believe the bad rumors about her, then frankly admitted he had misjudged her. Garnet stroked her hand, thinking that, purely theoretically, The previous rumors about her character and behavior were absolutely true. As Iris added sugar to his cup, the blue-eyed man said that he was now known as a magic researcher, while his brother was a monster hunter. Garnet's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as the sugar cubes in the dark-haired man's cup practically formed a tall mound. As Lillian mentioned they were commoners, the princess remembered reading this information on their character profile tabs long ago. They had been abandoned in this dangerous and cruel world from a young age, but they clearly weren't planning to give up. The brothers spent a considerable amount of time improving themselves, developing their talents in different fields, and gradually climbing up from the very bottom together. Lillian explained with a gentle smile that it was precisely because of his difficult life experiences that he couldn't stand lazy and incompetent people. He added that this was why he had accepted the gentleman's offer of adoption, and that he'd actually had a harsh plan to drive Lady Garnet out of the manor from the very beginning. Lady Garnet stared at him in surprise and indignation, as if suddenly remembering all the hurtful, even vicious, things he had said to her. Iris placed his cup on the saucer and, noticing her reaction, hastened to assure her that he and his brother had no such intentions now. He added that he never thought such a small thing like her could be so strong, then thanked her for the refreshments. Although Lady Garnet wasn't entirely convinced, she successfully dispelled the bad impression the brothers had previously made on her. In the original plot of the simulator, Lillian and Iris also decided to immediately befriend the protagonist because of her extraordinary abilities. The fact that the demon brothers were treating her just as kindly as they now treated Lady North still made her ponder what was happening. She exhaled, feeling her cheeks flush, thinking that even though she wasn't the protagonist, they still decided to approach her. As dusk gradually settled over the manor, the new sister and her new brothers continued to drink tea together, conversing amiably. The girl sat on the soft sofa opposite the two of them, then stretched and asked if they were planning on going anywhere today. Lillian seemed to be thinking too seriously, rubbing his chin with his fingers and muttering as if trying to come up with some kind of excuse. He replied that he wanted to go shopping as he was running low on materials for his experiments, but that he preferred to do his shopping himself, rather than sending the servants. Iris, catching his brother's glance, quickly added that he also needed to attend to important matters, but it was a secret and he couldn't divulge more. The blonde girl nodded, suggesting they go about their business before it got completely dark, thinking that they should be all right. In any case, after forming such a bond with these interesting and powerful heroes, the sky seemed even brighter for the heiress to the throne. Finally, when night had already fallen on the capital of the mountainous region, the brothers set out to carry out a recently planned mission. Near one of the many houses in the middle of a quiet street stood guards, and surprisingly, the lights were on in the windows of this building. Bob, irritated by the events unfolding, gathered those who were preparing to organize some sort of provocation. For money, he angrily kicked over a table, cursing and asking how she could possibly become the future heavenly king of the North. The blonde man shouted that he was much better than that fallen, debauched woman, and declared that he would still prove his superiority to everyone. His despicable plan was to publicly humiliate the girl and have her stripped of her status, leaving the king of the North with no choice but to exile her. Those gathered with him listened with some surprise as Bob shouted that he would later arrange a real ordeal for Lady Garnet. Defending himself, the man said he only lost the competition to lull everyone into a false sense of security, but if he were to discipline the girl, she would immediately become obedient. After humiliating her in front of everyone, he wanted to ensure the princess would be driven out of the house and stripped of everything. Then she would have no choice but to come crawling to him. At that moment, some strange noises came from behind the door, followed by a loud bang, and one of the rebels stood up and asked what that could be. The door was ripped from its hinges, and the room was filled with the light of bright blue and scarlet flames mixed together, radiating heat. All the criminals screamed, one of them fearfully declaring that they all needed to get out of there as soon as possible so as not to get hurt. The men in expensive uniforms walked through the doorway simultaneously, clearly intent on disturbing the peace of this quiet gathering. Lillian and Iris looked at the frightened faces with a smirk, then privately discussed that they had been easily discovered thanks to a magical listening device. Knowing full well who had come for them, the criminals shrieked, clearly not even intending to resist, as it would be futile. As the small bug flew away from Bob, Iris reiterated that it was thanks to this little thing his brother had made that they had found these people. Lillian, smiling, explained that he had made it just in case before the tournament, and that it also had a very convenient tracking function. The dark-haired man remarked that, due to his frequent dealings with such idiots, he had a premonition of some foul play, to which his brother replied that that was very well put. When the blue-eyed man mentioned how former commoners like them often had to dirty their hands to survive, Bob froze, paralyzed with fear. They reminded him how everyone's attitude towards Lady Garnet had changed after the tournament, including his and his brother's. But Bob wasn't just angry. He was more furious than anyone. His intentions were written all over his face, and they immediately decided, as usual, to find out what was going on. Iris commented that it was ridiculously easy, and if Bob was lucky, he might still be able to move after their conversation. And he could use this opportunity to demonstrate the royal family's resolve. Lillian added that simply humiliating the man in public wasn't enough, as he was, in fact, offended by Lady Garnet's honorable victory. Cracking his knuckles and stretching, the dark-haired man looked down at Bob with disdain, calling him an idiot. Lillian stood up, joining his brother, and asked with a sly grin if they were ready to have some fun. Bob roared that they were dirty upstarts who had tainted a noble family, and he would show them the true power of a noble. Astonished by his stupidity and narrow-mindedness, the brothers hung their heads in shame, Iris muttering that Bob was still an idiot. The blonde man's subordinates decided to take the opportunity to attack the brothers from behind, hoping to catch them off guard. Lillian and Iris, sensing several hostile energies directed at them, immediately turned around. The blue-eyed man drew his black whip, remarking with a smile that the tournament rules had somewhat limited his combat abilities, but now those rules were gone. Two of the attackers were immediately sent flying, struck by his peculiar weapon, one he hadn't used in a while, his movements even a little rusty. Lillian splashed some kind of potion on the enemies, saying they couldn't hurt him, and that the red mixture would only cause a slight stinging sensation. The two criminals screamed, clutching their heads and the affected areas, crying out in agony, feeling it throughout their bodies. The blue-eyed man chuckled, saying it was a prototype of a hallucinogenic potion, and it seemed the experiment was a success. Iris spread his arms, fanning his bright flames, exclaiming that he could finally let loose without worrying about hurting anyone. When his brother reminded him of the nearby residential buildings, the dark-haired man shrugged, noting that everything seemed intact. The uninjured criminals huddled against the wall, screaming in terror and whispering amongst themselves, saying that those two were terrifying. Bob yelled that they were mediocre commoners, lucky to have been taken in by a benevolent noble. The blonde man summoned electric currents, declaring his magical abilities far superior to the brothers, and that he would prove it to them right then and there. The brothers easily dodged the attack, sidestepping, not bothering to indulge the idiot's provocation. Iris laughed heartily, calling him a slovenly slacker, saying that even if he had the ability, he was slow as a turtle. Lillian added that for the same reason, he tried to exploit Lady Garnet's weaknesses throughout their entire fight. Bob screamed hysterically, telling them to shut up, demanding to know what right such lowlifes thought they had to speak to him that way. The blonde man fired energy wildly and rapidly in all directions, shrieking that he would never lose to them. Iris clicked his tongue, rubbing his chin with his fingers, nonchalantly pointing out that the man was starting to annoy him immensely. The dark-haired man stretched his hands forward, summoning a clear stream of fire for an attack, adding that he'd had enough of the noise. Bob screamed in agony as the full force of Iris's hellish flames struck him, sending him flying. As the flames died down, the blonde man pushed himself up on his hands and knees, coughing up the black ash and thick smoke that accompanied the fire. Shocked by what had just happened, he realized that the brothers had no scruples and were capable of anything. Bob got to his feet and ran, screaming, thinking he had to get out of there immediately because those idiot brothers were completely insane. The blonde man almost made it to the door, but Lillian's black whip shot out, stopping him in his tracks. The whip wrapped around his entire body, easily restraining him, causing the obese Bob to squeal nervously and flail his short arms in frustration. Leaning against the door frame, Blue-eyed Lillian grinned, asking the now-sweating noble where he thought he was going. Reminding the gentleman of his noble upbringing, Iris decided to forego further words and monologues as the nobleman, initially intending to teach the commoners a lesson, suddenly decided to flee. With his palm ablaze, Iris quietly approached Bob from behind. The more Bob felt the searing flames emanating from the crazed, dark-haired hunter, the louder his cries became. The capital seemed to fall silent, with only the two brothers aware of the events unfolding within one of its buildings. Similar tall buildings surrounded them. After a while, Iris remarked that the idiot had finally escaped and asked his brother if they should pursue him. Lillian said there was no need to worry, as he would deliver the evidence of Bob's attempt to harm the heiress to the city guard, ensuring the nobleman wouldn't escape punishment. The next day, the brilliant sun slowly rose in the clear azure sky, its rays illuminating the royal manor. The light gradually reached the princess's bed, where she slept peacefully on the spacious, soft mattress. She awoke with a slight frown, opening her eyes and blinking slowly. The blonde thought to herself that it was morning and time to get up and start a new day. She slowly sat up from the soft mattress and stretched, trying to fully wake herself, but it wasn't easy. Garnet mumbled that yesterday had been a busy day, and even after a long sleep, she still felt tired. The girl thought she heard breathing and sensed some movement beside her, so she abruptly threw back the covers. Beneath them, Iris lay peacefully asleep on her pillow, snoring softly, seemingly unaware of anything shameful in his actions. The blonde stared at the hunter in surprise, waiting for him to wake up. Contrary to her thoughts and expectations, he simply rolled over. Unable to contain her intense embarrassment, Garnet's face flushed crimson as she asked herself, and seemingly him as well, what in the world was going on. At her exclamation, the dark-haired man grumbled in his sleep before sitting up, stretching and yawning, rubbing his sleepy eyes with his fingers. In a hoarse voice, the young man asked her why she was making such a commotion so early in the morning. Garnet, her face as red as a ripe tomato, wrapped herself in the blanket and ordered him not to move, angrily asking what he was doing there. As the dark-haired man grumbled that it was only 7 in the morning, the heiress shrieked, demanding again to know why he was in her bed. Iris, seemingly unfazed by the situation, rubbed his eyes again, recalling why he had suddenly decided to sleep there. He explained that he had been too tired yesterday and had evidently mistaken the dark corridors and rooms, wandering in here by mistake. Due to his exhaustion, the young man had simply lain down, falling asleep almost immediately as his head hit the pillow, undisturbed by anything but drowsiness. Iris rolled over, yawning and clinging tightly to the white pillow, muttering that he wanted to sleep some more. After tossing and turning some more in the heiress's comfortable bed, the dark-haired man finally turned and embraced her, burying his nose in her light hair. Lillian suddenly entered the princess's bedroom, declaring that he had assumed if his brother wasn't in his own room last night, he would surely be here. Touching his cheek, the blue-eyed man declared that it took quite some nerve to barge into a lady's bedroom in the middle of the night without permission. The blonde stood up, looking displeased at her newly acknowledged brother, thinking that he, too, had just barged in without permission. Without permission, Garnet blushed, noticing the thin strap of her nightgown slipping from her shoulder, unable to imagine what she must look like. She quickly adjusted her gown, trying to regain some semblance of composure, as unfortunately, she wasn't alone in the room. Looking at his brother, still sleeping soundly on the heiress's bed, Lillian asked Garnet to forgive Iris. He explained that while Iris's behavior was unconventional, he had been accustomed to sleeping while hugging a pillow or his brother since childhood. Lillian approached the dark-haired man, suggesting that this habit might stem from the time he had sold his favorite pillow, adding that his younger brother had never been so bold before. The blue-eyed man suddenly yanked him off the bed, causing him to gasp. Iris finally sat up, while Lillian explained that his brother simply enjoyed her company so much that he had wandered in half asleep. The blonde, still sleepy and slightly irritated, thought to herself that the two of them were far too comfortable invading her personal space. The blue-eyed man effortlessly produced a folded piece of paper from his pocket, saying he had actually come to show her something. Garnet listened with interest as Lillian explained that he had found something quite intriguing on the maid's table this morning and thought she might want to see it. Standing behind the heiress, the blue-eyed man unfolded a newspaper filled with articles about Lady North and her virtuous deeds. The blonde's cheeks flushed crimson as Lillian affectionately called her queen and remarked on her growing popularity, causing her to recoil slightly. Iris seemed to want to warn his brother about something, even jolting awake suddenly, but he couldn't speak up lest he give himself away. Garnet's gaze scanned the newspaper's text, Lillian standing beside her, observing her for any reaction. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she read that Mr. Bob had been arrested this morning and would soon stand trial. Looking at the sly smiles of the two brothers, it wasn't difficult to guess that both of them had done something quite significant last night. Meanwhile, interesting events, equally impactful on the course of history, were unfolding in the desolate Western Kingdom. The ruling family's bedchamber, decorated in luxurious burgundy tones, was adorned with expensive chandeliers, canopies, and fabrics of the highest quality. The girl sitting at the writing desk lifted her hand and crumpled a piece of paper, the sheet crackling between her fingers. The heavenly queen of the West, Mandala, a young girl with pointed ears and violet hair, pondered aloud what it all meant. Her face flushed with anger as she read that the little chit was to become the next heavenly ruler of the North, declaring it unheard of impudence. The girl stabbed her fork into a chocolate caramel cake, muttering that she herself was the daughter of the previous heavenly king of the West and had ascended the throne in the same manner. But compared to her, Garnet had always been a mere empty shell, and now Mandala couldn't understand why everyone was suddenly singing her praises. A voice, seemingly appearing from nowhere, stated that she was an eyesore and that she'd best stay in the shadows. The queen asked her interlocutor if her assessment was correct and if he thought so too. It was a blond, dark-skinned young man with violet eyes and a short stature, who bore the interesting and unusual name Neelam. Mandala sprawled on the sofa, swinging her legs, then propped her chin in her hand, humming that Garnet was just a small fry. The blond man drew a sharp blade from its sheath, calmly asking if he really had to deal with all of this. The girl laughed, saying that the young man was very perceptive, then placed her palm on her chest, wondering if Neelam would do this for her. The young man nodded obediently and grasped the doorknob as the lady stated that she knew of his outstanding abilities. Ready to depart, left alone, Mandala stroked her chin, chuckling and muttering that the guy was simply diabolically diligent, and therefore he should reign in Garnet in the Northern Kingdom's territory. Another day was coming to a close, once again pleasing the inhabitants with a pleasant view of a pink sunset. Lillian, working alongside the king, brought him another needed box, and the king looked up, thanking his new son for his help. The ruler chuckled softly when the blue-eyed man retorted that he didn't need thanks, as it was the least he could do. Garnet, watching this scene from behind the slightly ajar door of the room, furrowed her brows slightly, thinking that the guy had adapted to life in the manor rather quickly. Lillian seemed like an ideal son, and in principle, an ideal person as he managed to thrive in all aspects of life and help others. All the servants, ministers, and representatives were simply crazy about how diligent and honest the young man seemed. Garnet thought with some envy that Lillian had become a local favorite too quickly, and this role, it seemed, should have belonged to her a little later. Making her way back to her room, the girl bumped into Iris in the spacious corridor, although she hadn't even thought about meeting him. The blonde's already wide eyes widened further, and she stopped, asking with undisguised curiosity where he was going so late. The dark-haired man pulled back the hem of his blue jacket slightly, revealing the scabbard on his belt and the obviously very dangerous blade hidden within, stating that he was going on a night patrol. He added that the orders to exterminate monsters wouldn't complete themselves, and even though he had lost the tournament, he still had a job to do. Garnet looked at him excitedly, imagining where the young man might go at night, and she exhaled loudly, admonishing Iris to be careful. The hunter's cheeks flushed slightly from her concern, and trying to pretend that his heart wasn't racing in his chest, he nodded, announcing his departure. Afterward, the girl finally returned to her bedroom, which seemed even more cozy and pleasant with the onset of night. Surrounding herself with delicious snacks to pass the time, the blonde raised her arms happily, thinking that she could finally enjoy the delights of an ordinary life. She collapsed onto the bed, reflecting that Lillian and Iris no longer posed a threat to her, and everything, including her reputation, was slowly getting better. Her gaze was drawn to the panoramic window and the night that had fallen over the capital. The girl immediately became distinctly aware of creaks and rustles, seemingly coming from the courtyard or the enclosed terrace. Garnet stood up and took a few steps toward the window. The courtyard was empty, and she couldn't quite understand what the sounds were. The blonde opened the door to the spacious balcony and calmly stepped outside, leaning against the railing and gazing at the street. The garden looked ordinary and peaceful, as unremarkable as ever. Yet, Garnet felt as though someone had been there recently. She thought that, given her constant tension and anxiety, it was likely just her imagination. However, the source of the noise had by now crept into her bedroom. Nezuko, cloaked in a long black cape that easily concealed his figure from prying eyes, pressed a dagger to the heiress's throat. As the blonde felt the cold steel, she froze, the thought of her impending fate almost making her believe her life was about to end. When the clearly hostile man asked if she was Lady North, the princess quietly asked what he wanted. Nezuko, still holding the dagger, which now glowed with a strange violet light, said he was following orders. The girl turned slightly, unable to understand who would want her eliminated, and not even personally, but through a specially hired individual. The light-haired man claimed that he personally bore no ill will towards the heir to the northern throne, but orders were orders. Still held quite firmly, Garnet thought she had to do something immediately, otherwise the situation would become irreparable. Remembering that her physical abilities were perhaps the strongest in the entire game, the northern heir deftly knocked the knife from his hand with one blow. Seizing the opportunity to escape, the girl quickly rushed forward and screamed loudly, hoping someone would hear. She continued to flee from the stranger, the blonde not looking back, screaming as she ran and asking who sent the assassin after her. But he said he couldn't answer. Lowering his gaze and concentrating, the blonde man summoned small shackles formed from some kind of energy, intending to use them against the girl. The young man raised his head and shot his magic into the air towards the throne, saying, "The champion of the tournament is invincible." Garnet suddenly recalled the battles with her brothers during the magic tournament, where she had run across stone platforms and quickly dodged aside. At that moment, the black cloak of the young man sent to kill her slipped from his face, revealing features that bore no resemblance to a shameless killer. The blonde froze, her eyes wide, for after a moment's reflection on what was happening, she realized with a start that she knew this guy. This blonde man was definitely one of the most popular romanceable characters in the original game. She distinctly remembered his deep, dark violet eyes and hair that resembled sparkling white snow rather than ordinary curls from the original game. Garnet put her hand to her chin, wondering why she hadn't recognized him immediately, though it was understandable, considering she hadn't even heard his voice. In the game, this young man was called Nezuko. In the original story, he was indeed a hired killer, a cold-blooded and taciturn character, but he always gave himself away. In the Western Kingdom, young Nezuko was sold as a slave in the marketplace to the Sky Queen Mandala before she entered the Magic Academy. The blonde cursed inwardly, clenching her fists, suddenly remembering that in that simulation game, she wasn't the protagonist's only rival. The arrogant, conceited, and always troublemaking Mandala of the West, surpassing Garnet in all degrees of wickedness and cruelty, was the only one who outdid her in this regard. The girl suddenly wondered why Nezuko was even here, since according to the game's plot, it should be a long time before entering the academy. Her thoughts immediately returned to the present situation, and the princess panicked, deciding that none of that mattered. The question now was what she should do. The mercenary swung another wind energy attack at her, and the girl hastily backed away to dodge, jumping to the side with all her might, quickly and high, so as not to get hit and injured. The blonde frantically tried to come up with a plan, as she desperately needed to do something. Nezuko suddenly swung his powerful arms, revealing 6 sharp blades from his sleeves, skillfully holding them between his fingers, preparing to strike again. He turned sideways and then abruptly rushed across the dark carpet, menacing her with the sharp blades, clearly having no intention of stopping under the orders of his mistress. The blonde thought quickly and finally realized she could use her physical strength again, just like in a magic tournament. By this time, Neelam had already forcefully thrown the throwing knives, trying to quickly finish off the target the Sky Queen had assigned him. Garnet gripped the dark rug the young man was running on with both hands. Exhaling loudly to execute her plan, she screamed that she wouldn't allow anything to happen to her, and, with a sudden burst of all her strength, yanked the rug out from under his feet. Neelam gasped softly in surprise, falling backward as his numerous blades scattered around him. The crown princess smiled, watching the bewildered expression on the young man's face. He clearly hadn't expected such an attack. She lunged forward. At this moment, the princess's entire room seemed in disarray, a clear indication of the perplexing and unplanned battle taking place. Taking advantage of the blonde man's posture, Garnet struck him in the abdomen with her clenched fist, putting all her strength into the blow, attempting to completely disarm him. Neelam's head hit the floor as he fell, groaning loudly in pain, unable to protect himself or stop the girl from hitting him. As the mercenary lost consciousness, the blonde woman began to pant loudly, adjusting her breathing and lowering her head, gradually regaining her composure. Looking at his peaceful face, the girl immediately realized she could have clearly done better and had gone too far. Clenching her fists, she panicked, thinking that she might have seriously injured the young man who hadn't even had time to touch her, unsure of what to do now. The next day, sunlight already shone brightly on the royal manor, where very interesting and unusual events had transpired the day before. Just the day before, Neelam slowly blinked, realizing that he was not only alive, but also lying in a very soft place, more comfortable than his own bed. He slowly and surprisedly touched his forehead, feeling with his fingers the white bandages wrapped under his light hair. The mercenary sat up in bed, turning his head in surprise, realizing he seemed to still be in the room of the girl he had been pursuing that night. Garnet was sleeping peacefully on the sofa, her head resting on a white bandage, a first aid kit beside her, which couldn't help but surprise the young man. The guy realized that after that seemingly fragile girl had dealt him that heavy blow, he had lost consciousness for a long time, sleeping until morning. Neelam stood up, surprised, completely bewildered, unable to understand how the princess could sleep peacefully in the same room with an assassin. He stressed to himself that the blonde woman, among other things, had also treated the injuries he had received while trying to attack her. Hearing the rustling of his footsteps, Garnet woke up, sleepily rising from the sofa, noticing the awakened young man before her. She sat down, saying that thankfully he was all right, but the thought that she almost killed him with one precise blow was quite dangerous. Neelam asked her why she hadn't eliminated him, then asked if the crown princess had any particular purpose in keeping him alive. Garnet said she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully if someone died in her room, and then suggested he could just leave. In fact, the girl knew this boy was never a bad person, but Mandala had turned him into a killer, and according to the events in the game, he should still be a slave at this point. Neelam shook his head slightly, saying that he couldn't just leave this place, as he had to fulfill the orders his mistress had given him. The girl pretended to think and made a simple guess, asking if his mistress was Mandala. From the look on the guy's face, which wasn't stupid enough to lie, Garnet realized that this was the same as in the game. This meant she had guessed correctly. The princess rubbed her face with her hand, not understanding why they would send an assassin after her, if in the original story, Neelam's mistress's target was only the protagonist. They had only met once at the Four Heavenly Kings meeting, as they were both direct heirs to the thrones of different territories. Garnet understood that she was busy engaging in meaningless flirting with everyone, so it wasn't surprising that she hadn't interacted with Mandala. After entering the academy, Mandala targeted the protagonist, and Neelam's storyline began with him being ordered to carry out the assassination. Light magic was extremely rare, and its manifestation in a lower-class demon resulted in the girl being bullied by her peers, which was really too much, though. Neelam was subsequently deeply moved by the protagonist's kind heart, so according to the original plot, he betrayed his mistress. Thanks to the protagonist's guardian, the Eastern Heavenly King, the young man was able to escape his mistress's wicked fate and remained by the protagonist's side. Their love was pure and immaculate. After defeating the final boss together, the two young people married, and Nezuko became the next ruler. The blonde woman thought that now this young man had suddenly appeared earlier than he should have in the game, and he wasn't attacking the protagonist. But Garnet, determined not to succumb to fate and die at the hands of the final boss, decided to do everything in her power to change the course of history. The princess knew perfectly well that, among other things, it was necessary to save Nezuko from the terrible fate that awaited him. The crown princess confidently declared that, in that case, she had a proposition for him. She opened a drawer and took out a sealed, thick envelope. Nezuko stared, surprised by Garnet's actions, listening to the intriguing words she spoke in a practiced tone, revealing a thick stack of banknotes bound with a tight rubber band. Garnet asked him why he didn't just take her money. Thinking about the girl being the future empress, Nezuko wondered if she really just wanted to bribe him. His deep violet eyes gleaming, he asked the heiress if she wanted him to turn on his employer and kill her. Garnet explained that it was his salary, which he could use to buy whatever he wanted because she wanted to hire him as her butler. The astonished young man widened his deep violet eyes, his jaw dropping at such words, echoing everything back in disbelief. He was just a slave bought by his mistress, and even for the enormous sum of money offered, he hardly had the right to betray her. As the princess continued to persuade him with various intriguing details about the job, Nezuko said he couldn't just leave his mistress. Garnet recalled the possible existence of a slave contract in the game. To save Nezuko, the protagonist simply stole him away, but now she had to come up with something original. To prevent slaves from escaping, they were put under a spell, forcing them to obey their master's orders. To avoid that painful outcome, Garnet stated that, in that case, they would have to take a different approach, and she would buy a slave contract from the Western Queen. Nezuko froze, still unable to believe that someone would show such care for him without any benefit, and asked why she needed to do this. The princess replied that she didn't want to die and also wished to employ him as her servant, realizing that Nezuko would be a very useful ally. The young man realized that, despite all the risks, he really wanted to get rid of his slave status and no longer be forced to act on orders. Nezuko exhaled, declaring that if the heiress could resolve the issue with his contract, he would immediately swear allegiance to her. Garnet clenched her fist in victory, gleefully thinking that this was simply brilliant, because in the game, Nezuko's contract was in the hands of Mandala's father. Hearing the phone ring, the princess went over to answer it, picking up the receiver and asking her father what had happened that he decided to call her. The Heavenly Emperor discussed the incident with his heiress, unable to sit still in his office, and thus preferring a normal conversation to a phone call. A moment later, the Emperor rushed into his daughter's bedroom, asking what had happened, if she was all right, and what it was all about. Garnet, sitting on the bed while Nezuko ate beside her, told her father that everything was fine, as she had already said. The man roared that he couldn't be calm, because that morning there had been an attempt on the life of his heiress, his only daughter. The princess asked her father to calm down, explaining that the young man hadn't wanted to kill her, and it was all the power of the slave contract. Garnet thought that after the magic tournament, her father's attitude towards her had softened, believing he would listen to her request. Taking her father's hand in hers, she explained everything, saying that she wanted to help the boy, but couldn't easily come to an agreement with another ruler. The man grumbled that his daughter, the future empress, was very brave to just take in a murderer like that. A little while later, the consequences of Garnet's request, along with all the other actions, unfolded in the mansion of the Western Kingdom's ruler. Mandala clutched the hem of her black dress with her fingers, her long nails painted with bright red glossy nail polish, as if hinting at danger. The girl burst into her father's office without permission, inquiry, or a knock, angrily and impatiently screeching, asking what all this meant. Her violet hair completely disheveled, the heiress tried to understand why he did it, why he sold Nezuko to that girl. The Heavenly Emperor closed his eyes, resting his chin on his hand, exhaling loudly as his daughter declared it a complete disaster. She knew that if her slave fell into Garnet's hands, she could be in big trouble, and she wouldn't have any trump cards in this fight. The man ordered her to shut up, claiming his daughter was a complete idiot, and asked what she was even trying to achieve by launching the attack. Her father added that she must be joking, having suddenly decided to send an assassin after the future empress. Mandala froze in terror, even taking a step back, unable to comprehend how her father had learned of her actions. Slamming his hand on the table, the dark-haired man explained, after seeing the expression on his daughter's face, that the Northern Heavenly King had contacted him personally. He told him last night that there had been an attempt on the young heiress's life, during which the hired killer was caught and confessed everything. The girl, placing both hands on the table, declared that Garnet was lying, as she always did, that all her words were lies and only caused trouble. Her father declared that this time the heiress had shown great generosity towards them, and thanks to this, he was able to resolve the misunderstanding and sell a slave. This would save the country from war. Mandala trembled with rage as he added that despite both being daughters of rulers, they were still very different. The main plot shifted once again to the northern realm, more specifically to the spacious manor of the ruler's family. Garnet, sitting on the sofa opposite her new ally, explained to him how her father had turned the danger of a possible conflict into a reconciliation achieved with minimal losses. The blond man listened to the heiress with surprise and interest, so intently that he even opened his mouth, not really paying attention to himself. The northern woman stated that after all these negotiations, she soon received a letter with his slave contract attached and immediately unfolded the paper. She declared that it was time to burn this paper to ashes, then brought it to the flame of a candle, burning one corner, watching the fire. Neelam tried to comprehend that with the disappearance of this document, his lack of freedom also disappeared, and now no one dared to call him a slave anymore. Garnet, smiling, said that from that moment on, he was free and could also, as she promised, be officially appointed as her butler. The young man muttered that the girl so easily burned his contract, although now she could easily make him her own slave. Handing him clothes, the heiress said that she wanted to see not a slave, but simply a servant, and that she wanted friendship from him, not complete obedience. As the game ended, Mandala lost control over Neelam, and all the existing characters began to treat her like a little devil. Accepting the words of his mistress, the young man knelt before her, excitedly asking the heiress for permission to hold her hand. As Garnet hesitantly extended her palm, the blond man closed his eyes, his lips touching her wrist, inhaling the sweet scent with his nose. The princess's pink eyes widened, and her cheeks turned crimson as she felt such a touch and tenderness. The young man swore that he would be faithful to his mistress until the last moment of his life, and looked at her with his sincere, deep eyes, showing all his honesty. A little later, Neelam, already dressed in a butler's uniform, came to his newly appointed mistress, ready to carry out her orders. Garnet, covering her mouth with her fingers, looked admiringly at the young man with a teapot and cup in his hands, ready to pour a drink, saying that the outfit suited him very well as he poured hot tea. The blond man, smiling evenly and skillfully, thanked the heiress, adding that the white uniform was very comfortable. The boy, holding out his cup and saucer, looked at his mistress with his deep black eyes, saying that he would work hard for her. Meanwhile, Iris and Lillian overheard the conversation between the princess and her new butler, talking about how a true friendship had developed between them. The Heavenly King, in his office, pondered how much his only daughter had changed recently. In addition to winning the magic tournament, Garnet began to treat ordinary people much better, and even freed a slave who tried to kill her. The man reflected on the fact that his true heir, the future representative of the royal family, was very determined. He was considering whether he should send Garnet to the Demon Academy, as she herself had said a few years ago that she didn't want to go, but despite her reluctance, the next Heavenly Empress must receive a proper education, and she also had to make connections with various demons. After stamping the order for Garnet's enrollment in the first year of the institution, the king muttered that everything was ready. Soon there would be a meeting of the rulers, at which, according to their custom, they would discuss important events taking place around the world. The next morning, the rays of the sun awakened the rest of the world, and birds of all colors and sizes had already begun to sing. Garnet, turning over, snored softly, breathing evenly, sleeping peacefully, not want to wake up and start a new day. The girl wanted to lie down and sleep again, but turned the wrong way and suddenly fell out of bed. Neelam entered, wishing his mistress good morning, and explaining that it seemed to him that the heiress had already woken up, so he decided to go to her. When her butler reminded her of the activities she needed to prepare for today, Garnet nodded, and soon her hair was styled in an elegant ponytail, secured with a large bow, and she donned an ornate black and pink dress of unusual cut. The princess exited her room and stepped into the corridor, where the butler was already waiting for her. Closing the door behind her, she asked if they could go shopping now. A smile gracing her face, Garnet walked forward, her loyal assistant, Nezuko, still addressing her as mistress, calmly following behind. Upon leaving the manor, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, seeing Iris and Lillian smiling and asking what they were both doing here. The eldest of the brothers explained that they had been waiting for their lady and her faithful servant, then asked if they knew Garnet was going shopping. Iris casually mentioned that they also had some business to attend to and inquired if they could all go into the city together. Garnet and Nezuko exchanged surprised glances, as they couldn't understand what had prompted the two brothers to suddenly want to spend time with them. Lillian suddenly turned his gaze to the disgruntled young man, grinning as he asked if he was truly Lady Garnet's new personal butler. Iris, however, was far less amicable. Brushing his dark hair back from his forehead, he asked why the princess would even hire someone like him. The blonde man didn't rise to the bait, simply introducing himself as Lady Garnet's butler, hired directly by the direct heir of the northern family. Hearing such a response, the younger brother seemed to bristle with indignation, while the elder brother quietly chuckled, rubbing his chin with his palm. As they spoke, a white carriage designed for short trips, drawn by two griffins, pulled up to the Heavenly King's manor. Lillian, putting one arm around Garnet's waist and pointing with the other towards the approaching carriage, invited his lady to board. Iris called out to his brother in surprise, and when he said he would sit next to the girl, Nezuko seemed even more apprehensive than he should have been in this situation. The blonde man abruptly rushed past Lillian, standing in front of the heiress and declaring that it was his job to look after his lady, and therefore he would be the one sitting next to her. The boys silently glared at each other, their eyes filled with hostility, while Iris and Garnet silently waited for this conversation to end. The dark-haired man took a step forward, leaning towards the girl, and raising his index finger, asked if she would like to sit with him while they argued. Soon, the carriage, along with its coachman, set off, traversing the bustling city streets towards the final destination indicated by the princess. Garnet felt extremely uncomfortable, as the two guys sitting opposite her were clearly displeased, while Iris, who was sitting next to her, felt like a winner. They soon arrived at a menswear store, and in response to the brothers' intrigued looks, Garnet replied that Nezuko needed to buy some casual clothes. Lillian, stroking his chin with his fingers, nodded, saying that they had better meet up later. Then, inside the expensive boutique, the guests were greeted at the door by respectful consultants, ready to assist in choosing the right style and trying things on. The young man clenched his fists in delight, not knowing where to look, when a blonde girl said that this was her gift and he could choose any suit he wanted. The butler immediately turned to his mistress, declaring that if it was something she liked, he would wear it with pride forever. Even the saleswoman was surprised and touched by the guy's words, and the girl, covering her flushed face with her hands, said she wanted a brother like him. They immediately set to work, having the young man try on several suitable styles, constantly changing and bringing new sizes. The dark-eyed man thought to himself that this was the first time he could buy clothes he wanted from a store himself, and not just wear what others gave him. Pointing to a ridiculously expensive suit, the princess asked Nezuko if he liked this style. He said it was too expensive, but the princess hastened to assure him that her father had given her enough pocket money. When the blonde man softly replied that he liked it very much, Garnet cheerfully announced that they would buy it, and then they still needed to visit a few more stores. Meanwhile, Lillian spent his time in a slightly different way, also doing some shopping, though not related to his wardrobe. Clutching his newly purchased books wrapped in paper bags, the young man smiled, thinking about how long it had been since he'd just wandered around the shops. He also thought that Garnet's new butler didn't seem to pose any threat to her life, but was still annoying as he constantly hovered around her. The young man saw a little boy looking hopefully at all the passers-by, asking if anyone wanted to buy flowers. Suddenly, a tall man shoved him, ordering the riffraff not to stand near his shop and scare people away with their mere appearance. The boy's shoulder took a heavy blow. He screamed in pain, falling to the ground and dropping the small basket he held, likely filled with wildflowers he had picked himself. Lillian thought the boy was an orphan. Although their numbers had dwindled recently thanks to His Majesty's reforms, they hadn't vanished entirely. Lillian sat down beside the boy, whose clothes were now dirty from the fall. He gently asked if he was badly hurt, then picked up a white flower from the ground, muttering that the boy had been hit hard. Having said that, he declared he would buy all the boy's flowers. The boy gasped, watching as Lillian placed several large bills into his small hand. "Is this for real, mister?" he asked. Lillian guessed the boy had chosen to sell his flowers here, thinking he could make a lot of money. His face flushed crimson, realizing his little scheme had been seen through. Embarrassed and even a little ashamed, he thought, was it that obvious? Shifting his feet uneasily, the boy explained that he had hoped the jewelry store's customers would take pity on him and buy his flowers. Lillian commended the boy for his initiative at such a young age. He then handed him a slip of paper, saying if he wanted a job, he could try this address. He did this because he often thought of himself 10 years ago and how much he had yearned for someone to lend him a hand. And his brother. Back then, he and Iris were young and had tried every possible way to earn money, even resorting to less than honorable methods like painting fake blood on themselves. Lillian had once pretended to be an injured child, lying on the cold ground in front of a popular, prosperous jewelry store. When a man asked him if he was all right, young Lillian thought to himself, the rich man has taken the bait. Now I can soften his heart and swindle some money. The man knelt down on one knee in front of him and said, "This concoction uses juice and paint as blood, but it doesn't look quite right, little one." The man grinned, remarking that it was a bold move, and few dare to try such tricks in front of adults. Then, the nobleman turned to the other boy, Iris, and called him over, saying he would freeze on the streets, and surmised they were both orphans. The brothers were stunned. They never expected such a reaction after their deception was exposed. The man then promised to take care of them. And so, the future heavenly king took the brothers in, providing them with food and shelter, allowing them to grow and learn, and freeing them from begging on the streets. Lillian snapped out of his reverie, muttering that he had been lost in thought for too long, and it was time to return to Lady Garnet. Meanwhile, Iris wandered aimlessly through the city, weaving through the alleys, sometimes even doubling back on the same street. In truth, he had only come to the city because he was uneasy about Garnet being alone with her new butler. Neelam and the young man couldn't stand shopping. The dark-haired man thought boredly that he should find a weapons shop to kill some time. Otherwise, he would be terribly dull while everyone else was occupied. Just then, he suddenly heard a commotion. People began to scatter, screaming. Someone shouted, "A huge monster is in the city." A magical creature charged forward, fangs bared, eyes glowing red with rage, long horns protruding from its head, muscles bulging. A man who had fallen while fleeing was terrified, screaming in terror. He reached out, desperately yelling at the monster, "Stop, don't come any closer." Iris cursed under his breath, pulling his hands out of his pockets. He thought his wish had finally come true. He certainly wouldn't be bored now. He casually stepped in front of the fallen man, telling him not to worry. That kind of attack, even from a creature that size, isn't enough, he said. The monster roared, feeling the infernal heat of the flames that assaulted it. But as the experienced hunter pressed his attack, the monster's roars turned into desperate cries, and it finally collapsed onto the stone pavement. The man he had saved jumped up, thanking Iris profusely with tears in his eyes. The dark-haired man said that he might not be around the next time such an attack occurred, so the man needed to learn to defend himself. Passing through a familiar yet long-forgotten alley, Iris was unexpectedly reminded of when the current king had taught him and his brother, Lillian. While learning to hunt small creatures, young Iris had whimpered, wiping away tears with his palms. The man had asked him why he didn't try to fight back, further questioning whether he would let a stronger monster attack and devour him so easily. The ruler instructed that one must always stand up for oneself. Otherwise, the beast would never back down and wouldn't even give you a chance to escape. Lillian rolled up his sleeves, telling his younger brother Iris not to worry because he would help. But seeing the bruises on his brother's arms, Iris remembered how, due to his own weakness, Lillian often endured far more pain than he deserved. Before receiving His Majesty's training, he always hid behind his brother. Without Lillian's support, he certainly wouldn't have survived. Every street here held memories and stirred up recollections of that past life, Iris thought, but then decided it was time to head back. Lady Garnet. happily carrying her many purchases, walked up and said that everything they bought would be delivered within the day. Neelam wondered if it was all a bit too much. The obnoxious blonde man smiled, realizing he didn't fully understand the girl's kindness, but he was grateful for everything she did. He couldn't help but recall what happened to him back in his homeland, which felt like an eternity ago, even though it had only been 3 years. Back then, he fought alone against 2 opponents who, despite their best efforts, could barely touch him. Everyone watched in awe, noting that the young man was practically invincible, so strong he could even rival adults. Suddenly, the village was filled with the roar of exploding flames, the cries of the locals, similar noises, and the clang of knights' metal armor. Their village was attacked due to political games, with the soldiers claiming to be carrying out a so-called purge. Neelam and the other kidnapped children were tied back to back, while the knights laughed and discussed selling them into slavery. And so, a very young boy found himself shackled, locked in a cage at the slave market, his life priced in coins. When a lady inquired about the boy's price, the seller solemnly declared that the boy was a descendant of a vanished assassin family. Mandala grinned, saying she had finally found what she truly needed for so long, and told the seller she would buy him. The dark-haired woman said that from now on, he was her toy, obligated to obey all commands unconditionally, and had no right to betray her, even forcing Neelam to give her a massage. The princess smiled, declaring that the handsome and capable butler was a godsend. She truly treated the young man as her personal plaything, even ordering him to feed her with a spoon and finding amusement in it. Lady Garnet's voice interrupted his thoughts, asking if there was anything else he wanted to buy. Before leaving, the obnoxious blonde man added that if he suddenly took a liking to something, he should just buy it and not feel embarrassed. Neelam replied that rather than buying more things, he would prefer it if the lady would share a carriage with him on the way back to the manor. The princess blushed slightly and asked again if he truly wished for that. The butler slightly opened the carriage door, allowing Lady Garnet to enter first. When they were already seated side by side on one of the carriage seats, the brothers, carrying their purchases and ready to return to the manor together, approached and froze in surprise. Iris glared angrily and irritably at the new butler, inwardly fuming, cursing the guy for taking his place. Lillian chuckled and said, "To not give up even the face of failure, you need to be very confident." Neelam remained silent, only politely smiling at the gentleman, while inwardly thinking that he would never give his mistress up to some damned upstart. When all the young men finally boarded the carriage, the tension between Iris and his rival crackled like lightning waiting to strike. Lady Garnet looked at each of them in confusion, not understanding what was happening and why they had all suddenly fallen silent. Not long after, the girl was in her father's office, screaming and demanding to know why he had done this, why he had agreed to let her attend the Academy of Demons. The king said he understood her feelings, but as a future ruler, she had to receive an education and, in addition to her studies, build useful connections. Lady Garnet clutched her head, no longer protesting, but inwardly thinking that she just wanted to live her life in peace, which would be impossible at the academy. In her bedroom, the blonde pounded her fists on the bed in frustration, childishly screaming that she would do anything but attend. She added that her father had already prepared everything, even ordered a special uniform for her, and that she wouldn't be able to skip classes because the place was a boarding school. Neelam assured his lady that he would definitely go with her, and if anyone dared to touch her, he, as her servant, would quickly deal with them. The blonde sat up in bed, thinking that since she couldn't influence her father's decision, she had to stay quiet and not attract too much attention. She shouldn't focus on the protagonist and her beloved, who should be developing their relationship at this time. Lady Garnet promised herself to avoid impending death at all costs, and if the situation became irredeemable, she would simply run away. Lady Garnet couldn't hold back her tears, feeling like a true child, yet she firmly told herself that his safety was more important than her studies. Unable to oppose her father's decision, after some time, she arrived at the Academy of Demons with her luggage and servants. As the blonde prepared to step over the threshold of that place, she felt extremely nervous, as death might await her beyond it. Neelam noticed her condition and asked if she was still worried, then assured her that no matter the circumstances, he would always be by her side. The heiress pressed her hand to her chest, thinking that if he knew the dangers threatening her, he probably wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden approach of Mandala, who asked with a caustic and sly smile, "Who has arrived?" The dark-haired woman asked. Has the highly esteemed future queen of the North, Lady Garnet, suddenly graced us with her presence? Garnet calmly replied that it was indeed her, wondering if she could control her emotions, as this was her first encounter with a true villain. Unlike her, Mandala West, daughter of the heavenly king of the West, was the true embodiment of evil. Garnet clearly understood that she had to be more careful, as it was this girl who had sent assassins after her. The dark-haired girl remarked that no one would have thought such a lazy girl could enter the Academy of Demons. Neelam froze, his eyes widening, when the lady's interlocutor asked what tricks she had used to obtain and tame him. Garnet could no longer endure it and cried out that although she had previously ignored her rudeness in sending assassins, she would tolerate it no longer. She clenched her fists, not understanding why Mandala was plotting her assassination before she had even had a chance to do anything wrong. The dark-haired woman continued, saying that Neelam originally belonged only to her, and then asked how much it would cost to buy back her slave. Garnet shook her head, looking at the girl in bewilderment, wondering if she even realized what she was saying. Neelam's life had been spared thanks to the treaty between the heavenly kings of the North and West, and Mandala certainly couldn't violate it. The blonde declared that the young man was not a slave, but her personal butler, and that she, Mandala, had absolutely no right to control his life. Her companion's yellow eyes seemed to blaze with fire when the princess added that she had already burned the slave contract. Garnet admitted that it was a very risky move, and it would have been much better for everyone around to accept reality and let Neelam go. Mandala, with extreme annoyance, thought to herself, how could the empty-headed villainess from the novel be so calm and rational? The dark-haired girl bit her thumbnail, thinking that she had been reborn into this game with full knowledge of the plot. Neelam declared that he would not return to the Western Kingdom, as he now faithfully served Lady Garnet as her personal butler. Yellow Eyes, Mandala, shrieked furiously that he dared speak to her in that tone, and declared that she would never forgive him. Iris and Lillian, also arriving at their familiar academy, were stunned to hear a loud female choral during their stroll. The blonde man, Iris, gaped in astonishment as Mandala screamed at her former slave, demanding to know how he could become a mere errand boy. Iris frowned when he heard that people had overestimated Garnet's abilities, and that in reality, she was just a fraud. Both Neelam and his current mistress froze, expressions of hurt on their faces, as the screaming girl claimed that Garnet was merely deceiving everyone. The future queen of the Northern Sky, Garnet, jumped up, demanding to know why she, Mandala, was saying such things about her as if she were certain, even though they had never spoken before. Lillian agreed, saying that such words were completely inappropriate, and Iris asked if she, Mandala, was sure her father would be pleased after such an insult. The dark-haired girl, Mandala, was taken aback when the two handsome brothers suddenly, for some unknown reason, began to defend the girl playing the villain, Garnet. The courtyard of the Academy of Demons might have seemed peaceful and serene if not for the loud and angry voices of the new students. Mandala was certain that before her stood one of the main love interests of the protagonist, but in the original game, they had never protected Garnet. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, thinking that Garnet should be nothing but dust beneath her feet, and she couldn't let her gain the upper hand. Neelam put his arm around his current mistress's waist and nodded towards the main academy building, reminding her that they should go, and she agreed. Lillian, as the only second-year student in the group, said that he had confirmed their transfer to the upperclassmen and would urge them to hurry. Mandala, her whole body trembling with the rage and anger filling her, realized that after this unsuccessful conversation, she didn't want to just let them leave. Mandala abruptly raised her hand in a halting gesture, declaring she wasn't finished and demanding Iris return. Iris impatiently told her to shut up, adding that if she made them miss Gudeng's lecture, he wouldn't hold back. Garnet thought that her father must be pleased this morning, having joined the parent council, and that they would be able to see each other soon. Mandala shrieked furiously, saying Iris wouldn't dare speak to her that way, let alone openly threaten the future heiress. Mandala was certain that these discrepancies appearing in the game were most likely due to that nosy Garnet from the north. She caught up to them, screaming that even if Garnet was a low-level villain, a bug. She had ruined all her plans, and none of this was supposed to happen. Garnet froze in surprise, pondering how Mandala could use those words that described her in the original game. She suspected Mandala was referring to glitches in the video game, then spun around sharply, guessing her opponent might also be reborn. After a moment, Garnet decided it was to her advantage that Mandala didn't know she shared a similar fate, and it was best not to reveal herself for now. The game version of Mandala was indeed incredibly cruel, but she had never committed acts like sending assassins to carry out real crimes. Meanwhile, Mandala shrieked again, ordering them to stop, and attacked her opponent with an energy blast through the metal bars. Her yellow eyes burning with hatred and a thirst for revenge. She screamed that now the damned bug wouldn't be able to ignore her. Garnet noticed the strange gray liquid rapidly approaching her, just in time, and lunged forward, unsure how much damage it would inflict. Neelam grabbed his mistress, shielding her with his shoulder, yelling for her to be careful, then spun her aside, helping her dodge. Mandala, practically insane with rage, stared at her opponent and growled menacingly that she would eliminate her with her own hands. It turned out she hadn't been trying to splash Garnet. The strange liquid was the melted metal bars of the fence. Passing demons stopped, surprised to see a woman's brawl not far away, a sight they certainly hadn't expected. A young man with red hair, though wearing the same uniform, much more ornate than the others, raised his head at the commotion. A young man in a white robe with flowing green hair, and Gills murmured with interest that someone really wanted to make a scene on the first day of school. Some girls amongst the lower-ranking demons, also witnessing the events, whispered that it was all so terrible and extremely unpleasant. Garnet, having just narrowly dodged Mandala's attack, panicked, thinking that her opponent's magic was far too strong, and she wouldn't have time to do anything. Mandala screamed that even if the whole harem came to save her, she would do as she pleased and raise her hand again. But to everyone's surprise, the burst of magical energy collided with Iris's equally powerful flames. Iris had no intention of letting the attack succeed. Garnet, worried about her brothers, called out their names, but Lillian quickly reassured her, explaining that if Mandala didn't understand a kind approach, they would explain it another way. Mandala clenched her fists in fury, her nails digging deep in her skin, demanding to know how they dared treat her like this. Garnet and Neelam turned as a commanding male voice demanded silence, stating they had no right to behave this way at the Academy of Demons. The gloomy but cold-blooded, red-haired young man approaching them was Asta Saint, the Demon King's son. Garnet knew he was the strongest character in the game and one of the most popular love interests for the protagonist. Suddenly, despite their engagement, Asta directed his magic at Mandala, who became immobilized, covered in blossoming plant branches. The observing demons suddenly heard the creaking of metal behind them and turned, unsure of the cause. Mandala stood directly beneath the swaying metal structure, frozen by a viscous sense of fear, barely having time to react. Realizing she couldn't stand idly by, Garnet quickly rushed forward, lending her physical strength to help. She threw herself against the heavy structure with all her might, and it immediately collapsed, unable to withstand such a devastating blow. The assorted young demons watching stared in astonishment at the scene the frail girl had created. Mandala looked at the blonde stranger with gratitude and asked the name of her savior. The strange person in the guild white robe was quite surprised that the talentless northern queen had suddenly decided to save someone. Asta Saint also watched Garnet with some interest, as the rumors about her were rather contradictory, and he muttered to himself, "She's an interesting girl." The gathered students shouted at once, trying to figure out what exactly had happened here and why the stranger had suddenly decided to destroy the pillar. The blonde girl thought that she had already attracted too much attention to herself, even though she had planned to spend the rest of her years at the academy peacefully. Quietly, the rescued girl, the green-eyed protagonist named Rose, whose hair shimmered poetically with a soft pink, asked the stranger's name again. Garnet was dumbfounded with surprise, as she hadn't expected their meeting to happen so quickly and under such circumstances. Rose asked if something was wrong, and the princess, deciding that she couldn't do anything about it, gave her name and surname, to her new acquaintance. Hearing this, Asta Saint thoughtfully stroked his chin, remembering how the Prime Minister had once praised this girl. During one of their conversations, the red-haired man approached the future Northern Queen, smiling and greeting her, asking forgiveness for the disrespectful behavior of his fiancée, who was lying on a stretcher. Dachira still hadn't recovered from the fact that her fiancé had almost strangled her with his green shackles when she heard that she would be punished. Garnet, unable to contain her excitement at talking to the Demon King's son himself, stammered that she would be very grateful. Asta Saint was one of the love interests in the original simulation game, and also the king's only son, destined to follow in his father's footsteps. The young man's main magic was plants, but his immense power allowed him to easily defeat the final boss. Their acquaintance repeated the scene of his acquaintance with Rose. The red-haired man touched the girl's chin with his finger, saying that she was not as simple as she tried to appear and that he was interested in what she would do next. Asta Saint's people carried Dachira towards the infirmary, and he turned around, saying in parting that they would meet again anyway. A young man with light green hair watched from the sidelines during this whole unusual acquaintance and awkward conversation. After a while, the bell of the Demon Academy Tower was already notifying everyone who was supposed to gather that it was best to hurry. The Northern Heavenly King was already sitting among his colleagues, who were all members of the parent committee, and was preparing his speech. Garnet sat between Iris and Neelam, the former giving her the most peace of mind, while the latter didn't want to leave his mistress. Looking around, the girl was surprised to find so many representatives of different countries present, and then she noticed her father. The man suddenly blushed from his daughter's happy expression, thinking that such a strong reaction in front of strangers could negatively affect his reputation. The blonde girl remarked that her father always seemed stern to her, but today he was somehow overly nervous, and Iris mentally told the old man to calm down. The merman in the white suit smiled, thinking that Garnet North seemed to have suddenly changed, and he clearly wouldn't be bored at the academy. This educational institution was a boarding school, which meant that during the period when the students were familiarizing themselves with the curriculum, it completely replaced their homes. There was a dormitory in the school, and according to the original plot of the game, the heiress lived there along with the protagonist, Rose, and others. Each student had their own separate room, as did their servants, who accompanied their masters everywhere and helped them with everything. Soon Garnet had already reached the door of her room, resigning herself to the thought that she would now have to spend a lot of time here. The girl thought to herself that she was hungry and planned to go to the dining hall, which was also in this building. She was walking down the hallway when she suddenly ran into her new acquaintance, who wasn't planning on forgetting their meeting. The green-eyed girl put her hand to her chest and said that she had never introduced herself, but her name was Rose East, and she was very grateful for being saved. The blonde girl thought to herself that they shouldn't get too close, so as not to seriously disrupt the structure of the plot. Despite the fact that she didn't want to put herself in danger by getting close to the protagonist, she still couldn't calmly refuse her sweet face when Rose suddenly declared that she really wanted to be friends with her. Garnet could only freeze in surprise, silently wondering where all this would lead her. After a while, the girls were already sitting opposite each other in the dining room, and the princess thought with annoyance that she hadn't been able to refuse. Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice said that it was very strange, and then asked if she had found a girlfriend. The blonde girl turned around in some surprise, not quite understanding who these words were addressed to, and Rose's gaze followed hers to the north. Before her stood Kyria, the southern ruler's son and one of the 4 heavenly kings. Garnet's pink eyes widened, confused as to why he was suddenly addressing her. While they knew each other, they had never interacted before. Kyria was another capturable character in the game, the direct heir to his ruler father. This young man frequently attended the inter-kingdom meetings where Garnet hadn't exactly made the best impression. As the blonde-haired Garnet considered how to respond, he abruptly turned, stating they would meet again, but he had to leave now. Rose, cheeks puffed out, demanded to know who that rude man was, the one who had just walked up and said such awful things to her friend before promptly leaving. Garnet sighed, remembering the upcoming Heavenly Kings meeting, which the children of the world leaders would also attend. Glancing at Rose, who was focused on her omelet, Garnet realized she would have to participate as well. Though not the Eastern ruler's biological daughter, Rose still had the right to attend alongside everyone else. As a representative of the lower demons, possessing the rare light magic, she was just as unique as the monarch's children. Garnet sighed again, thinking she couldn't even predict the final boss's appearance in this game. If she sensed danger, she would leave. All the key characters, except for the second-year Lillian, were in the same class, so it was bound to be chaotic. She just didn't understand why she was suddenly the center of attention, sitting between Neelam, Iris, and Rose. Everything was different in the game. The blonde Neelam noticed Garnet's obvious nervousness and promised the lady he would always be by her side, so she needn't worry so much. Iris impatiently scratched the back of his head, commenting that the young man, Neelam, was already annoying the princess, Garnet. She remained silent, but had clearly grown tired of him during this time. The green-eyed Rose asked in surprise if they all knew each other before school, immediately adding that it was so nice to have so many friends. Garnet couldn't help but think how much attention she'd attracted since the first day, despite not wanting to and trying to live quietly. She knew perfectly well that even while interacting with all the main characters, something bad could happen and death couldn't be avoided. After looking over all the familiar faces, Garnet realized one was missing. She started looking around until she spotted the red-haired person she was searching for. Asta sat next to Dechira, who asked if he would help her, as she only felt safe by his side. The blonde Garnet listened to the girl, Dechira, fawning over her fiancé, Asta, understanding she was trying to maximize his affection while thinking about Rose's situation. According to the original game plot, the green-eyed protagonist, Rose, chose Asta as her target, and now Garnet was pondering their relationship. As classes began, Garnet resolved to consider every step carefully to avoid any unfortunate events. She just didn't understand how she could be safe now, since this familiar game world had changed so much. Garnet turned and saw Kyria, the son of the 4 heavenly kings, standing behind her, so she quickly turned back to avoid conversation. A few days ago, Kyria, had spoken to her, Garnet, very rudely for no reason, and Garnet decided it was best to focus on the teacher who had arrived. The next Heavenly Kings meeting would be held in the southern city, and all the children of the ruling families were invited, including Garnet. She remembered being completely uninterested in these matters before, shamelessly sleeping through the meetings, and now felt incredibly embarrassed. The blonde-haired Garnet wanted to stay away to avoid experiencing this feeling, but her father very much wanted her to attend, so she decided to go. Just as she reached the hallway, she ran into Dechira, who asked with a sarcastic smile if the future Northern Queen, Garnet, had actually decided to attend today's meeting. The dark-haired Dechira mentioned how Garnet usually just slept through the meetings. Garnet ordered her to be quiet, as that wouldn't be happening again. Already seated at the long table between Iris and Lillian, Garnet was very worried, as this was the first time she was taking such a meeting seriously. Her older brother warned that if she, Garnet, was disrespectful, he would turn her to ashes. Iris nodded, resting his hands behind his head. The rulers began discussing the fact that Garnet had changed for the better, while Dechira's father remarked that his daughter had a lot to learn from her. As her father praised his opponent, emphasizing that she would become a beautiful queen, the girls, Garnet's yellow eyes lit up with anger and hatred. Kyria's father, well aware of this, remarked that it would be excellent if Garnet could become the future wife of his only son, and heir. As he conversed with the northern ruler about this matter, Lillian suddenly declared that he himself would take care of her as a future husband, but Iris objected. However, the light green-haired young man seemed completely indifferent to the matter, remaining silent, not participating in the conversation. After all this, the girl walked down the street wearily, thinking that everyone at the meeting had done nothing but praise her, while Dechira stared at her the entire time. Despite this, she still wanted to help Rose deal with her sweetheart, whoever the green-eyed girl chose as her partner. Garnet immediately thought that to clear her head, she definitely needed a snack. And the Southern Kingdom was famous for its cuisine. Just as she decided she could finally be alone for a while, Kyria suddenly approached her, asking what the girl was doing there. The blonde girl explained that she just wanted to have lunch, and the young man chuckled, running a finger across his lips, saying it was strange to see her alone. He readily pointed to a shop, declaring that this restaurant was considered one of the best in the entire kingdom. Garnet thanked the heir to the throne in bewilderment and then hurried in the right direction, hoping to finally be alone. but she heard footsteps behind her. The girl stopped and nervously looked up, asking Kiria why he was following her, to which the young man calmly replied that he was also just hungry. The blonde girl knew perfectly well that she couldn't object or forbid him to go somewhere. So, hiding her displeasure, she clutched her skirt and walked forward. Upon meeting the hostess at the entrance to the restaurant, Garnet, blushing from the male company, hastened to say that she didn't need a table for two. The gray-haired man asked the owner in surprise why he had decided to visit them, as he had rarely visited his own establishment recently. Kiria quickly turned to a visibly surprised Garnet, telling her that this was one of the restaurants he himself had opened and managed. It turned out that the northern girl's pink eyes widened, looking very carefully at the young man, as he finally asked her if she really wanted to be his wife. After a while, the girl was glad she had endured all the jokes, as the dinner the waiter brought looked truly magnificent. Garnet immediately picked up a spoon, saying that the dish looked very appetizing. The waiter casually mentioned that the owner was also a good cook. They told her that all the dishes on the menu were his own inventions, and the girl, having tasted the main course, immediately believed the waiter's words. Kiria himself was only restrainedly silent, but devoured the food with a very satisfied smile, pleased that he had made such an impression. Dechira walked down the street, thinking about how everyone at the meeting had only discussed Garnet, even though she was just an ordinary, third-rate villain. The black-haired girl thought to herself in the game's plot, that girl, Garnet, behaved differently and was just an idiot who was dumped at the first opportunity. After thinking it over and concluding that she herself might also be reborn in this simulator, the girl thought that she would do anything, but she wouldn't let anyone get in her way. In her past life, she was a high school student who spent all her time playing games, especially the one she was now reborn into. She had no friends, her grades were poor, and exams were no fun, but in the game, it seemed everyone loved her for who she was. The girl didn't try to change her real life, because in the virtual world, she already had a personal harem consisting of a bunch of handsome guys. Death was as stupid as life. When she thought she needed to go to the restroom, she fell and hit her head in the worst possible place. Meanwhile, Garnet, with a radiant smile, thanked Kiria for the wonderful dinner, saying that everything they ate was incredibly delicious. The young man noted that she seemed much happier after eating delicious food, then added that he greatly appreciated her good taste. The blonde girl blushed at the unexpected compliment of being a pleasant conversationalist, thinking that her past self was probably far from the most likable person. Kiria, resting his chin in his hands, said he initially thought the girl was a sea urchin based on her development level, to which she let out a surprised yelp. The guy asked why she had changed so much all of a sudden, and Garnet nervously muttered something unintelligible, not understanding why the conversation had gone in that direction. She was just thinking that she didn't want to continue this conversation and had to leave when Dechira suddenly shrieked that she had finally found her. Garnet, watching her furious, almost enraged expression, swallowed nervously, unable to understand what was happening. The dark-haired woman shrieked dramatically, declaring that if Garnet decided to get close to Kiria, she would be a foolish and frivolous woman. Turning around, the girl thought irritably that her rival was at it again, and said that the young man had followed her of his own accord. It was a misunderstanding. The princess knew perfectly well that Dechira had probably decided to arrange this confrontation here not only to humiliate her in public. Yellow-eyed Dechira stated that she had noticed a clear deviation from the original game's plot, cutting straight to the core and asking if it was real. The blonde swallowed nervously, looking up as she realized her rival had guessed her otherworldly origins. She didn't want to discuss this in front of everyone, and Kiria was nearby. She would clearly need to explain herself to him after such a strange conversation. Garnet feigned ignorance, saying she didn't understand what they were talking about, adding that Dechira had been saying strange things lately. Garnet spread her arms to the sides, asking why Dechira had suddenly decided to speak to her, as they had never interacted before. The girl's yellow eyes narrowed slightly, thinking that her opponent's reaction was truly vague. Still not understanding why Garnet's behavior differed from the game's storyline, she muttered that she had clearly jumped to conclusions and that she would have to remove any obstacles in her path, no matter what. Dechira immediately gave a predatory smile, declaring that she had thought of something in her spare time, Blondie. Unsure what to expect from this person, Garnet simply looked at her expectantly, unsure how to defend herself. The princess's jaw dropped in surprise when she was openly told she was in the way in order to stay away. Dechira laughed, saying no one could escape her grasp, and she would eventually take back what was rightfully hers. The blonde hadn't expected to be attacked in broad daylight, and she screamed in fright when she saw her opponent's power. She closed her eyes, thinking that if she had known this would happen, she would have brought Neelam with her, as she couldn't resist such powerful magic. Only Kiria reached out, his energy no less than Dechira's, colliding with the substance and pushing it away, turning it into stone. Standing in front of the girl, shielding her with his body and slightly pushing her behind him with his hand, the young man frowned and asked the dark-haired girl what she was doing. Dechira shrieked that in the demon realm, magical ability was everything, and a weakling like her shouldn't be the next heavenly king. Kiria agreed, but added that she should stop, as he wasn't so lenient with those who destroyed his restaurant for a showdown. Turning his gaze to Garnet, he emphasized that she, among other things, had become much more interesting than before. Dechira gritted her teeth as the young man calmly stated that the rules of his establishment didn't allow anyone to try and harm his patrons. Crossing his arms, he added that they weren't in her desert homeland now, so she'd better back off before she put herself at a disadvantage. Turning around, the dark-haired woman said that she couldn't use her position to humiliate a guest. She could leave now, but next time she wouldn't back down. Garnet, frightened and ashamed by the loud quarrel, her cheeks flushed, thought that it was all too sudden, and Dechira seemed to really want to kill her. Later, the girl followed Kiria, thanking him for saving her. The young man chuckled, saying he never thought he'd hear such words. He suddenly asked what Dechira meant when she said Garnet wasn't real. The girl wondered why she would ask such a thing publicly. Deciding to feign ignorance again, the blonde said she herself didn't understand at all what they were talking about during the conflict. Kiria's fingers suddenly touched Garnet's light curls, lifting a strand to her cheek, letting the girl feel his warmth. The green-eyed man lightly touched the silky strands with his lips, saying he hoped she would take this gesture as his personal thanks for lunch today. Seeing the blush on the girl's cheeks, the young man grinned and then patted her head gently, as if she were a mischievous child. Sometime later, in the academy courtyard, Rose hurried to class with her briefcase, preoccupied with how to avoid being scolded for being late. Lost in her thoughts, the girl didn't notice another person casually walking out where she needed to turn. The green-eyed girl collided with full force into a red-haired boy, injuring them both and sending them tumbling to the ground. Iris got up, sitting down heavily on the stone pavement, then rubbed his knee with his palm, wincing slightly before muttering that it really hurt. Rose sat down too, apologizing sincerely, then anxiously asked if the boy was all right and if he'd been hurt in the fall. The young man's red hair was definitely familiar, as she had witnessed many events related to him, so she wondered if she remembered his name correctly. Meanwhile, Garnet was hurrying to class, thinking that waking up early was such a torture for her, and her alarm hadn't even gone off. The blonde paused when she noticed Rose and Iris sitting on the ground, having apparently collided at the most inopportune moment. As Iris helped Rose up, they continued talking and looking at each other with interest. Garnet thought she had seen this scene somewhere before. She realized with delight that she had seen a similar scene in the original plot when she herself was still playing that simulation game. Garnet watched silently as Iris asked Rose if she was all right, and Rose shook her head slightly, asking him in return how he was. The blonde was sure that this was the correct answer to increase Algandu in the game. After that, according to the plot, Iris was supposed to take Rose's hand, look into her eyes, and help her up, and then they would go to class together. Garnet thought this was an important event in the story, as the protagonist, Rose, finally took the first step towards getting closer to the person she admired. Suddenly, Iris simply stood up by himself, without offering his hand, and said that Rose needn't worry, as he was perfectly fine too, and now he was in a hurry to get to class, and they both had to hurry. Garnet watched in surprise as, despite Rose giving the correct answer, the red-haired man didn't go to class with her and didn't offer her his hand. The green-eyed Rose turned around abruptly at the rustling sound and saw her friend Garnet around the corner, but she didn't seem to intend to accuse her of eavesdropping. Rose greeted her friend Garnet, then said with a smile that she was glad she wasn't the only one late for class. Later in the classroom, Rose was happy just because they had arrived on time, but Garnet was wondering why the events were different from the game. Iris's behavior did not correspond to the character he was supposed to be in the original plot, and he did not show any affection for Rose. In the next class, the teacher gave the students an assignment, saying they were going to start home economics class and asking them to make their favorite dish. Garnet said that she might not cook often, but she would try, and Rose was happy that they were in the same group. Iris, sitting behind them, asked why he wasn't in the same group as Garnet at all, complaining about the unfair distribution, and Needham grumbled in agreement. The butler immediately turned to the dark-haired man and asked if he would be a nuisance, tripping over the young lady's beautiful feet if he stayed by her side. Watching their amusing bickering, Kiria, already stirring something in a plastic bowl, said that in that case, he would decide what dish to make himself. Garnet thought that since she and Rose were put in the same group, there seemed to be a bit more communication between Iris and Rose, but it was basically the same as before. Lost in thought, she absent-mindedly molded the lumpy dough into the shape of the donuts they wanted to make. The red-haired Iris noticed the strange shape of Garnet's pastries, and Garnet retorted that his were no better than hers. Green-eyed Rose called to her friend Garnet, showing her the plate of molded rabbit pastries, saying that all that was left was to bake them. Looking at the still raw donut dough, Iris wondered what shape it was, saying it looked like some kind of coin. Garnet explained that the gear was a symbol of the Northern Kingdom, adding that this bread was very popular in her homeland. The red-haired Iris laughed, saying that it was indeed a very creative idea, adding that Garnet was a very interesting girl after all. Iris calmly told her some things he knew about his fiancée, seemingly deciding once again to cause trouble for Garnet like the one she had encountered at the opening ceremony. He added that although he had sent formal letters of apology more than once, he wanted to repeat what he had written in the letters when they met in person. Garnet looked at him in surprise, thinking that in the game, the heir to the throne had given her the impression of being arrogant, but now he was acting like an ordinary person. Iris seemed a little nervous, even wanting to apologize for his restless fiancé's behavior, but he didn't have time to say it because someone called them. Dechira, appearing as if out of thin air, said that Iris hadn't come to see her, even though she missed him very much, and she was his future wife after all. Iris said he was busy cooking, so please wait a moment, even if it would be a little boring, when he saw something unusual on her shoulder. A huge green grasshopper perched on Dechira's red and black dress, and seemed to be feeling quite comfortable. Noticing the red-haired Iris trembling, Garnet looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong, if he was all right. Iris suddenly yelled, having spotted a beetle, and dodged to the side. At the same time, a large green grasshopper jumped from Dechira's shoulder, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. The red-haired boy pulled out a can of spray, ignoring the bewildered look on the dark-haired girl who clearly hadn't understood what had happened. The heir attempted to hit the grasshopper with the spray, pressing the button without considering that the insect had already escaped. Dechira screamed as her entire face and body were covered in the spray, her mouth filling with a bitter taste and her eyes stinging. Garnet, still busy making donuts, was startled by the noise and turned around to watch the strange scene, completely baffled by Iris's actions. The cooking class continued around them, some students already washing and drying dishes, putting them away, while others were just finishing their culinary creations. Due to a phobia stemming from a childhood incident involving insect-like creatures, Iris panicked and used magic, resulting in burnt cakes. In the end, only the ever-positive Rose was satisfied with the results of their work, while Garnet and Iris remained silent and dejected. Garnet was wondering what the heir had wanted to say to her before his attention was captured by his fiancée and the beetle on her shoulder. Just then, Lillian called her name, interrupting her thoughts. He was holding an interesting wooden box, claiming to have brought it especially for her. He said that before the main course, he had prepared some appetizers for her to try, dishes that would eventually be added to his restaurant's menu. Garnet opened the box and found a very popular dish, a treasure box, which Iris commented he hadn't been able to get his hands on for a long time. When the princess suggested sharing the dish, as there was enough for everyone, the red-haired boy echoed her words with a smile, praising her innocence and sweetness. Garnet found his behavior and constant compliments very strange, especially considering his official engagement to Dechira. She just wanted a peaceful life, and beside her was the protagonist, Rose, who was already prepared for such a relationship. All she could do was watch the actions of these characters from the sidelines as they interacted with each other. Just like a regular classmate in the game, Rose had to raise her score to 200 points. Only then could the heroine discover her hidden inner strength to defeat the final boss. But it was also necessary to develop romantic relationships, because only with maximum affection could the love interest help the heroine in the battle against the boss. Garnet wasn't sure how much the game's events had changed, so she could only guess when the villain would appear and kill her. She definitely didn't want to test this and wait for the potential outcome. On the contrary, she wanted to avoid these events at all costs. The details of how the boss appeared after someone broke the containment seal were described in the fan-made guidebook, but Garnet hadn't read it. She only knew that he was sealed in an unknown location, but would definitely appear at the beginning of the second semester. It was impossible to stay calm at the academy, but Garnet couldn't say anything out loud either, as no one would believe her, and she didn't want to get involved with Dechira. Snapping a twig, Garnet sighed, thinking that despite everything that had happened, she would still have to eat in a while. The princess sat in the academy courtyard, exhaling loudly, pondering what to do next, completely lost in thought. Suddenly hearing a meow, Garnet looked down and saw a cute little creature, wondering whose kitten it could be. This intriguing lemon-yellow creature, with streaks of white in its fur and bright green eyes, had an emerald gem of the same color shining on its forehead. Garnet remembered that in the game, Rose had a familiar who helped her in battles, named Pyracantha. It could speak if it deemed the person it was talking to friendly. The little creature jumped onto the bench where Garnet was sitting, and she thought about how, in the game, it had appeared in Rose's room without any warning. As Pyracantha reached its paw in her bag, Garnet chuckled, muttering that there was only a burnt burger inside, which it probably wouldn't like. The magical kitten lifted its head and, in a sweet voice, said that it really wanted to eat it, adding a few meows for emphasis. The princess remembered that in the original game events, only the protagonist, Rose, could talk to this beautiful creature. Pyracantha persistently rummaged in Garnet's bag, pulling out a white handkerchief wrapped around the burnt food. Garnet gasped. She remembered. This wasn't the only edible thing she had on her. She quickly unwrapped another pastry and offered it to the little creature. Garnet smiled softly, watching the little creature eat and purr contentedly, clearly having been very hungry. The little creature's green eyes shone brighter than before, and a blush, almost human-like, colored its cheeks with delight. The blonde girl stood up, gripping the handles of her briefcase, and told her new friend she had to hurry. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she stopped when she heard the patter of tiny paws and cheerful meows behind her. He ended up following Garnet all the way to her room, but pets weren't allowed in the dormitories, and she had absolutely no idea what to do next. With a serene smile, the kitten confidently declared that he would live here and would repay her kindness when the opportunity arose. The blonde girl immediately waved her hands, stating that the little creature owed her nothing and not to worry. But the creature replied that it was North who had saved him. When the girl asked how he knew her name when she hadn't introduced herself, Pyracantha said that anyone who wanted to know could just look at the admissions list. Garnet thought that she could introduce the little guy to Rose, so they could become close-like in the game. Hearing a knock at the door, she looked up, wondering who would be visiting her after classes. Outside the door, as if answering her silent question, Rose smiled and called out the name of her now true friend. Scooping the kitten up from under its front paws and cuddling it close, the blonde girl immediately brightened, finding the visit incredibly timely. Garnet smiled in greeting to her friend and asked permission to introduce her new friend to Rose, holding the little creature up for her to see. Deciding to use its original name from the game, the blonde girl said that his name was Pyracantha and that she had found him while walking in the garden. The green-eyed girl squealed, twisting her fingers in adoration, and exclaimed that he looked just like a little kitty, then laughingly declared she would call him Pie. As Rose took the little creature into her arms, Garnet thought that the game was once again following the original story, with the protagonist giving him the same nickname. Just as the princess was pondering how the little creature would now forever follow the protagonist, Pyracantha jumped out of her arms and ran back. The blonde girl watched the creature in surprise, then froze when the little animal called her Yuri, but he hadn't called the protagonist that. Ultimately, Pyracantha showed no interest in Rose, who simply discussed the latest news briefly with her friend before returning to her own room. Garnet started to become very nervous, because now not only Asta, but even her possible familiar had so easily abandoned the protagonist. Of course, there was nothing she could do about it, as the small creature with bright, large eyes wouldn't allow itself to be chased away or mistreated. The girl thought that, as a last resort, she would have to join forces with Dechira, who, despite disliking her, might be willing to cooperate. The next scheduled event was called Forest Path, and all the students of the academy, without exception, participated. This was another way to get closer to the capture targets, as all the classes camped in the mountains, allowing for interaction. The heroine could not only improve her relationships with her chosen one, but also increase her nurturing level, just like Garnet and everyone else. Rose, alone and unbothered, ran ahead of a boy and effortlessly climbed onto his head. When Garnet stopped, breathless and no longer able to maintain the fast pace. Neelam reached out to her, asking if his mistress was all right. The young man looked at the heir to the throne with gentle concern and, smiling, suggested that they could walk up the mountain together slowly. The blonde girl took his hand, apologizing for causing him so much trouble, because despite her training, her stamina wasn't very good. Taking the girl's other hand, the man said he was happy to be of service to his lady, that he would make sure she didn't get tired, and that they would climb the mountain together. Iris suddenly snapped impatiently at Neelam, saying that he was always getting in the way and that he should be the one helping Garnet up the mountain, as his, Iris, stamina was much better. Placing a hand on his chest, the light-haired man declared that as her butler, it was his duty to accompany his lady, and therefore it was his business alone. To prevent further conflict between the two hot-tempered young men, the girl allowed both of them to accompany her up the mountain. The other students huddled together, watching the attention with a mixture of envy and jealousy, all directed towards the daughter of the northern ruler. By evening, all the students had finally reached the designated mountain, on the other side of which, further down, there are houses built specifically for hikers. Garnet, with Pyracantha perched on her head, flopped onto the soft sofa with a groan of relief that they had finally arrived. Settling in more comfortably, she remembered that in this chapter, approaching the capture targets began with the protagonist Rose's choice. Rose, being a low-ranking demon with weak abilities, was bullied by the jealous higher-ranking students in this chapter. Isolated amidst all the anger and envy, the girl not only endured their attacks, but also their cruel words. One evening, after the same bullies left her at the foot of the mountain, the player must choose the next course of action from a whole list. Depending on the choice, you might encounter a love interest and spend time with him, and increase your affection level. At the end of the walk, the chosen love interest will escort the protagonist back to the dormitory. This is the special feature of this chapter. Garnet sat on the sofa, her pet beside her, watching Rose and thinking that the girl was behaving exactly as she did in the game. Although Garnet worried about how the other demons would treat the protagonist, there were many boys ready to offer her a helping hand. The princess, thinking that her actions wouldn't have any impact anyway, got up to go back to her room, but the demon girls stopped her. One of them, with short black hair, said they needed to talk, and urgently. Garnet couldn't shake a very bad feeling about this conversation. She swallowed nervously, but followed the girls out into the street. Under the cover of night, the leader of the demon girls said that Miss Garnet's recent behavior had been utterly shameless. Garnet was frightened and surprised by this turn of events, as she had barely interacted with any of the girls in this large group. The leader's friend claimed the princess was flirting with every man who was kind to her, and asked if she was trying to earn the hatred of all the women. Standing in the middle of the dark forest, watching them and listening to their rude words spoken in a threatening tone, Garnet remembered the events in the game. She thought with horror that she might have broken the original game plot by changing her emotions and actions, and was now experiencing all the events firsthand. Another demon girl, mentioning Rose, said, "The princess has no magic at all. Does she really enjoy appearing defenseless in the eyes of men?" Just as the two girls were about to pounce on Garnet from behind, the lead girl impatiently declared they were going to teach her a lesson. Garnet looked around, realized that these strangers wanted to use magic on her, and froze, trying to figure out what to do as quickly as possible. Stopping among the trees of the dark forest, Garnet gasped, looking around and thinking with a touch of panic where she had ended up. Faced with a group of malicious girls, the heir to the throne couldn't think of anything better to do than to run away from them as far as possible. Looking at the bright stars, Garnet thought that she wasn't the protagonist and asked herself, or the universe, why everything had turned out this way. It seemed strange that all these events were no longer related to Rose, who was the protagonist in the original simulation game. Garnet thought that she could hardly wait for a savior like the girl in the game, so she needed to find her way home. Meanwhile, loud footsteps echoed from the boys' dormitory. The noise sounded like a herd of elephants running. Or elk. Iris asked his brother if he had seen Garnet. Neelam said he saw her on the first floor with the first-year students, but she had gone somewhere with them and hadn't returned. Lillian, who had been quietly playing cards with his classmates, turned around, surprised, listening to the boys who ran up to him. Later, the blonde boy suggested that if Garnet had gone out with those girls, there would be more trouble. Iris added that Rose knew nothing. They were distracted by a knock on the window and saw a strange animal outside. The princess's butler said it was the pet she had found in the academy garden. Lillian opened the panoramic window, stepped onto the balcony, and asked the little creature what was the matter and what it wanted to tell them. Lillian had hinted that the little creature might know where Garnet was now, but it didn't even finish listening and hurried into the room. It flew over the heads of all the young men, darted around the room, and desperately shouted in a shrill voice that the girl was missing. The boys couldn't understand a word from the strange creature's piercing screams and just watched it, trying to figure out what to do. Meanwhile, Garnet decided that walking through the dark forest was far more dangerous than waiting, so she sat down on a large stone and thought about everything that had happened. The blonde girl felt there were too many unanswered questions, and all she could do now was make it through the night. Garnet's only option was to call for help, but she didn't even expect anyone to come to her rescue in this wilderness. The girl tried to shout the words several times as loudly as possible, but something seemed to prevent her from shouting loudly, and her throat was incredibly dry. When a rustle came from the bushes after her scream, Garnet rejoiced, thinking that even though she wasn't the protagonist, this option wasn't so bad either. However, it wasn't a helper that jumped out of the dense thicket, but a real beast ready to tear her to shreds. The blonde swallowed, mentally saying goodbye to life as she saw her reflection in the monster's blood-red eyes. It roared and lunged, its huge paws swiping at the ground, and Garnet jumped over the stone she had just been hiding behind. The girl screamed and ran, thinking that since she wasn't the main character in this story, instead of a savior, a terrifying monster had come for her. Meanwhile, Neelam mentioned that this was the last place the lady was seen, and Iris, pushing aside the vegetation, asked what she had done to upset the girls. The boys intimidated them, and the students immediately revealed the direction in which the princess had run. The dark-haired Iris grumbled about them being too soft. Lillian immediately stopped his still-talking brother, saying it was best to continue the search. Just then, Garnet and the small animal, Pyracantha, heard a noise in the forest, a loud, almost inhuman scream that seemed to tear the night's silence to shreds. Adrenaline surged through the blonde, and she flew forward as fast as she could, the huge predator hot on her heels. Gradually, she slowed down, even preparing to fall. The princess, Garnet, certain that she couldn't run any further and her strength was about to give out. At that moment, Garnet almost collided with her small animal, who was squealing joyfully, having finally found its mistress. She wanted to ask where it had come from, but the magical creature suddenly darted forward, straight towards the predator. Garnet gasped and screamed, raising her hands, wanting to tell her pet that it had to go back, or it would be eaten. But Pyracantha stretched out its two small paws towards the monster's face, and in an instant, the entire space was filled with a blinding, intense white light. The monster, not immediately realizing that it couldn't see anything, whimpered in fright, backing away a few steps and trying to blink. The blonde, Garnet, opening her light-stung eyes and covering them with her palms, realized with surprise that the little creature had achieved victory with its magic. She then remembered that, according to the original game's plot, the small animal possessed light magic and had cleverly used it to help the game character. Looking at the furry predator, which still seemed somewhat dazed, Garnet realized that they had better get out of there before it came to its senses. Pyracantha lit the way for her, and the girl, reinvigorated by the sudden rescue, followed it, Pyracantha, to safety. After a while, Garnet began to breathe heavily, clutching her side, thinking that she would soon collapse from exhaustion. Soon, she finally saw Iris, Neelam, and Lillian, who suggested she quickly leave the dark forest and return to the dormitory. Garnet looked at them in surprise, but feeling their concern, she couldn't help but smile, a blush creeping up her cheeks, even though she thought no one would even notice her disappearance. Breathlessly, the blonde said that she and Pyracantha were probably being chased by a huge, ferocious monster, so they needed to get out of there quickly. The girl just thought about calming down when she suddenly heard an even louder and angrier roar of the huge predator behind her. Flames ignited in Iris's palm, and the young man, with a slightly playful smile, said that he hadn't fought such a large beast in a long time, to which Neelam agreed. Lillian gently pushed Garnet behind him, shielding her with his body, and calmly asked his brother, Iris, if he could handle it alone. The dark-haired Iris nodded, waving his sword, and ordered his brother Lillian and Neelam to look after the princess, adding that he could handle the monster by himself. Iris's magic seemed unusually powerful, shaking not only the entire Broadley forest, but also the surrounding areas. Killy, resting in the water after a long journey, heard the roar and turned towards the panoramic window. Asta, who was discussing matters with his companion, also turned around to the flash and bang of the explosion, immediately complaining and asking what was going on over there. In the end, as expected, the terrifying monster was defeated, falling at the hands of Garnet's main love interest, Iris. Incidentally, at the boy's insistence, the girl, Garnet, also participated in the battle and attacked the monster when it was dying, although she was very scared herself. Neelam said it was an amazing blow, and the blonde chuckled softly in embarrassment, saying she hadn't expected to do that either. Iris ignited a flame in his palm, saying they didn't need to worry, as he remembered the way back. Lillian, however, retorted that they were using magic and walking openly in plain sight of the monsters. Garnet felt fear when Lillian said that if the monsters suddenly detected someone else's energy, they might attack them again. When the rain started, the light-haired man remembered a small house vaguely visible at the foot of the mountain when they were looking for Garnet. The Crown Prince thought that this way they wouldn't get soaked and wouldn't have to trek through the pitch-black night, possibly surrounded by monsters. Hours later, the young men and women finally reached their small refuge. Soaked to the bone, they rushed inside. Once inside, the drenched Garnet sighed in relief, hand on her chest, declaring they were safe now. Neelam looked out the window, his palm resting on the glass. The rain shows no sign of stopping, he said, so we'd better wait here all night. Iris looked around, immediately wondering how the four of them would sleep in a house with only one bed. Lillian gently hugged the girl. In that case, he replied, we'll have to share the bed with our hostess. Iris grabbed the girl's hand, squeezing her wrist tightly. My brother can't just hog Garnet and the bed, he declared. Pyracantha, perched on the edge of the bed, suddenly announced with confidence, I shall spend the night with the lady, while all the gentlemen can settle upstairs for the time being. Everyone, including the disgruntled Iris and the blushing princess, turned in surprise towards the magical creature. A while later, the girl was left alone, hanging her clothes on the clothesline, hoping morning would come soon. She thought Rose was probably worried about them. Just then, she heard a strange noise. Turning around, she felt a chill on her hand. Hearing Garnet scream from downstairs, the boys, already settled in the upstairs bed, jumped up. What happened? Are you hurt? The three friends asked in a flurry, rushing down the stairs. The blonde girl sat on the floor in her underwear, trembling with fright. Pointing at the small metal slime, she explained that it had appeared out of nowhere, startling her. Neelam, ready for battle, drew his knife. Iris, muttering that it was just a common little monster, stepped forward, saying he would take care of it. Lillian draped a white blanket over Garnet. It's best to cover up, he said gently, or you might catch a cold. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man, aided by the Crown Prince's butler, dealt with all the slimes, Neelam wielding his blade with practiced ease. Hours later, the rain stopped and morning arrived. The bright, blinding sun had already risen over the dormitories of the forest school. Rose woke up, sat up in bed, and looked around the bedroom, thinking that Garnet hadn't returned. After she went out, a dark-haired woman with an impeccably styled haircut and thin-framed glasses peeked into the bedroom, also thinking about Garnet's absence. She had heard that the Crown Prince had caused quite a bit of trouble in the past, and the princess accompanying him also required extra care from those around her. Although the students said the princess's behavior had improved, the teacher learned from Dechira that Garnet had snuck out at night to hang out with a group of boys. As the group of friends returned to the forest after their previous night's adventure, the blonde girl muttered that they were finally back. Garnet hadn't slept enough at all. She wanted to lie down and do nothing, as the night had been a disaster, with no rest whatsoever. When they saw Rose, she greeted them with a bright smile, saying she was very worried about her friend and was so glad to see her back. The girl muttered that a lot had happened. They were about to fill each other in when the stern teacher, who already knew everything, called out the blonde girl's name. Garnet has finally deigned to return, the woman said as she walked towards them, her expression far from friendly. I'm listening carefully, the dark-haired woman said. Where were you all night, princess? What did you do? And why didn't you spend the night in the dormitory? Garnet said she had been attacked with magic by a first-year girl and then had to flee into the forest where she got lost. Garnet recounted excitedly how she had encountered a huge monster, been caught in a downpour, and finally found a small cabin at the foot of the mountain to spend the night. The teacher, drawing closer, seemed to lose control. With a swift, forceful motion, she slapped her student hard across the face. I don't need any excuses, the dark-haired woman said sternly. These are obviously lies. Garnet covered her cheek with her hand. Someone like you doesn't deserve to study at this academy. The teacher continued. I'll personally see to your expulsion. Behind the teacher, a triumphant Dechira appeared. I beg your pardon, Miss Garnet, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm and spite. I was just so worried about the princess, who vanished under the cover of night with 3 boys. The teacher said that, unlike Garnet, Dechira was a good girl who always consulted her elders and never lied. She added that other female students could attest to the truth of Dechira's words. A girl in the crowd suddenly raised her head and, despite her trembling voice filled with fear, said that wasn't true. Dechira glared back at her and sharply asked what she was muttering about, whether she was implying that she had lied to the teacher. The girl paled and quickly waved her hands in a conciliatory gesture, fearfully declaring that she hadn't said anything and certainly hadn't meant anything by it. The dark-haired girl, Dechira, arms crossed, said that if that was the case, then it was no big deal. Garnet frowned, realizing that as a fellow reincarnator, Dechira was also aware of the sequence of events, and that it was highly likely she had orchestrated everything. Suddenly, Neelam appeared before her, Garnet, confidently declaring that his mistress, Garnet, hadn't lied. She had, in fact, been frightened by these girls and had run into the forest as a result. The blond young man, Neelam, was resolute. He wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of his savior with unfounded accusations. The teacher stated that the young man was the princess's personal butler, whose duties included guarding her, so his words couldn't be trusted. The northern heiress, Garnet, realized they were colluding, as throughout the conversation, the teacher had only shown respect to Dechira while addressing her, Garnet, condescendingly and by her first name. In the game, Dechira had many underlings and caused Rose, the protagonist, a lot of trouble, but exploiting her relationship with the teacher was particularly despicable. There had been a similar incident between these characters in the original story, and Dechira was ensuring that all the current attacks were directed at her, Garnet. The dark-haired girl, Dechira, declared that at their academy, background meant nothing. Only the words of the teachers were paramount. Garnet thought angrily that it was easy for her, Dechira, to say that, as she was manipulating the woman, the teacher. Taking advantage of her connections, when Dechira asked how the princess, Garnet, planned to avoid expulsion, both Rose and Neelam declared their intent to protect their friend, Garnet, from such a fate. The blonde girl, Garnet, fearfully clutched her other wrist, wondering if she could accept such a severe punishment for something she hadn't done. Dechira laughed openly and without restraint, saying it was a shame that her, Garnet's, academy life, which had just begun, was already over. She added that such a person didn't deserve to remain in their ranks, and urged the teacher to quickly convey the expulsion order to the school administration. Regarding her, Garnet's, expulsion, the woman, the teacher, adjusted her glasses and said that was true, telling Dechira not to worry and adding that she would certainly handle matter. But at that moment, 3 unfamiliar men suddenly appeared, one of whom, arms crossed, asked, "What's going on here?" The teacher replied that she was merely disciplining a disobedient student, Garnet, who had violated school rules, nothing more. Garnet listened silently as the woman, the teacher, recounted how she, Garnet, had gone into the forest with boys at night, probably to do something indecent, one of the men said. This statement differed from the report they had received, and his companion replied that the surveillance footage showed otherwise. Hearing about the recording equipment, Dechira and the teacher were stunned, even showing a hint of fear. The unfamiliar man added that they had been improving the security system. So, special cameras have been installed throughout the forest camp, said a blond man. They had forgotten to check yesterday's recordings, but the students had reminded them of this important factor. The students the man referred to were Lillian and Iris, who were standing nearby. They clearly wouldn't stand by and watch Miss Garnet be wronged. The northern heiress, Garnet, looked gratefully at her saviors. If it weren't for them, she might not have escaped such humiliation and expulsion expulsion from the academy. A dignified man, wearing glasses, confidently declared that he had personally verified all the records and that they could be certain of the facts previously stated. This man was the chairman of the teachers' union, a highly respected figure, so the woman, the teacher, was dumbfounded, thinking he was joking. Garnet lowered her head, concealing her obvious excitement, wondering if Iris and Lillian had told the gentleman, the chairman, the whole truth. Lillian immediately stated that he had asked the chairman to carefully review all the accusations against the princess, Garnet. The gentleman, the chairman, naturally looked proud when his student, Lillian, added that if it weren't for this excellent mentor, the chairman, they wouldn't have been able to clarify such a complex incident. He continued, saying the surveillance footage showed that the student, Garnet, had been attacked with magic by other girls and had fled out of fear. Lillian and Iris smiled with satisfaction when the chairman said that anyone would have chosen to leave in such a situation. The chairman added that those who blindly accuse students based on hearsay and listened to rumors were not fit to be teachers. The dark-haired teacher lowered her head, completely speechless in the face of such an enlightening situation. She stated that, given this, she would gather the remaining students for roll call and let them question Garnet, then turned and left. Dechira nervously swallowed, watching the teacher's retreating figure, realizing she had no one to rely on in this situation. The woman, her ears burning with anger and her face flushed, departed. Dechira followed closely behind, along with a group of girls who were her cohorts. Garnet breathed a long sigh of relief, relaxing her grip on the lapels of her school uniform jacket, thinking that she had been unexpectedly saved. The chairman announced that he considered the conflict resolved. Lillian, hearing his words, smiled and turned to him, thanking him for his assistance in such a matter. Soon, all the teachers and other students left, leaving Garnet with her now familiar friends. The blonde girl, with a bright, slightly trembling smile, thanked her companions for their actions that had spared her from punishment. The older man smiled and nodded, stroking his chin with his fingers, replying that there was no need for thanks. He added that thanks to Neelam, they had found the necessary cameras and obtained the footage that proved Miss North's innocence. Turning to her butler, Garnet realized that she should have expected nothing less from her loyal, small, and agile assistant. Lillian added that she, her brother, and Pi had managed to convince the teachers to review the necessary surveillance footage before any proceedings began. The dark-haired man gave a thumbs up in agreement, stating with a confident smile that it was all nonsense and they would have helped her regardless before any trial began. The girl blushed crimson, clasping her hands together, unable to express the full extent of her gratitude to all those who cared for her. Dechira and the teacher discussed the events in a distant corridor, cursing the northern princess and pondering what to do next. But they couldn't have known that at that moment, Asta, the demon-crowned prince, was eavesdropping on their every word from around the corner. A short while later, the main scene shifted to the spacious Demon King's castle, bathed in bright sunlight. In the hall, a servant reported to his master that a report had been received this morning from Lord Astra himself, the son of the royal ruler. Listening to all this, the king agreed with the crown prince's doubts about Princess Dechira's suitability as a demon queen, as there were too many rumors about her. What a distinguished lady, West among the other candidates for the future ruler's wife, with her skillful use of magic. He murmured that if they were to speak of other options, the Eastern King had recently adopted a girl who possessed light magic and was very kind to others. The servant confirmed the king's words, adding that according to rumors, this girl was the only one with the rare light magic. The red-haired monarch rubbed his chin with his fingers, listening intently to his subordinate's report, and replied in a low voice that it was very interesting. The ruler leaned back on his throne, noticing the thoughtful expression on his prime minister's face, and asked him what was the matter. The man didn't answer immediately, as he was racking his brains, thinking about another option that might be relevant to Astra's fate. He said that if he were the king, he would choose the much-changed young Garnet North as the wife of his eldest son and heir. After such a candidate was proposed, an awkward, absolute silence seemed to descend upon the hall. The prime minister said in a low voice that so far, Miss Dechira's position was unquestionable, and Miss Garnet was set to become the queen of the Northern Kingdom. After graduation, he added softly, if he could choose a candidate for the country's future ruler and Astra's wife, his gaze would fall upon Garnet. The man stated that although her magic wasn't as powerful, she had won the magic tournament and had already become a favorite of the citizens and her family. The Demon King paused thoughtfully, then twirled a strand of red hair between his fingers, declaring that in that case, they could take a closer look at her later. Walking down the academy hallway, Garnet strolled slowly, adjusting her uniform, then stopped and covered her face with her hand, sneezing loudly. Neelam, instantly appearing by her side, asked if she was all right, as they had been caught in the rain a few days ago, and the young lady might have caught a cold. The light-haired man clenched his fists, declaring that none of this would have happened if those hooligans hadn't frightened the princess. They wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly either. Neelam casually pulled a dagger from the inner pocket of his jacket, asking if it wouldn't be easier to just get rid of them all. The girl grabbed the long hem of his jacket, desperately exclaiming that from now on he was not a hired killer, but her butler, so there was no need for that. Arriving at the office, Garnet saw her little pet in Iris's hands, who was tickling it, while Pi squeaked in response. Iris had already tormented the poor little creature. Garnet, watching them with a gentle smile, thought that the two seemed to have become good friends. Just then, the teacher entered the spacious drawing room, which meant another long lesson was about to begin. The male teacher stood at the podium, papers in hand, and announced that tests would be held for all subjects next week. He added that the tests would be easy for diligent students, but others would have to try harder. Garnet thought to herself that she had completely forgotten about this. Later, while walking in the academy courtyard, she spoke about it with Rosa, who hastened to assure her friend that everything would be all right. Rosa calmly stated that they needed to stay calm, as these tests were pure foolishness, their necessity yet to be proven. Garnet only realized it was a joke when her friend smiled brightly. Maintaining a positive attitude in the game is as important as the relationships between characters, as it affects the level of interaction with parents. At the academy, there are 2 test weeks each semester, and all the main characters in the game are, of course, excellent students. This test week just showed how much Garnet disliked studying, so she took the teacher's reminder about preparing for the exams as a personal attack. The blonde seriously thought that if she didn't keep a close eye on her grades, she might be on the verge of expulsion. She decided to find another way out of the predicament and asked Rosa if she would like to study for the test together, to which Rosa happily agreed. Gazing into her green eyes, Garnet excitedly thought that if she dragged her friend into the abyss of her own ignorance, they would both fail the tests. She suddenly asked Rosa for forgiveness, a move that startled Rosa, and then turned and walked in the opposite direction. Garnet hastily explained that she was going to the library to study today, then quickly left before her friend could follow. In the library, where the girl had indeed come to seriously study, she ran into Lillian while choosing books to read. The young man carefully looked the blonde up and down, wondering if Garnet had actually decided to seriously prepare for the tests. Seeing the familiar man, the heiress gave a bright, happy smile and asked if he had come for the same reason. The young man replied with a touch of arrogance that he didn't care about these academic tests, as his responsibilities as the head of a certain department involved more complex matters. Lillian suddenly reached out, grabbed the girl's wrist, pulled her towards him, and asked if he could help Her Highness study. Garnet immediately blushed like a tomato and let out a surprised shriek, completely forgetting the need for silence in the library. A while later, Lillian praised the princess for her speed in absorbing information, while Garnet wondered why they were sitting so close. Lillian, smiling, suggested doing a few exercises to consolidate the material, and the girl looked at him in surprise. After completing some specific exercises, Lillian ran his pen-holding hand across the notebook, muttering something under his breath. He easily and quickly marked the princess's major and minor errors in the remaining text. His fingers gracefully brushed the pages, perusing the notes he had made. Garnet thought that if everything was checked by Lillian personally, she would listen carefully to every comment about mistakes and inaccuracies. Suddenly, Garnet, realizing she hadn't seen or heard Pi, who was always by her side, for a while, looked up, but the little creature wasn't there. Pi was calmly flitting between the tall, long bookshelves of the library until a hand decided to grab it. Pi screamed as a strong hand with tenacious fingers gripped its fur and yanked it down, leaving a trail of fallen white feathers in its struggle. Later, after locking the magical creature in a cage, Dechira, with a smug and cunning smile, announced that she had finally caught it. The frightened little creature, sensing clear danger, huddled up, squealing and covering its mouth with its soft paws. Dechira reached out to it, declaring that Pi was the main assistant for the protagonist to complete the game. Dechira thought to herself that Garnet had broken the game's conventions, as the original plot was set to build relationships with specific characters, for which a harem could also be formed. But the current player, Garnet, simply hadn't developed a romantic relationship with any of the characters, but had simply attracted those heroic characters to her side as allies. Dechira thought that if she could win over all the key heroes to her side, then Garnet would once again become useless to everyone, and everything she possessed could be taken away. The little creature, hearing these venomous and spiteful words directed at its mistress, trembled with fear for the fate that awaited her. The dark-haired girl stated that she knew perfectly well that this cutie was a hidden character from the original game, not just a familiar. Shaking the cage, she ordered the creature to show its true abilities and reveal the main character's feelings towards her. With a sly expression, the girl promised the little animal freedom at the beginning of the game if Pi did as she said now. The favorability rating of the characters was 50, but to fall in love, it needed to be doubled, and Dechira was sure that this was the case between her and Asta. Realizing that it didn't have much choice now, the magical beast agreed and used its true power, showing a favorability rating of 20 with Asta, Lillian, and Iris, half that with Korea, and a negative rating with the now-detested Neelam. The dark-haired girl immediately cried out in anger, not understanding how a negative indicator could appear in the relationship values. She couldn't understand why her rating with the Demon Crown Prince was still so low as she tried to spend all her time with him. Grabbing the cage where Pi was located, the princess shook the poor little animal, shouting that it was a huge mistake and that it dared to lie to her. Asta, passing by the courtyard, heard the noise and shouts and came over, asking what Dechira was doing here. The dark-haired girl turned around, blushing, and put the cage back in its place, the little creature inside, still recovering from the shaking. The red-haired man approached the girl and sternly said that Garnet had lost her pet in the library and asked if she had stolen it. When Dechira said she hadn't, the heir to the throne said that the fact of the theft wasn't enough for the girl, and she also decided to lie to him. He added that he didn't want to hear these excuses at all, and it seemed that West wasn't suitable for the role of the future Demon Queen. As Asta returned the pet to Garnet, she greeted her pet with a joyful cry, opening her arms for a hug as it flew towards her. Snuggling up to its mistress, Pi said with a joyful smile that the red-haired boy had saved it, and Garnet looked at him in surprise. Holding the little creature, Garnet stroked its soft fur with her palm, saying that they had been looking for it everywhere and were very scared. Without having time to think, the blonde girl hurried to Asta, smiling and thanking him for saving her. The young man suddenly straightened up from the wall, took the girl's hand, and said in a trembling voice that he was ready to do anything for her. Pi looked at Astra's actions in bewilderment, and Garnet blushed slightly, thinking that the boy was very kind to her. Lillian, watching all this from the side, frowned slightly, thinking that he needed to discuss something with the future ruler later. As Asta was already walking down the hallway smiling, with his hands in his pockets, he heard his name called from behind. The second-year student, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest, shook his head and said that His Highness was being too forward. Lillian wondered if such behavior was too unpleasant and vulgar for someone who already had a fiancé. The red-haired man raised his head, and from his expression, it was clear that he was very unhappy with this conversation that had just begun, as it was his private matter. A few days later, on the morning before the exams, the whole academy was buzzing, with students whispering among themselves that Mr. Asta had broken off his engagement with Miss Dechira. The local school newspaper even reported on it, and the girls whispered among themselves about how the handsome redhead would start looking for a new bride. Hearing all this, Garnet looked up from her breakfast in surprise, unable to hide how much it affected her. The girl lowered her head, as she knew that there was no such plot twist in the game, and in the original game, Dachira remained Astra's fiancée until the very end. Rosa awkwardly said that she even felt a little sorry for Astra and Dachira's separation, and the blonde girl quietly replied that it was true. Later, the girl heard the phone ring and looked at it in surprise, as no one had called her for a long time, and all her friends were still nearby. Her father's voice came from the phone, stating that they needed to discuss a very important matter immediately and asking if she knew about the broken engagement. Holding the phone, the girl said that this terrible event had shocked the entire academy, but it had absolutely nothing to do with her. The man said that the conversation was about something else, and then said that Rosa and his daughter had been nominated as candidates for the position of crown princess. The blonde girl pushed the phone away from her face in surprise and couldn't help but scream as she didn't understand how she could be involved in all this. Her father explained that her candidacy seemed to have been proposed by the prime minister, who still seemed impressed by the princess's actions. Garnet pulled the phone away from her face, frozen in shock as her father added that he was merely warning her of the possibility of such an outcome. Looking at Pi sleeping peacefully, she thought that she, too, would like to rest so serenely, but a whole heap of problems had already fallen on her head. The classroom buzzed like a disturbed beehive, all the students vying with each other in a relentless and distracting discussion of the latest gossip. Garnet was surprised to find that the friend sitting in front of her was clearly not happy, only sighing quietly and dejectedly. The girl turned around, her emerald eyes shining with excitement, and began whispering about something unrelated to those issues. Eventually, Rosa revealed that they had been chosen as candidates for Astra's bride, adding that she was incredibly nervous about it. Recalling her father's words, the blonde exhaled heavily, thinking how well she understood her now close friend. Clasping her hands together, Garnet said she felt the same, then remarked that Astra most likely wasn't happy with what was happening either. Rosa nodded when Garnet added that they both now had to think only about the exams, because if they were expelled, there would only be more trouble. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the office door opened and the teacher entered, carrying the papers needed for the test. Looking at the assignment in front of her, the girl clearly realized that now she should only focus on studying. Lillian had trained her well enough to successfully pass the academic tests, so the blonde gripped her pen and began to work diligently. A few days later, the results for all students were posted on a special bulletin board in the academy's most spacious hall. Garnet and Rosa stood together among the dense crowd of classmates, anxiously searching for their names among the numerous lists of surnames. Suddenly seeing her name among the list of students with the highest scores, she squealed with joy, mentally thanking Lillian for her help. On the other side of the same bulletin board, Dachira was also looking for her last name, checking the results of the past exams. Yellow eyes burning with fury and teeth grinding together, she saw that she was in 15th place in the overall student ranking. Just recently, Astra had found her in the academy courtyard and calmly announced the official dissolution of their engagement, and the dark-haired girl had shrieked, demanding to know why. The heir to the throne had sighed impatiently, asking in return why he should explain anything and reminding her of her recent behavior. Wes felt more than just upset. She felt like her entire, recently successful life was crumbling before her eyes. In the Southern Kingdom, she had ruined Prince Coria's restaurant. At the entrance ceremony, she had tried to attack a student, destroying the gate with magic, and that wasn't all. The dark-haired girl tried to argue that it was a misunderstanding and that she was more suitable than anyone else for the role of future queen. Astra said that despite the strength of her magic, he couldn't ignore her actions, which completely disregarded her status. Dachira froze when she heard that the Demon King's family didn't want to be associated with someone so notorious and unworthy of their position. Now, with her poor grades, the girl wondered how she had gotten into such a situation, because all these events simply didn't exist in the original game. The princess couldn't understand whether the protagonist, Rosa, or her friend, Garnet, also a reincarnator, was to blame for her bad relationship with the heir. The only thing she was sure of was that if these two girls were removed, she would still be the best candidate for the Demon Queen. Then Astra would have no choice but to return to her, renew the coveted engagement, and the plan would be fulfilled. Only with this development of events could Dachira achieve the best ending, which included a harem. A few days later, the dark-haired girl pondered in her office, the problem being not only the demon heir, as her relationship with all the male characters was far from ideal. All the students gathered in a huge stadium for another academic event. The final event of the first semester, which, as in the original game, was a sports festival. All the main characters participated, and representatives from various kingdoms also took part. For example, Garnet, Lillian, Iris, and Neelam were all on the Northern Kingdom's team. The blonde was determined, because if they won, the entire team would share a certain number of points, and she would be able to improve her magic. This time, unlike the plot, Rosa decided to only watch the competition from the stands, cheering for the other teams to support them. With 3 very powerful mages on their team, it seemed like a winning combination, but she wasn't entirely sure. Iris, sitting next to her, very clearly noticed Garnet's subtle movements, as she either adjusted her hair or bit the inside of her cheek, or touching her face with her hand. Iris couldn't help but ask Princess Garnet if she was nervous. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked up and answered in the affirmative. The dark-haired Iris smiled and assured Garnet that she needn't worry, as he and his brother would try their very best to win. However, the Student Sports Festival was more of a regular battle than a competition with established rules. Princess Garnet swallowed, thinking that besides magic, her magical abilities might also come in handy here, but she didn't know if she could handle it. The announcer suddenly interrupted her thoughts, announcing that the next competition was a relay race and asking all participants to gather. Garnet hoped that the tall athletes wouldn't participate in the relay race, so she tried to calm herself down a bit. Rosa had already come to her side, smiling as she announced that they would both be participating in the relay race and suggested they give it their all. Meanwhile, Dachira stood a little further away, instigating the girls in her friendly group to use their dirty tricks again. After a while, the girls' relay race began, and the first group of participants rushed out after the starting signal. Garnet and Rosa stood side by side, the blonde-haired Garnet trying to compose herself, even though the violent trembling inside her body made her want to run away. As Garnet took the baton and continued the race, she clearly realized that she had to work hard to win. The girls ran neck and neck, ready, along with everyone around them, to give their all for a possible victory in the competition. Suddenly, a girl who had been standing by and watching summoned the tendrils of her glowing green magic. Garnet realized that in a moment, Rosa would be adversely affected by the strange wind energy released by Dachira's subordinates. She had no time to think, and in order to save her friend, the blonde-haired Garnet suddenly moved aside and knocked Rosa to the ground with all her might. The surprised Rosa fell to the ground, dropping the baton, ending the running competition for her that day. Garnet, having exposed herself, found herself in the center of the wind magic they wanted to use to prevent her from winning. The competition ended before anyone could be affected by the magic to the point of unconsciousness, and the surrounding people immediately rushed to Princess Garnet of the Northern Kingdom, who had fainted from the attack. The blonde-haired Garnet certainly didn't have to worry about winning the sports festival, as she ended up in the medical center. In the infirmary, she woke up quietly in a clean, soft bed with special bandages and dressings on her face and some other parts of her body. After waking up, Garnet slowly sat up in bed and, seeing the cast on her leg, thought that she had received quite a heavy blow and that the sneak attack from behind was truly despicable. The blonde-haired Garnet heard a familiar voice from behind the white curtain, and then Iris pulled back the curtain, smiling as he said she had finally woken up. Princess Garnet quickly wrapped herself up to her neck in the blanket and asked in surprise what Iris was doing here, wondering if he had also been hurt by the magic. Iris explained that the sports festival was terrible for mermen because the stadium was too dry and they needed to recuperate afterward. Iris grumbled, arms crossed, that he wished it had rained during the sports festival, but Garnet muttered that that would have been awful. Iris sat down by her bed and said that the girls from the Western Kingdom were the ones who started the mess, but they seemed to have been forced to use magic. The blonde-haired Garnet breathed a sigh of relief and, looking at him with concern, asked if he thought Dachira was the real culprit behind the attack. Prince Iris said that it wasn't impossible, as Dachira certainly hated her rivals being chosen as candidates for the next Demon King's queen. Iris added that the people of the Eastern Kingdom didn't agree to help the Western Kingdom, because if their princess was chosen as the future queen, the country would prosper. Each kingdom tried to recommend as many candidates as possible for the position of queen, but in the end, the girl from the Eastern Kingdom was chosen. The previous demon queen was Aunt Killia, and during the selection process, All the countries were in chaos, while she possessed determination. The blonde-haired Garnet shook her hand, saying that she wasn't interested, thinking that she had never planned to become queen. Iris lifted Garnet's chin with his hand and declared that the marriage proposal was still valid, and that he was prepared to feed her local delicacies every day. Garnet couldn't help but recall the delicious dishes served at Iris's restaurant, her mouth watering at the thought, wishing she could eat them right away. Shaking her head, Garnet reminded him that she was the future head of her family and would become the future queen of the Northern Kingdom. Queen of the Northern Kingdom. Iris chuckled smugly, calling the blonde-haired Garnet amusing, as she hid under the blanket and declared that she couldn't be his wife. After Garnet's incident, the Northern Kingdom team, fueled by a desire for revenge, easily took a commanding lead, pouring all their anger onto their opponents. Ultimately, their team emerged victorious in the sports festival, with even the injured members of the Northern team contributing points to their overall championship. Later that evening, the doctor finally allowed the patient to leave the medical center and return to the dormitory. Neelam, who accompanied her, asked how she was feeling. Garnet reassured him not to worry, as she had rested well and, thanks to the medicine, felt much better. Unfortunately, in this world without healing magic, injured demons were forced to spend almost as much time as humans to heal their wounds. Lost in thought, Garnet, her blonde hair framing her face, inadvertently placed her crutch on an unstable spot, causing it to fall. She instinctively stumbled to avoid putting weight on her injured leg. Neelam quickly crouched down and caught her before she could fall, holding her close and sighing in relief, having been just as startled as she was. Garnet looked up at her dedicated butler, her cheeks flushed as she had rarely been this close to him. The awkward silence between them was suddenly broken by Asta, who picked up the fallen crutch. He approached them, asking if she was hurt. Garnet immediately turned away from the light-haired Asta, offering a nervous smile and assuring him that she was fine, thanking him for his help. Asta, the red-haired young man, remarked that even after their broken engagement, Dachira continued to disappoint him, as both he and Rosa had been attacked because of her. Garnet, finding his words almost an echo of Iris's, commented that it seemed the Westerner simply couldn't accept reality. Asta explained that he had intended to address this during the home economics class, but due to the subsequent events, he hadn't had the courage or the time. Looking at Garnet, he admitted that before breaking off the engagement, he had at least been able to somewhat influence Dachira's behavior, but now she was out of control. Their conversation was interrupted by Iris, who waved to Garnet, saying she was late and that he and Lillian had started to worry. The dark-haired man took her hand, looking her up and down and noting that she was badly hurt and probably having difficulty walking. Iris moved the crutch aside and lifted Garnet into his arms, calmly stating that it was best to carry her back to her room rather than trouble her. Neelam and Asta watched the scene unfold with identical expressions, as neither of them had thought of that. As Garnet attempted to protest, Iris ordered her to stay put, and Neelam, her dedicated butler, hurried after them with the crutch. Asta sighed in disappointment, watching the door slam shut, thinking about how quickly Garnet had disappeared again, despite having just been beside him. The Demon King's heir realized that he felt an aching longing without Garnet by his side, surprising himself with his own thoughts and feelings. He involuntarily recalled the grand and boisterous balls and celebrations held in the palace during his childhood. The young heir hadn't been allowed to attend these events, but he often eavesdropped on the conversations of the highest nobles, intrigued by the unfolding affairs. One noblewoman had remarked that rumor had it the heir's magic indicator was low, something unheard of in the royal family. Asta, the red-haired boy, had lowered his head in disappointment when she added that only lesser demons used plant magic. He knew full well that all his royal relatives, even His Majesty himself, possessed powerful earth magic. The young boy had clenched his fists when the spiteful woman declared that he would need to find a powerful bride in the future to prevent the empire's collapse. The royal gardens were unimaginably beautiful, with endless lawns, the most exotic flowers and plants, and intriguing statues and structures. Young Asta had angrily waved his hands at the wilting flowers, trying to coax them back to life, muttering and shouting in frustration. He had suddenly overheard the knights discussing how the Northern King had a daughter with absolutely no magical abilities. Much had changed since then. Now, The heir knew how to cultivate giant plants capable of attacking and controlling his opponents. The young man had also developed the ability to control the earth, much to the surprise of all the gossiping noblewomen. Now matured, Asta exerted all his strength during another training session, wiping the sweat from his brow and pushing back his bright red hair. The Prime Minister clapped his hands in delight, praising the young heir and adding that such expectations were only natural for His Highness. The young man, his expression calm, but his heart soaring, listened as the Prime Minister predicted he would become one of the greatest rulers and that the country would flourish. Asta casually reminded him that the Prime Minister had come to tell him rumors about a certain future king. That would be a person without magic. He clarified whether these rumors and stories concerned the eldest and only daughter of the Sky King, Garnet North. In the north, the person said that this was true because with her wisdom and spiritual strength, she won the magic duel organized by her father. The red-haired man grinned, saying that it was very amusing and extremely rare for the Prime Minister to praise someone other than him. However, the person was right. Although Garnet's magic was still not strong, with her perseverance, she could become an ideal queen. Asta sighed quietly, pondering all this, and came to the conclusion in his heart that he hoped to marry the northern heiress. The next day, Neelam said that Miss Garnet didn't have to go to school with her injuries. Iris supported him, adding that the holidays were coming soon anyway. Faced with their concern, the blonde smiled nervously, replying that she felt fine and could definitely handle it, although she was very embarrassed by everyone's attention. Iris said, speaking of school, the academy would soon hold a practical exam among the students to test them. Garnet exhaled loudly, nervously muttering that she had known about it for a long time, and that it was the moment she feared most in the world. Thanks to Lillian and his support, she barely passed the written test, but the practical exam tested her magical abilities. In addition to this, passing the practical exam had a positive impact on the relationship with the protagonist's love interests. Garnet thought that this was probably Rose's characteristic, as she was the only protagonist, but because of the intervention, the game had changed, which was scary. The princess walked forward with some effort, thinking that she didn't really care about love. It was more important for her to maintain friendly relations with all the characters. She needed to prepare well for the exam, because the girl didn't want to ruin her relationship with her father because of bad grades. Later, the blonde saw her friend Rosa also actively preparing for the upcoming magic development level check. A broad-leaved forest located on the outskirts of the capital, already familiar to the heir to the throne, Garnet, became an excellent location for the two friends to prepare. Rosa turned her light magic to its maximum, advising her friend to work hard to successfully pass the exam. Garnet excitedly said that there was no need to use up all the magic at once. Pai shrieked in surprise, defending his mistress. She explained that although there were mostly low-level monsters here, such powerful magic might attract the attention of stronger ones. As soon as the blonde finished her last sentence, magical vines of a green plant entangled her and Rosa, tightly binding their arms and legs. The girls exchanged frightened glances, then noticed yellow eyes flashing in the darkness. A few seconds later, from the dense bushes, a huge monster in the form of a Venus flytrap lunged out, roaring with terrifying fangs and a gaping maw. Pai screamed in fright and tried to figure out how to help his mistress, while the blonde, already bound by vines, sighed loudly, knowing that the situation was bad. This monster was the mini-boss of this place, and the girl knew that with the current level of development of their magical values, she and Rosa alone would not be able to cope with it. The monster was unimaginably huge, screaming shrilly with its mouth wide open, staring at its potential prey with bright yellow eyes. Against the backdrop of this plant giant, Garnet and Rosa looked like small, defenseless reeds. The blonde turned in surprise when she felt the familiar bright, fiery energy of one of her brothers very close to her. The monster emitted a deafening screech as it felt the full force of Iris's hellfire, aimed at protecting the girls from attack. Rosa and Garnet breathed a sigh of relief as the tight bonds of the green vines fell away, freeing their arms and legs, no longer constraining their bodies. weakened by the attack of the giant plant. The freed girls fell to the ground one after another, while Pi hovered above. Iris, having easily dealt with the giant flytrap with his magic, approached and asked how they were feeling. Garnet raised her head, meeting the dark-haired man's gaze, thinking that he had no idea how grateful the princess was to him. The blonde knelt down on both knees, thanking the young man with a radiant smile for saving her, while Rosa, sitting behind, was still regaining her senses. Iris knelt on one knee in front of the girls and asked why they were here, as this forest was far from an ideal place for a walk. Under his stern tone, Garnet was a little embarrassed and explained that they weren't walking at all, but were practicing for the practical exam. The man said that this time they were just lucky that he happened to be nearby, because much more dangerous monsters than this plant lived in this forest. Iris gently cupped the girl's face in his warm palm, offering to accompany them during their training so that they wouldn't get hurt again because of this. Garnet felt her heart leap in her throat. She murmured her agreement, cheeks flushed at the young man's attentiveness. Thanks to the game, she knew what kind of creatures lived there, but Rosa had no idea who they might encounter. Despite this, she fearlessly poked the already dead monster with a stick and grinned, looking at the appearance of its petals. Watching Iris, who was already playing with his beloved Pi, the girl thought that it would be a foolish decision for her not to accept his help. Now the girls could only focus on hunting and increasing their magical energy, so they began to prepare with renewed vigor. They attacked the metal slimes together, again and again, in order to raise their magic level again and again for the sake of development. These little creatures might look cute, but they were the biggest pests in this forest, tirelessly causing trouble for everyone. Besides, they even managed to steal food from the cafeteria of their academy, so Garnet didn't hesitate to exterminate them with particular cruelty. After several hours of hunting, the blonde looked at her hands with regret, realizing with chagrin that her magic power still hadn't increased. Noticing her sad expression, Iris approached the girl, lingered slightly beside her, and asked if something else was the matter. Garnet looked at her palms with annoyance, thinking to herself if she really would only be able to use paralysis magic for the rest of her life. The dark-haired man suddenly placed his palm on the princess's head, patted it lightly, and said that she was still very strong, and stereotypes about magic were simply foolish. Iris added that the practical exam would take place in this forest, so it didn't matter if she killed monsters or not, as she would pass anyway. He explained that the idea of exterminating monsters in the forest was probably suggested to his father, the Demon King, by Asta, who was in charge of his father's affairs. The blonde thought to herself that this wasn't in the game, but if it was true, then she would soon be able to easily pass this practical exam. The day finally arrived, and all the students gathered in the forest in sportswear to take another form of examination. Garnet, who had been preparing for a long time, easily overcame the necessary obstacles and passed the exam without any particular difficulties. Iris, with a calm and indulgent smile, watched the northern princess and her friend rejoice at passing the test. Asta, meanwhile, watched the girls, wondering if he would really spend his life with one of them. A little while later, after some time had passed, all the exams were over and summer vacation began. During this period, all the students went home, for example, back to the Northern Kingdom. During the holidays, little changed in Garnet's life, as the young men who had become her close friends spent all their free time in her room. There was little time left before the main boss appeared, but the plot of the game had changed, so she couldn't predict how things would develop. Rosa had worked very hard to prepare for the exams, and her magic and other stats were probably fine. She suddenly remembered that in the game, in order to find out the favorability rating for the object of her affection, the main character would turn to Pi for help. In the evening, the blonde placed the small animal on her lap and asked it to show how much favorability Rosa had with all the characters. Garnet sincerely hoped that at least one of the main characters would have more delicate and genuine feelings for Rosa. Pi readily rose from its mistress's arms to help her with this task and emitted a bright glow. The little animal mobilized its energy and generated a hologram with favorability ratings for potential romantic interests, these ratings reaching as high as 90 out of 100. Garnet was surprised by this turn of events, as she hadn't expected all the characters' values to be close to maximum. She found this a bit strange, since her friend hardly interacted with any guys outside of school, but she immediately decided that everything was going according to the script. Pi suddenly squealed, objecting that the mistress was mistaken, as it was displaying the romantic relationship relationship statistics, not for Rosa, but for Garnet herself. The blonde's cheeks flushed, and she pointed at herself, asking how all this could be her indicators, as it was simply driving her crazy. Garnet had absolutely no idea how to make sense of all this, and she looked up at her assistant, then muttered that something must be wrong somewhere. Pi shook its paws in denial and brought up Rose's real indicators on a hologram, which were 60. The game's protagonist had a starting point of 50 with everyone at the beginning, meaning she hadn't gotten close to anyone. Burrowing into her covers, the girl grumbled irritably that she didn't understand a damn thing and decided it would be much better to sort it all out in the morning. Pi flew around the room, looking at the sleeping princess, and couldn't help but wonder if the blonde was ready for the upcoming trials. At dawn, thinking about what was about to happen, Garnet screamed in bed, jumping up even higher when she saw Iris sleeping peacefully in her bed, as usual. The dark-haired man didn't seem to see anything wrong with this at all, snoring peacefully with a pillow under his head. Hissing that he had promised not to do this again, the girl turned to get up. A surprised yell escaped the northerner when she noticed Lillian on the other side of the bed, sitting on the floor. But she was leaning against the mattress, not far from him. Even more confusing for the princess was Nezuko, also sleeping soundly, snoring with his face buried in his hands, sweetly dozing, leaning on his hand, shaking her head, her cheeks flushed. The blonde wondered if she could find a logical explanation for the guy's behavior. Iris, frowning at the commotion, stretched and then slightly opened his eyes, muttering that morning had come too quickly. Looking at the yawning, bored young man, Garnet, covering herself with a blanket, immediately asked why they were all sleeping in her room. Pi, as usual, was calmly curled up on the bed, almost indifferent to whatever was happening. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man reported that in the middle of the night, 3 assassins had snuck into the princess's room, attempting another assassination. This time, the mercenaries were not too quiet, and Nezuko, with his sharp hearing, immediately heard strange sounds on the second floor and managed to call his brothers. All 3 rushed to Garnet's room, catching the hired killers who were preparing to deal with the sleeping girl red-handed. Iris explained that she hadn't woken up because the mercenaries had released a hypnotic gas before entering the room. They, naturally like men, immediately dealt with the criminals, beating them to a pulp and reporting everything that had happened to the king. Garnet exhaled loudly, rubbing her chin with her fingers, pondering who could be behind this latest assassination attempt on her. When the girl said thank you for saving her, the dark-haired man blushed slightly, brushing a strand of hair from his face. The results of the interrogation soon became clear, and the mastermind was again Dichira, who couldn't calm down and wanted to eliminate her rival as soon as possible. According to Iris, the old man, the girl's father, immediately contacted the heavenly king of the East, expressing his emotions very vividly. The ruler of the neighboring country was clearly unaware of what his daughter was doing, and therefore, upon hearing this, he flew into a rage. Unexpectedly, the girl learned from Iris that, as punishment, the princess was stripped of her title and then completely expelled from the royal palace. The blonde gasped in horror, thinking that such a plot twist definitely shouldn't have been in the original game. Iris added that she was allowed to finish her studies at the academy and live in the dormitory, but after graduating from the educational institution, she would immediately be left to her own devices. Garnet realized with a shudder that Dichira had suffered the same fate that she herself was supposed to have suffered according to the original game's plot. Noticing the Northerner's clearly saddened and worried expression, Iris asked if she was all right, saying that he was worried about what had happened that night. The princess blushed slightly again, feeling the pleasant care of the young man who always looked after her, and replied that she was fine. The dark-haired man approached the heir to the throne, looked in her bright pink eyes, and said nothing, but his gaze spoke volumes. Garnet suddenly remembered her main problem, that her relationship with her love interest had almost reached the highest level. As Lillian and Nezuko stirred, Iris wished his brother good morning, and the girl looked at each of them. Thinking about her own northerner, blushing, she closed her eyes, waved her hand at herself, and mentally decided that she needed to think about all this alone. The little animal opened only one eye, as it knew that its mistress was safe, and moreover, a new and interesting day was about to begin. In the evening, Dichira was the only one in the entire girls' dormitory of the Demon Academy, sitting on the floor in the corner of the room. The dark-haired girl thought that everything was over for her, as her own father had kicked her out of the house and, in addition, stripped her of her title. Hugging her knees, Wes didn't understand why all the bad things only happened to her, and she just wanted to protect her story. When the girl was reborn as a beautiful character in her favorite game, she was incredibly happy and had been happy all along. Looking in the mirror, she gazed lovingly at her reflection, thinking that even if she wasn't the main character, she could still live a different life. According to the original settings of the simulator, Dachira always stood in the way of the main character, Rosa. No matter how the events of the game's ending unfolded, no matter which route the player chose, Dachira always ended up the loser. Asta openly refused to marry her in both this life and the last. Rejected once again by her beloved, the girl was left alone, feeling utterly useless. The dark-haired girl was certain that with her knowledge of all the game's features, she could change her fate, achieve the coveted harem ending, and take Rose's place as the main character. Besides, in addition to all the endings in the game, there was a secret harem ending, unlocked when the affection level with the love interests reached its maximum. She was sure that although the game had just begun, and it wasn't yet clear how to act to achieve her goal, Dachira was confident in her purpose. She had to abide by the rules of this game and make the right decisions, because now there was no convenient load and save button. However, thanks to her knowledge of the plot, the girl clearly knew what she had to do first for her successful future. She was supposed to play the role of Dachira, the perfect and clever villain, the future queen of the West. But no matter how hard she tried, the results were unsatisfactory. Nothing worked. Because Garnet suddenly appeared in her path. Unlike the game version, Garnet was able to become the heir to the Northern Kingdom, able to befriend all possible love interests, and Asta even broke off the engagement because he wanted to marry the Northern Princess. Dachira desperately wanted to take her place, but she could only stand by and watch as her rival's circumstances unfolded perfectly. Dachira was ready to do anything to replace this spoiled girl, who, in her opinion, didn't deserve any of this. The thought of how everyone treated Garnet, the feeling of revenge, and the fear of loneliness consumed her entire body, taking possession of her soul. Sometime later, Iris was strolling with Garnet through the shopping streets of the capital, and then decided to take her to the Monster Hunter Guild. The blonde girl, looking around the huge room with high ceilings and several levels of interior space, smiled excitedly. Iris apologized to the princess for bringing her here, as he needed to talk to his superiors, but the girl seemed only pleased. The guild master himself came down to them, bowing and placing his hand on his chest, greeting the crown princess of the Northern Kingdom. The man winked at her, saying that Garnet had been doing well lately, having killed 2 monsters on her own. The blonde, waving her palms, said that she hadn't dealt with those monsters alone. Her friends had helped her. The man, ignoring this, said that for a lower-class demon, it was especially difficult to fight such terrifying beings, and she also ended up on the Academy's territory. Garnet was a little surprised to receive praise from the guild master, and then heard from him that there were rumors that she was planned to be the fiancée of the future lord. Suddenly, Iris hugged the girl and asked the master not to talk nonsense, because the king had already appointed her as heir, and there was no mention of marriage. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, agreed that Garnet would make an excellent queen of the North, but reminded her that she had 2 brothers who could take her place if necessary. Then he remembered the daughter of the Eastern King, who, unlike her father, was born an ordinary demon and could easily take the place of his wife. After a short conversation, the blonde girl, accompanied by the young man, left the guild, which she really liked, and the hunters. Iris suddenly said that Garnet considered herself weak, but even those who didn't know her personally considered the girl a very powerful demon. The princess blushed, smiling, thinking that he had brought her here to boost her self-esteem, and then thanked him for it. Suddenly remembering that her affection level had almost reached its maximum, Garnet turned around, blushing, thinking that she should stop. Iris remained standing still, as he didn't understand why the suddenly shy heir to the Northern throne had made such a move. Meanwhile, Dachira walked through the forest in gloomy weather, thinking that everything was over now. She couldn't achieve the desired ending. She flinched, thinking that she hadn't expected this to happen, but now the game definitely needed a complete reboot. The dark-haired girl knew the only possible way to achieve this result, and that was the purpose of her journey. Dachira decided to take a foolish but desperate action. She wanted to awaken the final boss, the encounter with whom was the most difficult. He would awaken much earlier than in the original game plot, but in this situation, the girl had nothing left to lose. Dachira summoned all her magical abilities to help herself. Fortunately, These abilities hadn't abandoned her, unlike her chosen love interests. Dichira poured all her magic into the tombstone that had long sealed the final boss, and all his dark magical energy. The ground beneath their feet vibrated, and the air swirled along with it. The demon, feeling his release from the seal, began to awaken. He broke free from his restraints, still unconscious, but Dichira was certain that when the final boss realized his freedom, the whole world would be in trouble. The dark-haired girl stood, smiling as she watched the whirlwind that had been summoned to awaken the demons swirl around him, and once again, summoned all of her power. Meanwhile, a new fall semester began at the academy, and all the students returned to the dormitories to continue their studies. Garnet couldn't remain calm or carefree like her classmates, for she knew much more than the others. According to the original game's plot, the final boss was supposed to appear at the end of this semester, accompanied by a breathtaking battle. Now everything had changed dramatically, and she couldn't understand what would happen or where it would happen, even though the princess's own life was tied to his arrival. According to the simulator's rules, the final boss could only be defeated by the protagonist whose stats were close to 200 and who had built a relationship with one of the love interests. Garnet leaned against her desk and groaned softly, thinking that despite all she had done, she seemed to be getting closer and closer to the bad ending. Meanwhile, the teacher had already filled the blackboard with various formulas while reading reference materials, but this didn't bother the princess. The blonde closed her eyes in remorse, thinking that she still hadn't figured out how to help Rosa. Sitting next to Iris, Garnet tilted her head back, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, pondering what she should do in the face of these events. The girl noticed that the previously clear weather had suddenly turned bad, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Then there was a loud crash, and the students began to grab their desks in a panic, screaming in confusion as the floor beneath their feet shook and the glass in the windows rattled. Garnet also desperately clutched the desk with her fingers, thinking in fear that such an earthquake had never happened in the game. Iris and Neelam immediately jumped up from their seats, trying to protect the young lady from the possible destruction of the current situation. Only Dichira, who was sitting in the classroom with everyone else, remained unusually calm. She didn't move, and there was even a slight smile on her lips. The teacher jumped to the front door and ordered everyone present to get outside as soon as possible and evacuate to the street. A large crowd of students rushed towards the narrow doorway like a turbulent stream of water, trying to escape possible harm. Asta immediately took on a leadership role, ordering the boys to calm down, and then added that those who remained in the classroom would leave through the windows. He turned in the right direction and waved his hand, directing his plant energy, and a loud crack immediately echoed through the room. A huge bright green stem grew out of thin air, hanging down from the second floor to the ground so that people could safely descend. Asta's classmates looked at what he had done with admiration, and they huddled tightly around the plant. Worried about her friend and nervous about the unknown, the blonde turned around and called out to Rosa, who nodded shakily and followed her. Both girls descended the giant stem to the street, holding their skirts with their palms and squealing softly as they made sharp turns. The students had already evacuated the academy building en masse and were running in panic down the street, huddled together in small groups. Before the next tremor hit, Garnet watched the teachers, who were clearly discussing what had happened and speculating that all the students had managed to leave the building. The light blonde-haired teacher, who was checking the list, suddenly shouted that several students were missing. Rosa suddenly turned in the opposite direction, shouting to her friend as she ran that she would bring those students back, and then resolutely ran forward. Garnet tried to stop her friend, screaming that it was dangerous and she shouldn't do that, fear flashing in her bright pink eyes. But the green-eyed girl who ran away ignored the princess's words and outstretched hand, rushing forward recklessly. Neelam and Iris turned around at the noise, only to see Garnet already chasing after her brave friend, disregarding her own safety. Killian and Asta joined them, also frowning at the two fragile girls playing the role of saviors for others. Garnet caught up with the protagonist, calling her name, and only then did Rosa stop and turn around with surprise on her face. The blonde grabbed her shoulders and said that it was pure madness because she shouldn't go there alone, even if she was worried about others. Rosa, unaware of the full potential danger, smiled at such concern and said that there was no need to worry too much about her. She immediately turned around and pointed to two unfamiliar girls huddled in the corner against the wall, trembling with fear and comforting each other. Garnet walked up to them, leaned over slightly, and asked how they were feeling, adding that it was dangerous here now and time to leave. Her classmates didn't answer her. The heir to the throne moved away slightly, looking at them and mentally noting that both were pale with fright. The dark-haired girl was trembling all over and couldn't even speak. Her friend looked up and hoarsely told Lady Garnet that they had seen him. She cleared her throat and explained that the girls were having lunch in the school's backyard when they saw the demon's terrifying figure. The student added that the look in his black and yellow eyes was so terrifying that they immediately ran from there. The dark-haired girl, helping her friend up, said that just remembering it made her legs tremble, but they really should leave. Turning around, Garnet confidently stated that she and Rosa needed to get the girls out of the building and tell the teachers everything. They were just about to move when another strong tremor went through the room, accompanied by the crash of something falling nearby. Rosa couldn't keep her balance and fell face forward, her palms outstretched on the floor. The blonde girl turned around and ordered the girls to run to the central square, where the teachers and other students should be. They would meet up with them later. Crouching down, she helped her friend up, holding her hand tightly and trying to suppress her own fear, reminding her that they needed to hurry. Garnet sniffed, but it felt like there was no air left in her lungs. She paused, silently swallowing. The concentration of magic in the stuffy air became unusually high. There weren't many possibilities that could explain this atmosphere. Rosa felt the same, and then, staring straight ahead with bright green eyes, she stuttered her friend's name. Garnet felt a cold sweat of fear break out on her forehead, but she still turned and looked in the same direction as her friend's gaze. Right in front of them stood the final boss of the game, whose mere presence inspired fear and horror in those around him. Fear flashed in Rosa's pink eyes, along with a sudden realization. A quick and miserable death might be much closer than she thought. The demon, with huge black and red wings and white horns, smiled, seemingly not angry or worried at all. The blonde girl trembled violently all over, looking at him, still unable to comprehend how this was possible. The final boss in the original game was named Enma, an emperor of an empire whose thirst for unlimited power led him astray and turned him into a tyrant. The current emperor managed to defeat and seal him, but in the story, the seal breaks, and he returns, though this happens much later. At this rate, and with these incomprehensible jumps in events, Garnet thought in horror she might end up facing the very death she feared. Enma's strong hand gripped her fragile throat, squeezing so tightly that air couldn't enter her lungs at all. The heir to the throne started coughing as the demon lifted her off the ground, still holding her neck with his long fingers. Rosa was still nearby, frantically calling out her friend's name, but Garnet could only hoarsely tell her to run, her legs kicking in the air, the lack of oxygen burning in her lungs. The blonde panicked, thinking about buying her time to escape. Garnet's bright pink eyes filled with crystal tears. She thought that she wouldn't die. With all her might, Rosa swung her arms, mustering all her strength, breaking free from the boss's grip and kicking him hard. The girl, who recoiled from her own blow, was suddenly filled with joy at being able to fight back against such a powerful character. She watched in slow motion as the terrifying gray villain's hand moved further and further away from her neck. Enma flew with all his might into the stone wall, crashing heavily against it, filling the entire room with dust and sharp fragments. Garnet immediately fell to the ground, clutching her neck and coughing again, closing her eyes, restoring her normal breathing. Rosa grabbed her friend's hand, screaming that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible and tell the teachers about this suspicious demon. Rosa nodded, and together they rushed forward, as everyone had to be evacuated from the academy, because even the teachers couldn't handle Enma. The girls simultaneously felt the shadows around them thicken and the air grow heavy again. This didn't bode well. The final boss, who appeared behind them, seemed to find the students' actions amusing, declaring that the ladies were awfully slow. Rosa and Garnet were hit hard by the demon's magic, flying in different directions. Enma wanted to attack again with even greater force, claiming it was a very amusing attempt at an attack for him, but certainly not enough against the ruler of the underworld. Extending a hand towards the trembling girls huddled together in fear, the demon asked with a predatory smile how his long-unseen emperor fared. Enma had been one of the empire's earliest rulers, but long ago, a rival had sealed him within that stone, and many centuries had passed. The person the final boss was searching for was long dead, and the current ruler was the demon King Asta's father, with Asta being the rightful heir. In the original story, upon learning of his nemesis's death, Enma vowed to wipe the entire empire from the face of the earth and build a new kingdom upon its ruins. Garnet thought that she had to stop him no matter what, but at the same time, she knew that a minor character couldn't defeat the final boss. The blonde girl apologized to the current demon king in her mind, thinking she might as well bring Enma to him. Iris and Lillian suddenly appeared in the hallway, calling Garnet's name repeatedly, having followed her when she didn't return. The blonde girl, seeing them as her only saviors, cried out happily, even showing a smile. Rosa also turned to them and quickly explained that the demon called himself Enma, one of their empire's earliest rulers. Lillian stroked his chin, pondering with interest whether this evil demon was the same one sealed away over 300 years ago. A bright flame ignited in Iris's palm as he nonchalantly declared that he didn't care who stood before him, whether it was Enma or someone else. The dark-haired man added with a smirk that attacking defenseless girls was the most despicable act. Enma, watching the young man's boldness with interest, chuckled to himself, murmuring, "This kid is interesting." Neelam ran to the girl's side, hearing the demon say that before visiting the emperor, he agreed to play with all of them. When Garnet wanted to say something, the blonde man put a finger to his lips and shook his head, signaling her to be quiet. The young man hugged his mistress from behind, pointing to a distant hallway for the girls to go there, so as not to get hurt in the fight. Iris and Lillian, waiting for this moment, launched an attack on the demon together, summoning all sorts of hellish burning flames to their aid. Enma stepped back slightly, but the flames didn't seem to hurt him. The final boss seemed to absorb everything thrown at him. After extinguishing the flames, he declared the results quite good and that he might even take them under his command after ascending the throne. Iris, even more enraged, rushed towards his opponent with increased speed, roaring and screaming that he wouldn't let that happen. Asta and Killia, having heard the commotion, arrived to find the two brothers already battling an unknown creature, attacking it from different directions. The redhead froze, his eyes widening and his jaw almost dropping as he recognized the familiar enemy as the infamous Enma. Garnet quickly approached him and declared that the heir to the throne understood perfectly. It was indeed the ancient ruler. The two boys straightened up, frowning, listening to the blonde girl say that if they didn't stop him, if they did nothing, their empire would perish. Tired of the reckless youth's attacks, the demon stretched out his hand, causing the stone seat in front of him to shatter into many pieces. The final boss directed all his power downwards, causing the floor beneath the feet of the agile youths who dared to resist to instantly collapse. Lillian and Iris were blown away, both stunned by Enma's heavy and deafening energy, and, as expected, Enma did not yield to them. Turning to Garnet, the light-haired man realized he had to help and gently asked the girl to stay away and not get involved in this fight. The young man immediately rushed forward to help the prince of the southern kingdom, who was preparing to launch another attack on the enemy. Asta explained that Enma was once the lord of the underworld, a powerful demon who used forbidden magic. This tyrant instilled fear not only in his enemies, but also in his allies. He valued power above all else, thus bringing suffering to those around him. Rosa, trembling all over, said that he was truly terrifying, and then asked in a low voice if he was really related to their family. Asta immediately retorted that they were not related, as Enma had been overthrown by the previous Demon King. Garnet regretfully thought that she only knew the main plot of the game, but she understood that it was impossible to defeat him without the main character's power. Iris, walking up to them, suddenly slammed his fist into his palm, declaring that this was the first time he had fought someone so strong, and that was precisely why it was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Enma effortlessly repelled the attacks of Neelam and Killia, who were attacking him and were very serious about winning. The final boss suddenly looked closely at Asta and declared that the boy emanated a power. got a power inherent only to members of the royal family. The demon immediately looked away, sighing boredly, and declared that this boy wasn't the one he was looking for. The red-haired man replied that this was far from the truth, as he had been imprisoned for centuries when his greatest enemy sealed him away in the name of his descendants. The young man added that the ruler's disappearance was due to him exhausting all his energy in that imprisonment. Enma's yellow pupils and black eyes seemed to burn with hatred, but also with surprise, as he clearly hadn't expected this. The demon angrily waved his hands, pondering what to do now, as his only dream during those years of confinement had been revenge. Garnet remembered that in the original script, Enma, upon learning the truth, flew into a rage and decided to destroy the entire kingdom. The blonde panicked, wondering how they could stop the final boss, as Rosa was completely unprepared to fight him. Suddenly, Pi appeared, pulling the girl from her thoughts and shouting that he sensed negative energy coming from here. Rosa and Garnet looked at the small creature in surprise as it fearlessly rushed forward to help. Sensing trouble, Pi saw Enma in front of him, holding his head in his hands, still trying to figure out what to do next. Enma suddenly shouted, saying that the man had made sure to seal him tightly, and then questioned why he was awake now. The blonde asked in surprise if he really knew Enma, while quickly processing the creature's words in her mind and figuring out what he meant by seal. Pi stated that centuries ago, a demon was sealed in the academy, but even such a powerful seal must have weakened over time. He added that he came here because he sensed a familiar negative magic, as he was the one who had sealed Enma. Garnet's bright pink eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets, upon hearing her little pet say such a thing. Meanwhile, the demon stopped his long tirade, as every fiber of his soul sensed a very familiar light energy. He looked up at the unfamiliar, small, and strange magical creature, but muttered that he knew that light very well. Looking at the small, winged cat with a lemon-yellow body and partially white fur, Enma declared that he would never forget the energy that defeated him. The final boss of the game then let out a loud, low growl, roaring to ask if he was the demon Lord Piracasa. Garnet thought that, judging by Asta's words, the former ruler had exhausted all his strength to seal Enma and then disappeared without a trace. The blonde was surprised to think that all this time she had been befriending and even hand-feeding a historical figure who should have been long gone. The creature stated that it was because he sealed Enma and exhausted all his power for it that he was defeated and unable to return to his human form. The demon lifted several boulders with his power, yelling that his opponent hadn't changed a bit, daring to ignore him. The black-haired man hurled the boulders, sending them flying at high speed and out of control, declaring that this behavior enraged him to no end. Some of the stone fragments would have easily hit and seriously injured Garnet. Even as she tried her best to dodge, she couldn't avoid the impact. Piracasa immediately leaned forward, shouting that he would protect Miss Garnet, and then raised his paws. The small animal began to stretch, glow, and change shape, first into a small boy in white clothes, and then he appeared before everyone as a young man with long golden hair, large white wings, and an angelic robe. Asta, Rosa, and Garnet watched in surprise and admiration as he so easily transformed into a human and stopped the spell. Piracasa looked at his palms with surprise in his light green eyes and rotated them, saying that with the seal broken, his power had returned. Iris and Lillian, who were standing nearby, still couldn't understand how a small, cute animal could be a great warrior. Enma said in a menacing tone that after that battle, he had waited centuries for revenge, and this time he wouldn't lose. Despite the situation, the blonde warrior looked calm, even somewhat nonchalant, as he listened to his nemesis's threats. The dark magician gathered all his power into a huge energy ball, accumulating all the rage he had built up over the years. As he channeled this magic and detonated another batch of sharp, massive stones, Enma screamed that this time he would finish him off. Piracasa had barely spread his wings, but was still ready to fight, not intending to give up after that simple yet very sharp stone attack from years ago. The black-haired man sat on the stone ground and announced that thanks to his research, he had been able to create a new generation of demons. He said he would become their leader, the most powerful of the existing demons, and they would have to acknowledge the new ruler of the underworld. When the pentagram was fully drawn, Enma raised his hand, and the huge pattern drawn on the floor glowed white. Just then, from underground, a mass of black energy suddenly rose, entwined with red and dark red light, and the young man turned his head in surprise. A dark soul rose from above the young man, ominously proclaiming itself the true god of this world. The young demon screamed in agony and suffocation as a foreign, nightmarish spirit invaded his body uninvited. Thus emerged Enma, known as the cruelest tyrant, who valued power above all else. The dark spirit nestled deep within his soul whispered with amusement, remarking on the lack of respect shown to the demon, his eyes now pitch black. He then destroyed the emperor's throne room, sending massive stones plummeting from the hall's towering dome. The unruly spirit declared that if they would not respect the demon, he would gladly teach them fear. Several were injured in his destructive onslaught, unable to withstand the flying debris. The crushed man, pinned beneath the rubble, gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how the frail youth had suddenly gained such terrifying power. Enma roared with laughter, proclaiming he would show these slaves their place. He would command, and they would obey. Meanwhile, a dear friend, hidden behind a distant pillar, witnessed and heard it all. Piracasa peered from behind the pillar, aware of the grave consequences that could unfold. He gazed at Enma, a strange excitement flickering in his eyes, murmuring to himself that his friend had done a terrible thing. Enma created a living hell for all the subjects of the empire. He showed no mercy, deaf to their desperate pleas. As his subjects cried out that this wasn't him, the man laughed maniacally, declaring himself the one and only demon lord, and that he would reign over them. The dark-haired man spread his arms wide, a bright smile on his face, proclaiming that from this moment forward, none would stand above him. The people began to pray again, but this time, not to Enma, but to Piracasa. Clutching at his clothes, they sobbed, saying only he could stop this evil. The young man turned to the unfortunate subjects of the kingdom, who begged him to become their new ruler, pledging to follow him to the ends of the earth. The evil spirit within the emperor appeared utterly calm, despite the utter chaos and destruction unfolding around him, the people suffering at his feet. Gazing upon the scene he had wrought, the dark-haired man murmured to himself that it was a magnificent spectacle, and that none would ever question his power again. Piracasa swiftly approached him, spreading his brilliant white wings, calmly yet with absolute confidence and resolve, declaring that it all ended here. The golden-haired man declared that he had failed the people who had asked for the emperor's overthrow, adding that he himself would be the next ruler. Enma spun around, his hateful yellow eyes fixated on his old friend, wondering if even he doubted him. The dark-haired man directed all his power towards him, repeating his claim of becoming the new ruler of the underworld, scoffing, "Don't be ridiculous." Piracasa, with practiced swiftness, employed the secret arts of the ancient grimoire, seeking to defeat the possessed tyrant. His somber, ashen face, along with the pentagram that appeared in the air, became covered in strange markings. He forcefully thrust a massive white sigil of magical energy towards Enma, intending to seal him within stone for eternity. The dark-haired man showed no sign of surrender, instead attacking his old friend with even more ferocious rage. Piracasa stated that it was the ruler's greed that had brought upon him the curse of the ancient demon lord, and all he could do was ease his suffering and unbearable pain. The young man directed his light magic towards his old friend, proclaiming, "As your friend and the new demon lord, I will seal my nemesis here with my own hands." The emperor roared in the blinding light, his eyes squeezed shut, almost completely consumed by Piracasa's radiant power. Finally, one ancient magic succumbed to another, and the dark demon lord was dragged straight into the earth, his power imprisoned within stone. As the dust settled, the golden-haired man collapsed to his knees before the sealing stone, gasping for air, knowing he had exhausted all his strength and spirit. Clutching his white shirt at his chest, the young man could barely breathe, realizing that if this continued, he would surely perish. Expending the last of his usable magic, Piracasa transformed into a tiny magical creature, clinging to life. curled up on the cold floor. The battle-worn hero thought to himself that he would have to inhabit this form for a while to survive this ordeal. The only difference now was that in this difficult confrontation, he had allies ready to lend a hand. Gazing at his now sworn enemy, the golden-haired man whispered with infinite regret, "After 1,000 years, you haven't changed at all. You deserve to be cast back into the endless void." Enma shook his head, snarling, "I remember everything you did to me, and for that, I will make Piracassa suffer the same endless torment I endured for millennia." Garnet was startled to feel a dramatic shift in the final boss's aura, as if everyone in the air felt it. The girl clearly sensed that the dark fiend was possessed, and he wasn't happy about it in the slightest. Not wanting to distract Piracassa from the attack he was about to launch, the blonde leaned forward hesitantly and whispered if anyone else thought he seemed strange. Enma's face didn't look human at all anymore as he panted, declaring his need for revenge on all those responsible. It seemed that even the body of such a powerful ruler could no longer withstand the immense dark magic contained within. An ancient evil spirit had taken over the body of the once young and strong man. It simply reveled in this turn of events, smiling. Without Enma's lips seeming to move at all, it commanded everyone present to immediately submit. Iris suddenly spoke up, saying his monster hunter instincts told him they had to defeat the entity that had taken over the old man's mind. Lillian pulled his brother away from Garnet, stating it was the first time he had seen the possibility of the ruler being attacked and possessed by an outside force. The blonde man, completely distracted from what was happening, said if he could get his hands on Enma, he could conduct several interesting experiments. Piracassa stated that long ago in the underworld, there were 2 magic books that no one should have studied, but they broke the rules. Garnet listened. She listened intently as he explained the white magic book described how to deprive demons of their magic, while the black magic book contained a series of forbidden magical techniques. The blonde man crossed his arms, saying he didn't know exactly how this knowledge affected Enma, but he had become what he was now. When Garnet asked why the emperor needed these scriptures, Piracassa explained that he began his reign at a young age, but he wasn't strong and feared being overthrown one day. The girl thought to herself that she knew this feeling all too well, then asked what price the demon paid for it. The green-eyed man sighed, saying such powerful magic affects everyone differently. He added that as a result of studying the white magic book, he eventually lost his human form, but he knew nothing about Enma's case. The spirit, still controlling the fiend's body, commanded it to immediately kill all who didn't respect it, and the latter could only obey. Asta stretched out his arms, shielding everyone from another attack, declaring it was his duty as the future ruler of the demon realm to stop these atrocities. Lillian raised her whip, declaring his majesty was not alone, and Nearham stated they had to unite to overcome such a situation. Ignoring Garnet's whispered objections, Iris's palms ignited with flames as he declared that since such a battle had begun, he would also participate. Chilia summoned water elementals, believing that the Northerners joining the battle with the power of fire and wind could destroy everything here, so they needed cover. Rosa suddenly and decisively announced she would also help all her companions, but the blonde man rushed forward, telling the girl to wait, but failed to stop his friend. The heir to the throne closed her eyes and exhaled, thinking that if so, she should go with them too. All the warriors shouted in unison, simultaneously rushing at Enma from different directions, not intending to hold back, attacking with their respective powers, while the demon tried to fend off every blow that came his way. Garnet quietly approached him from behind, calling his name. The blonde asked if he was all right, stating she understood that the man was being controlled for the sake of power, because it made no sense. Enma turned to the princess, snarling that a girl like her would never understand him in all of this. Garnet stated that she was born into royalty, surrounded by high society demons, in a place where only magical abilities mattered, but she was born without magic. She added that because of this, she had spent her entire life trying to earn the respect of all the other, even superior, demons. The blonde hesitantly said there were other ways to become stronger, such as killing those small, nimble magic slimes. Garnet immediately decided it was time to run, suggesting he think about it, and quickly flashed further away. Enma suddenly remembered how they despised him and didn't even bother to show respect, constantly pointing out the weaknesses the ruler possessed. As the girl hid behind Pirakasa, the demon quietly asked if she hated those who didn't love her and, having become so strong, if she wanted revenge on them. The girl immediately replied that she didn't hate them at all, she just wanted to live a peaceful life with the people she loved very much. Enma suddenly stopped, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, repeating the words he heard from her about an ordinary life. The evil spirit didn't like the apparent doubt that had appeared in the completely controlled demon's soul at all. He growled a reminder to Enma, saying that some girls shouldn't interfere with his plans and that they had been distracted by such trifles for too long, letting their guard down. The dark-haired man lowered his head, creating a glowing pentagram in the air, hoping to defeat all those who opposed him with it. Enma froze, realizing he was completely immobilized. No matter how hard he tried to struggle, raise his hands, or even just move a finger. The girl standing behind one of the warriors explained with a bright smile that this was happening because she had cast a paralysis spell on him. Garnet added that she used to be able to use this power only through touch, but now her strength had increased significantly. Iris, looking at the demon, muttered that he even felt a little sorry for the fellow, as he remembered what it was like when his body wouldn't obey. Immobilized by the paralysis spell, Enma breathed heavily, only able to growl angrily and release suffocating blue-black smoke from his fingers. Chilia and Estelle watched in surprise as the strange substance rapidly spread through the air and formed a dome. Pirakasa immediately shouted to everyone present not to inhale this smoke, as this magic would enslave their minds. Those young people who had inhaled the dark magic collapsed to the ground, trying to cough and hold their breath at the same time. Garnet turned around in the blue-black smoke, shaking her head in alarm, trying to locate Rosa, who wasn't near her companions. The blonde saw her friend, who was behind the demon and clearly about to do something very bold and foolish. Using all her light power, the green-eyed girl struck Enma's back to stop him from poisoning the air with the vicious magic smoke. The dark-haired man screamed loudly, saying that he was blinded by the intense magical light emanating from Rosa, and covered his eyes with his hands and black sleeves. Garnet decisively clenched her fists, immediately realizing that this was their only chance, and, focusing, moved swiftly forward. The princess shouted that he had finally shown an opening, and pushed off the half-destroyed stone floor. Enma, who had just opened his eyes, jumped up, looking in surprise at the warlike girl who was already above him, ready to attack. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar, and everything around was covered in a thick cloud of raised dust and debris. Garnet's attack missed its target, as an unknown substance suddenly grabbed one of Enma's legs, protecting him at the last moment. The blonde froze in surprise and fear, looking at the incomprehensible creature and trying to figure out what exactly had grabbed her. The demon smiled nonchalantly in the air, saying that although she was physically very, very strong, there wasn't a single hint of magic in her movements or aura. The unknown substance abruptly slammed the girl onto the destroyed floor, declaring with disgust that it had never encountered anything like her before and that it felt strange. So strange. Pirakasa directed his energy towards the enemy, declaring that Garnet might not have magic, but everyone else did, and that was enough. Nilam turned to the corridor, summoning his wind magic, and firmly stated that he would block all the enemy's escape routes. Just in case, Lillian shouted that they shouldn't kill him, as this opportunity should be used for experiments. Iris grumbled that his brother was up to his old tricks, only thinking about his own things. Estelle was silent and focused, and with a wave of his hand, a huge plant stem shot out from under the ground, completely obedient to its master's command. Enma froze in surprise and bewilderment when his entire body, along with his wings, was entangled in the steel-like bonds of the powerful plant. Chilia directed a force he had never shown to anyone towards his opponent, and countless snowflakes, large and small, swirled rapidly in the air. The blonde Pirakasa brought his hands together, and the pentagram he had previously drawn began to glow brightly, directing its rays at Enma and the dark spirit that controlled him. Both struck simultaneously, screamed in pain, choking and blinded by the dazzling light. The spirit thought desperately that if it didn't leave this body now, and find another refuge. It would be completely destroyed under the onslaught of this power. It saw several white birds through the window, perched carefree on the branches, oblivious to the battle. The dark spirit roared in despair and even rushed out of Enma's body, trying to escape because otherwise it definitely wouldn't be able to do anything. Thick blue-black smoke again filled the entire room, and Pirikasa coughed, thinking about how desperately the creature was trying to get out. Overcome by the same smoke that seemed to destroy all the air in its path and pressed against her temples, Garnet coughed and screamed in pain. Iris appeared nearby, shouting the girl's name, immediately taking her in his arms and placing her on the floor, shielding her from the dark magic with his own back. The dark-haired man excitedly asked if she was all right. Garnet took a deep breath, her cheeks flushed, and nodded repeatedly. Pirikasa realized that the spirit possessing Enma had vanished, as his old friend had collapsed and succumbed under the onslaught of the foreign power. The warriors stood in the center of the ruined hallway, realizing they were safe for now, but that this might bring a cruel twist for everyone in the future. The bird, which had been perched on a branch observing the unfolding events, had to bear the full brunt of the evil spirit's dark power. Estelle spun around a few times, asking how he had managed to escape, and Chilia immediately echoed his question. Lillian said in a disappointed tone that she wasn't interested in the ancient demon's vessel at all, while Nilam declared that with a single word from his mistress, he would ensure he never woke up again. Pirikasa leaned over his old friend, his eyes filled with worry as he asked if he was finally back to his former self. Garnet knelt on the floor of the destroyed hallway, gasping for breath, still unable to believe her luck at having survived the ordeal. Meanwhile, students continued to gather in the academy courtyard, wondering what was happening inside and why they weren't being allowed in. Dachira overheard some students saying they had seen a terrifying demon within the academy walls, while the rest speculated about who it could be. 3 teachers rushed inside, fully aware that there were still students in the building and hoping they were all safe. Watching the men go inside, the dark-haired girl thought to herself that any action they took now would be futile. According to the game's plot, the only demon capable of repelling Enma's attacks was the protagonist, but without enough points, she couldn't do anything. The aftermath of the battle was devastating, with the stone floor destroyed and heavy boulders fallen from the high ceiling. Enma wheezed hoarsely and opened his eyes, which had completely lost their blackness and now looked ordinary and normal. Pirikasa sat beside him, his gaze expressing all the sympathy and pity shimmering in his soul, murmuring that his friend had awakened. Turning away without looking at him, the dark-haired man said he had lost his power, failed, and fallen to the point where he couldn't even move. He closed his eyes and asked Pirikasa how it would all end, whether he would be eliminated like he had been centuries ago. The light-haired man exhaled, saying reverently and calmly that he didn't want to do any of that, and he wasn't going to. Surprise flashed in Enma's yellow eyes as he turned to look at his old friend. His companion helped him up, saying he had suffered because an evil deity had exploited his hatred, and then apologized for not noticing it for so many years. The dark-haired man instantly recalled moments when his old friend had supported him, taught him to have fun, or simply been there for him. It was as if he had suddenly regained his sight, able to see everything clearly through tears as clear as crystal only now, centuries later. Garnet turned around at the sound of footsteps and shouts, and the teachers ran towards them, asking if the students were all right after all the destruction. Pirikasa froze, holding the exhausted Enma in his arms, knowing what kind of reaction the appearance of a notorious ancient evil would cause among people. The blonde girl wondered what they should do now and how to explain the appearance of a now docile demon to the teachers in a few words. He spread his wide white wings and jumped out the window, holding his friend. The princess placed her hand on her chest and sighed in relief. Lillian smoothly explained a lot to the teachers, plausibly claiming that this was how the attacker had escaped, but they had managed to get away unharmed. Garnet was glad everyone believed the young man's lies, but she had too many questions that needed to be discussed with the others as soon as possible. All classes were canceled that day, and students were asked to return to their dormitories, as the culprit had not yet been caught, and an investigation into the case was underway. According to preliminary accounts, what had happened was just an ordinary earthquake. When the former Eastern princess learned of this, she was shocked, as she herself had released the final boss. A while later, In Garnet's room, Estelle was the first to approach the former demon lord, asking how he had broken the seal. The red-haired man added that this appearance had shaken the entire underworld, and then they had to figure out what had happened. Enma said that he didn't remember much about his imprisonment while possessed by the evil spirit, but fortunately, he retained his memories from the moment of his awakening. He said he was saved by a purple-haired woman, unusually powerful, who broke the seal with her own hands. The princess swallowed, glancing at the prince, who confirmed her thoughts that Dachira was the culprit behind the incident. Lillian, thoughtfully stroking his chin, added that her hair was even purple and her eyes glowed yellow. Piracasa, who was listening, picked up a school newspaper from the pedestal, found a picture of Estelle, and asked if she looked like this. When Lillian confirmed it, Estelle seemed to growl with hatred, saying he knew it all along, as no one but Dachira could have come up with such a thing. Iris, opening the door, declared that if Dachira assisted in the release of such a demon, he must immediately report the matter to his father. The young man quickly disappeared, slamming the door behind him. Garnet turned and asked Lillian what exactly had happened. Lillian placed a hand on his chest and said it was difficult to explain, but it was as if another personality had taken root in his body, controlling everything. He stated that despite his clouded consciousness, he still wanted revenge on Piracasa and to destroy the current demon realm. Seeing Garnet's worried expression, Lillian hastened to reassure her that, thanks to Piracasa, he realized that desire was meaningless now. Closing his eyes, Lillian softly said he had been through so much, he felt like a squeezed lemon. He added that he was incredibly tired, then rose from his chair and went straight to Garnet, asking if that truly was her name. Gently embracing her, pulling her towards himself, Lillian calmly explained that he wanted to seek healing for his weary and wounded soul in this girl. Garnet, her cheeks flushed crimson, stared with wide eyes, not understanding why the final boss of the game would suddenly hug her. What was happening took everyone by surprise, especially, of course, the two demon brothers and Nilam, who were closest to the girl. They didn't like this. Piracasa nervously waved his arms, ordering his friend to let go of the clearly uncomfortable Garnet, but he refused. Lillian hummed a tune, saying that he had met such an interesting lady for the first time, the first person who understood him, and therefore he did not want to let go of such a wonderful treasure. Iris felt a burning jealousy, his whole body as if on fire. Flames ignited in his palms as he ordered Lillian to take his hands off Garnet immediately. Ignoring him, Lillian, remembering that Iris was a strong lad who could manipulate flames, immediately asked if he would submit to him. Then, Lillian turned to Iris's older brother and asked, "Is this demon always so strange?" Iris, in turn, asked for some time to think it over. Lillian replied that while Lillian's intentions came from himself and not the evil spirit, his strange affection for Garnet had been pure from the beginning. The demon smiled a little too cheerfully, and when Lillian added that if anything happened, the North would become the demon queen, Garnet gave a small, frightened squeak. Piracasa ordered his friend to stop, as he could no longer be the ruler of the demon realm, since Estelle's father was now the emperor. He added that Garnet was the future queen of the North, and therefore, her ruler, as a loving father, would not give her away to just anyone. Rosa, arms crossed over her chest, said she understood everything, but now they had more serious issues to discuss. She pulled Lillian away from Garnet, thus breaking their awkward and prolonged embrace. Estelle agreed with these words. A while later, Piracasa was already standing in front of the students, telling them the whole story from the distant past. He explained that he and Lillian were once rulers, but because Lillian was attacked by an evil spirit, Piracasa chose to seal him, and as a result, lost his human form. Time passed relentlessly, the seal weakened, and he, in the form of a small animal, began to search for allies for a further battle with the enemy. The warrior added that the evil spirit was still at large and could return in a stronger form, and then he suggested that they unite against it. Time flew by, and now, before going to school, Garnet instructed them to stay in the room and not attract any more attention. The heir to the throne ran through the corridors of the girls' dormitory so as not to be late for important classes. Lillian and Piracasa first listened carefully to all of Garnet's instructions and then waved goodbye to her with a smile. Walking along the cobblestone street, Garnet hoped that the two strongest demons she had left at her room wouldn't destroy it. Studies continued, despite the damage to the academy. They now studied in buildings that were not destroyed by the so-called earthquake. Garnet pondered how drastically the plot, and especially her personal storyline, had changed, and was glad that her life hadn't ended. Now, walking down the hallway, she allowed herself to admit the thought for the first time. Since the main danger had receded, she was no longer in danger. Garnet even blushed with pleasure when she realized that she could now fully enjoy her academic year without fear. An alluring picture of a pleasant rest on a soft bed, surrounded by delicious desserts and women's magazines, immediately appeared in her mind. She had thought she'd really like to save that moment for herself, wishing she could have done so when her friends greeted her. After looking around at all her acquaintances and chatting with them about the morning's events, Garnet was surprised to find only Dechira and Estelle absent from the classroom. The blonde girl sat down at her desk, thinking that the last time they saw each other, the young man was going to his father and hoping he was all right now. At that moment, a teacher entered the room with books, ready to begin the lesson, interrupting the princess's thoughts. The man stood behind the lectern, picked up some papers, and announced that 2 new students had suddenly transferred to their academy for training, then asked them to come in. Lillian and Piracasa, hiding their enormous wings and dressed in ordinary school uniforms, looked like ordinary teenagers. The teacher introduced the 2 new students to the class and expressed his hope that everyone would be friendly towards them. Garnet's pink eyes flashed with surprise as she looked at the scene in bewilderment, not understanding what they were doing here. The 2 young men, with their contrasting personalities, seemed to find nothing wrong with what was happening and even waved to the girl. Lillian suddenly and decisively pointed to the seat next to Garnet, calmly and confidently stating that he wanted to sit there. Iris sternly asked him to repeat what he had just said, and Neelam also straightened up in displeasure, declaring that they could try. As a result, the 2 boys sat on either side of the blonde girl, forcing Iris and Neelam to move back a row and sit next to Rosa. The teacher pressed a hand to his chest and took a breath, thinking that with these children around, he certainly wouldn't be bored. Meanwhile, Estelle was in the Demon Lord's castle, recounting everything that had happened recently in detail to his father. Dechira knelt before the Demon Lord, looking at the father and son with hatred, guarded by 2 imposing knights. The red-haired man said that he never thought Dechira would stoop so low as to break the ancient seal and almost cause the deaths of many demons. His Majesty said he felt very sorry for Miss West, but he couldn't ignore what the girl had done of her own free will. The man announced that, as punishment for this act, she would be expelled from the academy and forced to live and work with the lower demons. Fear flashed in the girl's yellow eyes when the man added that he would have to seal Dechira's magical abilities to avoid trouble. The girl leaned forward hysterically, screaming that no one could do this to her, claiming she hadn't done anything to deserve such a fate. The dark-haired girl screamed in horror, not understanding why she was always the one being punished, and wondering what was wrong with this game. The knights grabbed the struggling West, twisting her arms behind her back to stop the oncoming hysteria. The father and son silently watched as the guards dragged the struggling girl out of the hall, closing the doors behind them. The ruler called out to his son, asking him for information and news about the reborn former Demon Lord. Estelle turned to his father and calmly told him that Garnet, the future Queen of the North, was now looking after them. According to him, Piracasa had lived with the mistress before he gained his human form, and Lillian had become an ordinary demon after his soul was released. His Majesty rubbed his forehead with his palm, muttering that the number of monsters had recently increased, possibly due to the broken seal. He added that he had studied all the ancient records about the evil spirit in the royal library, which stated that the spirit itself was not dangerous, but it absorbed the magical power of demons. The Demon Lord said they needed to find him before he found a new host and began to parasitize. At that moment, the game took another dramatic turn as a girl with bright blue hair, eyes of the same color, and wearing glasses walked down the street. The protagonist defeated the final boss of the game, thus initiating the loading of a happy ending with the highest stats and the highest level of Falgandu favorability. According to the original plot of the simulator, thanks to the protagonist's work, the demon world was supposed to have true peace and tranquility. Suddenly, a glitch occurred. The protagonist awakening was not completed. The final boss was again unmarked as defeated, and the loading of the ending was paused. The game stopped due to a system error, followed by a forced reboot and the loading of a new storyline. The creation of a character combining a new opponent and the final boss was complete, and the forced reboot was also complete. Now, due to the changed storyline and character history, a perfect villain character was automatically created in the game. The girl opened her eyes, trembling as she declared the system wasn't satisfied with this ending. This time, she appeared in the simulator. The new heroine looked very innocent and sweet, but she said she was ready to ruin the protagonist's life. No one would get a happy ending. After another hard day at school, Garnet, still in her uniform, collapsed on her bed in the evening and exhaled loudly. She rubbed her forehead, thinking that according to the game's original plot, defeating Kurama was considered the official ending of the game. The blonde tossed and turned in bed, pondering that since the bad ending had passed and she had escaped death, perhaps she could finally relax. Hearing a noise, the girl turned her head and noticed Pirikasa standing by her nightstand, nibbling on the same delicacies he had favored in his animal form. The young man crinkled the wrapper and turned around when Garnet grinned and asked what he had forgotten in her room. The blonde reminded him that he was officially a student now and had been assigned his own room in the dormitory. The boy leaned closer to her, stating that he had always lived here, then asked how the princess could kick him out after they had been through so much together. Garnet tried to argue that he had been a cat back then, but Pirikasa pressed closer, saying this room was his second home. Hearing the sharp whistle of a blade very close to his head, the light-haired man instantly froze and stepped back slightly. Standing behind him was an enraged Nylum, extremely belligerent at the moment, ordering Pirikasa to leave his mistress immediately. The personal butler, brandishing a new blade menacingly at the guy, snorted disdainfully, irritably calling Pirikasa a common pervert. A gleam of amusement flickered in the young man's emerald eyes as he reminded Nylum that he was the one who had been keeping a close eye on the princess. Asked if that was true, Nylum told him to shut up, blushing as he replied that he was only looking after his mistress, as she could be attacked at any moment. Garnet heard a knock on the door, then agreed when Iris asked if she wanted to try the cake he had made. The Prince of the Southern Kingdom entered the room with a cake in his hands and asked what was going on here. Looking at the arguing guys, she replied that everything was as usual. The prince placed the cake on the table and began to cut it, then said that Kurama had been defeated, so they could all finally relax. The three of them sat down to eat dessert, finally calming down. Nylum said hopefully that he wished their school days could be this peaceful as well. None of the friends knew that from the street, through the window, the new, unknown Villainess was already watching them. Early in the morning, the blonde yawned as she walked into the office, greeting all her friends good morning, who responded in kind. Rosa, with a bright smile, pointed out that her friend had arrived on time today, and Garnet chuckled, agreeing with her barbed remark. A girl with short, bright blue hair entered the office, smiling and walking forward, descending from the higher stands to the lower ones. The unknown lady waved and winked at everyone, wishing them good morning, her cheeks flushed pink with joy and a positive attitude. Iris looked up and said hello, while Nylum smiled and greeted Lady Loilia as if she were an old friend. Looking at the completely unfamiliar face, a face that definitely hadn't appeared in any of the original game storylines, Garnet realized she didn't know this person. The blonde was very surprised that the stranger spoke to all her friends and family as if they had known each other for a long time, but this was not the case. Noticing the two friends entering the office, the blue-eyed girl, with her hands clasped behind her back, smiled and greeted Pirikasa and Kurama. To the Northern Kingdom princess's surprise, even these, the most powerful demons present, greeted Loilia good morning. Garnet's pink eyes flashed with surprise, and she opened her mouth, completely bewildered by how it could happen that she didn't know them. Iris also responded with a smile, resting his hand on his cheek, and the heir to the throne began to feel that something was wrong with her. The blue-eyed girl sat down next to Estelle, as if she did it every day, then started chatting animatedly with the main heir to the throne. Garnet, paler than usual from the shock of what was happening, smiled, completely bewildered by what was going on and why the girl was sitting in Dachira's place, and no one was surprised by her unceremoniously sitting there, as if she had always been there. Garnet was relieved to realize that Rosa was just as confused as she was, as this newcomer hadn't met any of them. After a while, the friends went to the garden of the Academy of Demons. Wanting to share their experiences and concerns with each other, Rosa, holding a small bun in her hand, hesitantly asked Garnet if she really didn't know who Lady Loilia was either. Excitement glimmered in Rosa's emerald eyes as she added that everyone was talking to the new girl as if they'd known her for ages. The blonde pushed her lunch away from her face, stopped chewing, and nodded, agreeing that everything that was happening was very strange. It even frightened her. Garnet added, bewildered, that Loilia had taken the same seat that Dechira had always occupied, as if the place belonged to her. Rosa froze, her gaze shifting, when Garnet added that even the teacher hadn't announced or introduced the new girl. She abruptly jumped up from her seat and pointed her finger to the side, her emerald eyes widening in confusion as she asked her friend to look. Loilia was being very kind to Lillian, whom she shouldn't have known, as Lillian was a senior, unlike their group. Deeply concerned by the sudden appearance of a completely new character accompanied by strange occurrences, Garnet stood up resolutely from her seat. She asked, smiling, why they were speculating about it, adding that they could just ask directly and clarify everything. Rosa agreed. The friends immediately rushed over to the young couple, who were still standing in the shade of the street canopy, talking animatedly. Lillian turned around, distracted from the conversation, when a familiar female voice called his name, while the girl fell silent. The young man turned around, smiling and greeting to Garnet and Rosa, whom he hadn't seen yet due to different activities. He asked what brought them there, and the blonde hesitantly said that she had a couple of very important questions. Garnet, gathering her courage and trying to look as friendly as possible, nodded towards Loilia and asked how everyone knew this girl. The young man asked, confused, what she meant, since Lady Loilia, like everyone else, had been studying with them since the first semester. The two friends looked at the senior in surprise, as they were absolutely sure that this couldn't be, because everything wasn't like that. Loilia, with tears in her eyes, said that Garnet was being very cruel, as they were friends and had gone through a lot together. The blonde thought about how, until recently, she had been forcing herself to relax and stop looking for a catch in every event of the game. She couldn't even imagine why this girl was suddenly calling herself her friend, as they had only met this morning. Loilia, not hiding her tears, sobbed that Garnet hated her, because from the very first day, she didn't want to get along with her, pretending that she didn't exist. Garnet said, bewildered, that she didn't even know anything, and Rosa supported her, saying that her friend didn't mean it that way. Lillian suddenly looked sternly at the princess, declaring that she was going too far and shouldn't make fun of Lady Loilia because he didn't like it. The blonde, feeling like she had been plunged into cold water, took a step back, saying that she hadn't meant to upset anyone. The blue-eyed girl continued to pretend to cry, although as she looked at the girl herself, she didn't express any sincere tears, only pretending. Garnet thought that she didn't understand anything, because even in the game, such a character didn't exist. Something was clearly wrong here. In the evening, after classes and a serious shock, the heiress to the throne sat on her bed, trying to figure out what she should do now. After all, only she and Rosa knew nothing about the new Loilia, while the rest acted as if they had known her for a long time, which simply couldn't be. Piracasa suddenly poked his head into her room without knocking, saying with a wide smile that he wanted some more treats, which was why he came today. Garnet sighed, leaning over and asking how many times she had to tell the boy that this wasn't his room and he couldn't just barge in like that. The blonde pulled a sealed bag of cat food from the nightstand, adding that normal people didn't eat such delicacies. The boy's emerald eyes lit up, and he said that he had been in a cat's body for too long and couldn't return to human life. She suddenly remembered that among the characteristics of the ancient demon Piracasa, it was mentioned that he was familiar with the characteristics of all demons. Looking at the happy young man chewing on the treats he had received, Garnet thought with a triumphant feeling that now she would find out the truth. The princess politely took a step towards the guy, asking if he really knew the truth about every demon. After chewing the delicacy, Piracasa replied that he did, having received this knowledge from the white grimoire he had previously studied. In the game world, there were black and white grimoires. Initially, the boy only displayed the love interest points of a love interest, but the developers came up with this. Looking at the thoughtful expression on the blonde's face, the guy asked why she was asking, wanting to know information about whom. Upon hearing the answer, Piracassa said that he was ready to tell the truth about Loilia, but she was unlikely to learn anything new, since he already knew everything about that girl. The boy replied that Loilia was their classmate, the Demon King's niece, and the daughter of the Demon King's younger brother. Garnet thought about the game files, which mentioned the Demon King having a younger brother, but he never appeared in the game, nor was there any information about his children. The blonde girl found it incredibly suspicious. Loilia shouldn't even exist in the game world. Only Rosa would believe this. Piracassa said that Loilia also possessed rare light magic, excelled in her studies, got along with everyone, and was adored at the academy. It suddenly became crystal clear to the Northern Princess that this entire description perfectly matched the standard Rosa archetype from the original game. Garnet asked her friend to show her Lobilia's Algando scores with her potential love interests. He nodded and began casting a spell. Using a hologram, he displayed the values. The combined Algando with all possible love interests was a staggering 800. The Northern Princess, believing the investigation had led her to a dead end, began to doubt her own memories and the reality of everything. The next day, the blonde girl told Rosa everything she had learned from Piracassa. The girl said, "This is getting weirder and weirder." The two friends chatted for a while and then peacefully ate their lunch. At that moment, a large group of boys marched into the dining hall. They entered like a veritable army, their demeanor far from friendly. Garnet looked up and asked what was going on. Rosa followed her gaze and muttered that she didn't know. Leading the group of boys was Loilia, looking like an innocent princess, her bright blue eyes sparkling with happiness. The girl's classmates suddenly stood up, murmuring about Miss Loilia and her entourage coming to dine, how she always had so many admirers, and that it was best for them to leave and make room. One of the boys nodded towards the large empty table, gesturing for Miss Loilia to sit. Another young man had already run to grab a tray, filled it with food, and declared that he had prepared everything and brought lunch for the lady. The blue-eyed girl blushed at such attentive concern, covering her mouth with her hand and thanking them, adding that she was very pleased. The boys immediately bowed with smiles, clasping their hands together, and declared that there was no need for thanks, as everything they did was for her. The girl sat down at the table with a radiant smile, while her male entourage surrounded it, each ready to fulfill her every whim. Rosa watched the scene in astonishment, saying she had no idea Loilia was so popular. Like a ruler, the blue-eyed woman interlaced her fingers and addressed everyone, saying that the boys could eat their lunch and not worry too much about her. The boys began to cheer as if they had won a very important victory, shouting to each other that the lady had allowed them to eat and how considerate she was. The two friends froze, sensing something very unfriendly, even threatening, in Lobilia's sudden, focused gaze, which had turned towards them. Rubbing her chin with her finger, the blue-eyed girl greeted the girls who had also decided to have lunch there. Garnet and Rosa didn't know whether they should respond to these words, or what could even be said to such a simple greeting. With a menacing smile, the girl stated that everyone in the dining hall knew the rules. If she entered, everyone had to give up their seats. Loilia looked at them expectantly, while Northern Princess couldn't understand what she meant or why she thought she could act this way. She reiterated that it was an unspoken rule of the academy. If she arrived anywhere, everyone had to immediately vacate that place. The two girls exchanged horrified glances as the blue-eyed girl added that her uncle, the king, doted on her and had promised to make her the next queen. Loilia smiled and stated clearly that because of this fact, all the descendants of the 4 heavenly kings had to know their place. The blue-eyed girl's entire male entourage immediately surrounded the girls' table with obvious menace, not intending to let them go. With a mere gesture, the boys suddenly started shouting that even the daughters of the heavenly kings should know the limits of impudence, and demanded they leave so as not to offend the lady. Rosa stood up, leaned on the table, and then screamed that this behavior was unacceptable, as the dining hall belonged to everyone. Garnet looked at Loilia and thought that if she truly was the heavenly king's niece, she could easily use her fake tears again to turn the situation to her advantage. The blue-eyed girl sobbed, claiming she was very scared because Rosa was angry. When Lady Loilia asked why the girl was yelling at her for no reason, a flicker of worry crossed the girl's green eyes. Lowering her head and busying herself with wiping away tears, the ruler's niece declared she was very upset and it was necessary to complain to the teachers about the girl's disrespectful behavior. The boys began to murmur angrily and indignantly, saying that the princesses had made their mistress cry, and they should definitely be punished. Garnet thought to herself that everyone had completely sided with Loilia, and before her arrival, there had never been such a strict hierarchy in the academy. There were sons of heavenly kings in the academy, like Estelle and Kalia, but they treated themselves and others as equal, ordinary students. Garnet shook her head, unable to understand how a girl who had appeared out of nowhere managed to gain 80 affection points from those underlings. The blue-eyed girl continued to cry theatrically, wiping away her tears, while the guys, her followers, seemed to have completely lost their minds. Garnet helped her friend up from the chair, saying they should leave, as it was pointless to argue over trifles. The girls almost managed to leave, but froze in surprise when Loilia greeted the teacher and expressed her joy that he was also present. Garnet screamed inwardly in annoyance, not understanding how they had managed to call the disciplinary teacher. The gray-haired man adjusted his glasses and said that a ladies' guard had called him, then asked what had happened. The boys began shouting over each other, saying that the two rude girls had made the lady cry, and even if they were the daughters of heavenly kings, such behavior was simply disgusting. Loilia immediately put on the most innocent look possible. She consoled the boys, saying that she was fine and the girls hadn't done anything wrong. The blonde Garnet completely failed to understand what was happening, as the king's niece herself had just said she would complain about her friends. Rosa squeezed Garnet's hand and humbly said that there was indeed no reason to punish them, as they were not at fault. Hearing this, Loilia pressed her hands to the table and asked the teacher to severely punish the girls for their lack of manners. The blue-eyed girl clasped her hands together, her expression charming and coquettish, and again asked the teacher to do this just for her. Garnet thought to herself that a stranger wouldn't fall for such a trick and inwardly asked the girl who she really was, a saint or herself. After the demand for punishment, to the girl's surprise, the gray-haired man adjusted his glasses, pushing them higher up his nose, and said he would do it for her. The friends' jaws dropped when the teacher announced that they were both suspended for a week. It was so unfair. The blonde Garnet thought to herself that this was the highest punishment the academy could give, and they shouldn't be treated like this at all. Loilia suddenly asked again if they had been suspended for a week, adding that this was already very generous and democratic of the man. The teacher bowed and said that this was the maximum punishment, and the future ruler of the country must receive a decent education. The girl lowered her innocent gaze, her fingers twirling a strand of hair, and said that in case of an emergency, the throne might not be theirs. After that, the teacher looked at them and ordered them to return to their dorm, adding that none of their friends were allowed to leave the room without permission. Garnet and Rosa were silent for a while, then quietly agreed, as the situation was getting worse for them with every second. Garnet ended up being left alone, sitting in her room during the day, staring miserably out the window. She thought that her father must be very angry with her. Having done all the possible household chores and becoming completely bored, the blonde Garnet sighed and started rocking in her chair. Later, she went out into the hallway, thinking that she wouldn't leave the dorm, but at least had the right to go to the cafeteria for dinner. The girl froze, pressing herself tightly against the cold wall, when she first heard loud footsteps and then saw the culprit making the noise. Loilia was walking towards her, surrounded by a crowd of admirers, clearly pleased with the fact that she had removed her rivals from her path. Garnet quickly hid around the corner, thinking that if she were caught now, she might receive another punishment from the teachers. As the footsteps faded away, the blonde Garnet cautiously peeked out from around the corner, thinking that it was best not to catch that girl's eye again. Nilam asked if they should visit Miss Garnet and Miss Rosa, to which the blue-eyed one replied that she was also very worried about her friends. Loilia looked innocently at the young man, adding that the two girls were expelled entirely because of her, so she felt a strong sense of guilt. She claimed that she really wanted to save them, to stop the teacher, but he didn't allow her to say a word in response. Garnet, eavesdropping, was practically fuming. Everything was terribly wrong, twisted by Lobilia's successful manipulation. Pirikasa suddenly appeared, an expression of extreme displeasure on his face, declaring he was incredibly hungry and hurrying forward. Loilia, seemingly pulling a cat treat from thin air, hurried forward towards the young man. Catching up to the famished demon, she offered him the stick-shaped snack, wishing him bon appetit. The blond man asked, bewildered, how she always seemed to have his favorite treats on hand when he'd never mentioned liking them. Garnet thought this observation was incredibly accurate. Piracasa had existed before, but no one besides her and the key characters in the game knew about it. Loilia didn't answer the question, instead handing Iris a sealed package of cookies. Iris looked equally perplexed. The blue-eyed girl was clearly trying to max out everyone's affection points immediately. She gave Lillian a bag of chips in his favorite flavor. Approaching Estelle, his cousin offered him a plate, seemingly conjured out of nowhere, declaring her joy at presenting her brother with a freshly cooked steak. As Loilia announced she had something for Nilam, Chilia, and Karama, the blonde seethed, wondering how she knew all of this. Remembering the long-suffering Dachira, Garnet thought the heroine might also be a reborn individual, but then decided she was more like a hidden character. The blonde gazed sadly at her departing friends, understandably missing their constant attention and company. Alone in the empty hallway, the girl mused that she hadn't realized until now that no one had visited her for a whole week. Suddenly, Loilia stopped in the middle of the corridor, letting out a horrified gasp and covering her mouth with her hand, declaring she'd forgotten something. Ignoring the shouts of the startled men, Loilia abruptly dashed off in the opposite direction. Halfway down the hall, she stopped, suggesting that if they were so worried, they could come with her, then winked playfully. Estelle asked, confused, if they should go after her. Iris, ruffling his hair and scratching the back of his head, muttered that no one knew. Garnet, clutching her paper shopping bag to her chest, thought happily that she had finally managed to get lunch without running into Loilia. The blonde strode briskly down the hallway, thinking she should get back to Rosa, who was undoubtedly hungry. She stopped dead, a sudden shiver running through her as she caught sight of the hateful girl in her peripheral vision. Loilia wagged a finger at her, a smug grin and a mocking smirk plastered on her face, declaring Garnet a very bad girl. Unable to contain her fury, the Northern Kingdom heiress turned to her rival, yelling, "Loilia, what do you want?" With a saccharine smile, Loilia calmly, sarcastically replied that she was so frightened by the princess's threatening tone. The girl suddenly went quiet. Then, with a swift, dramatic movement, she threw herself backward, screaming as she hit the cold floor, landing hard on her lower back. Clutching her shopping bag tighter, the blonde asked why she had suddenly fallen on flat ground. Sitting on the floor, Loilia replied that it wasn't like that at all, that Garnet had pushed her hard, because she'd hated her since her first day at the academy. Just then, the boys came running. Estelle asked who had screamed. Korea confirmed they had heard a noise and asked what was going on. The king's niece turned to them, tears welling up in her blue eyes again, saying she had just wanted to say hello, but Garnet had pushed her. The Northern Kingdom princess, watching her friends warily, sighed inwardly, thinking that everyone around her would, once again, believe Loilia without question. She just didn't notice that among the group of boys, besides Iris, all her friends were present. Iris, standing on a completely different side, had also heard everything. The dark-haired man muttered that Northern hadn't pushed anyone, wondering what the hell Loilia was playing at, making her do that. Estelle, turning to the heiress, looked at her intently, calling her name and asking what happened. The girl looked down, her pink eyes moistening, muttering that she hadn't done anything, but she knew how it would look. Loilia seemed to be dragging her back to that terrible past, where the princess's reputation was so bad that no one even believed her. Iris suddenly appeared behind Garnet, quickly approaching the girl and unexpectedly shielding her with his solid back. The young man stated that Northern really hadn't done anything, and that she wasn't the type to bully someone for no reason. As the realization that Iris believed her dawned on the blonde, her cheeks flushed and a wave of relief washed over her, a warm feeling spreading through her belly. Loilia gritted her teeth, her face suddenly much paler than usual, cursing inwardly at that guy for suddenly switching sides. The blue-eyed girl thought Iris could see through everything and worried he would easily expose her clumsy deception. She bit her nails nervously, realizing that this would shatter the trust between them, and it was all because of that fool. Loilia stood up, excused herself, and said she was in a hurry because she had forgotten something important in the cafeteria. But the dark-haired man called out to her, The blue-eyed girl didn't listen and didn't intend to stop, walking straight away, fuming, unable to face the truth and the accusations. Garnet looked at Iris gratefully, thinking that this was the first time someone had broken free from Loilia's control and questioned her righteousness. She still couldn't figure out why everyone knew her and why her favorability rating with everyone was at 80%, even higher than Rose's. Lillian suddenly took a few steps directly towards Garnet, pushing her brother slightly away from her, then abruptly apologized for her actions. He added that, as an apology, he wanted to give her a magical artifact that could protect the girl in critical moments. The young man said that the red button was a miniature camera that could record everything around it, and the blue button could be used in place of headphones to record conversations. He explained that the device could also be used for communication, as he had one himself. Iris enviously said he wanted one too. Garnet joked about Lillian's gift, then sincerely thanked him, because with such a magical item, she would be able to prove her innocence in critical moments. Iris approached her and whispered that he wanted to talk about Loilia. Garnet turned to him and nodded. The dark-haired man claimed that he had seen with his own eyes how she fell on flat ground, and then shamelessly decided to blame it all on Garnet. His brother said that Loilia seemed to be deliberately trying to slander Garnet, because she knew perfectly well that Iris wouldn't lie about such a thing. The girl wondered if confessing to her friends that she had never met the new girl in her life would change the course of events. The blonde shook her head, thinking she should first show everyone her true identity and then confess everything. And so, Garnet's week off from classes had passed, and now she could finally happily return to her studies. On the bulletin board, the princess saw a notice about the upcoming autumn festival, for which each class had to prepare an event. Garnet wondered what kind of event her class would organize, only to find that the decision had already been made by a vote. She looked with displeasure at the results of the draw, which had taken place in her absence. The princess grumbled that a cafe was still better than a theater. After Iris revealed the truth, Loilia's popularity plummeted, and all the boys apologized to Garnet for their behavior. Garnet smiled, thinking that at least someone had taken her side in this difficult conflict, which pleasantly surprised her. But Loilia, of course, was not at all prepared to accept her new, unfavorable situation. She approached Iris, offering to discuss ideas for the cafe at the festival, but he coldly said he didn't care and suggested she do it herself. The dark-haired man sighed impatiently and closed his eyes as the blue-eyed girl asked if he was sure, as her idea required help. Garnet, overhearing this, thought wearily that every one of Loilia's proposals was once again unanimously supported by the class. During the preparations for the autumn festival, the blue-eyed Loilia enthusiastically commanded everyone, doing nothing but assigning tasks. The blonde remained silent, but puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, thinking that, as expected, she was again assigned to carry heavy objects with the boys. Soon the first day of the autumn festival arrived, during which the academy opened its doors to everyone. The cafe they had planned was fully prepared according to Miss Loilia's instructions and was about to open. The blue-eyed girl stood in front of her subordinates, clenching her fists, wishing each of them good luck in their upcoming work. Loilia suddenly comically called the girls by various nicknames, summoning them to her. Her friends stepped forward. She led them to the courtyard and announced that they should attract visitors at the entrance to the festival, adding that she had even brought chairs for them. Rosa and Garnet exchanged glances as the blue-eyed Loilia added with a triumphant smile that they couldn't leave this post until the end of the festival. In the end, the Villainess forced them to do the most boring and thankless job, and the girls had to sit in the courtyard holding signs with the name of the cafe. Garnet looked at the sky, thinking that sitting like this until the very end was worse than anything Loilia and her minions could do. Some of the students, dressed as waiters, greeted the guests. Others brought them menus, and still others carried ready meals to the tables. The skillful Corel wielded a knife, tirelessly slicing bread and sandwiches filled with various ingredients, while Nilam poured hot drinks. The Prince of the Southern Kingdom looked around, frowning slightly, muttering that he couldn't see Garnet or Rosa anywhere. Loilia smiled smugly, thinking that although there weren't many visitors yet, their joint venture was clearly promising. She thought that if they raised the most money at the festival, it would significantly raise her status, because the idea for the cafe had been hers, the blue-eyed girl thought. The blue-eyed girl thought that she had also gotten rid of Rosa and Garnet, so she would be able to interact with all the key characters during the festival. This girl wanted to regain their trust and maximize their Hal Gando, and then the game would be over. Neither the main character nor the bugged Villainess could stop Loilia from achieving her goal. She thought that she would bathe in the rays of love and adoration, while others would be left with nothing, and her blue eyes sparkled happily at the thought. The festival continued, and the students and guests from the capital visited the various pavilions, evaluating the preparations made by the different classes for the event. Garnet, sneezing, denied Rose's inquiry about her being ill and added that there was a saying that it meant someone might be thinking about her. Two demon disciples suddenly approached them, angrily asking why they were just sitting there, and ordered them to be as active as possible in attracting customers. The blonde girl, Garnet, thought furiously that this was absurd and exclaimed excitedly, "Do they have to tell us how to do our job?" Loilia had deliberately sent her and Rosa as far away from the cafe as possible, so such advertising wouldn't have worked anyway. One of the demons shouted, "That lady has given clear instructions, and they must be obeyed." The other declared to Garnet, "Even the daughters of the heavenly kings can't do everything." Garnet desperately wanted to show all the fierceness of her character and retort to those who offended her, so she pressed her lips tightly together to avoid saying too much. Her behavior and defiance could have a very negative impact on her relationship with her family and cast an unnecessary shadow on her father. And Garnet didn't want that. She also thought that this time, whether she wanted to or not, she would have to swallow her pride. So, when they were ordered to hurry up, she stood up with Rosa. The sudden appearance of Lillian startled the girls. Her voice hoarse with anger, she asked the demon if he knew who he was talking to. The young woman declared that the lady before him was the future queen of the North, and Lady Lobilia's rough treatment of this lady did not reflect well on Lady Loilia herself. The startled demon stammered, raising his hands, replying that they were just trying to fulfill Lady Lobilia's request. The blonde, arms crossed over her chest, indicated that she was aware of this, but added that thanks to the miraculous brooch, she had clearly heard the entire conversation between that lady and Garnet. Lillian added that even royalty could not humiliate others at will, and Loilia was obliged to maintain friendly relations with all the heavenly kings. The demon waved his hand angrily and declared, "You will not get away with such blatant insults to the royal family and its immediate members." Iris, approaching from behind, suggested they have a fight, as the entire royal family supported Garnet, and he had already contacted her father. The dark-haired young man added that Piracasa and Karama had also heard clearly what their mistress, Loilia, had done. The young man added that none of their company would turn a blind eye to this and allow such incidents to go unnoticed. To give his words more weight, Iris offered to show the evidence to Chilia and Astra. Furthermore, Lillian held out her hand with her brooch, which magically transmitted Lobilia's speech word for word. The blue brooch glowed even brighter when the voice of the king's niece, saying that her friends were not allowed to leave their posts until the end of the festival, rang out. From that day on, the girl always wore the gifted brooch as a kind of savior and tried to figure out if they could use this item to uncover Lobilia's intentions. Lobilia's target was most likely not Asta, as she was already her relative and a member of the royal family. The blonde girl didn't understand why the blue-eyed new heroine was so desperate to get rid of her, to push her off the battlefield. While accepting the orders, the girl thought it strange that so much time had passed, but not one of the main male characters had come see her. Noticing Jillian and Nilam disappearing from the kitchen, the dark-haired girl thought that at least one of her love interests should have shown some interest in her. Feeling that something was clearly wrong, she ran off and closed the door, leaving herself alone. Loilia looked up, calling up the system to display her favorability rating with the main capture targets. The hologram that immediately appeared told Loilia that none of the listed targets had a favorability score exceeding 40 points. The door was suddenly pushed open with force, the hologram disappearing as a demon chuckled, saying they had finally found Milady. He solemnly announced that all of her instructions had been completed, while the blue-eyed girl thought that, honestly, she didn't care about any of the people present. The behavior of those around her could be explained by the system's boost to her relationships, but the effect was only mediocre. She would have to rely on herself, using the same love potion to raise the favorability to the maximum. That trick worked perfectly. Later, in her room, Garnet thanked the brothers for rescuing her from Lobilia's followers and asked if they had received any instructions from the girl. Iris casually threw a hand behind his head, saying that he was in charge of building the cafe and had no other tasks. The older Lillian, smiling, explained that their class had been rehearsing a play, but it had ended that morning. Garnet chuckled softly, watching the brothers bicker over who had it easier or harder during the preparations. The blond man suddenly said that he felt as if he had woken up from a dream when he heard Loilia say those things to the princess, and asked if she had always been like that. Iris replied that the girl had always seemed normal to him, which was why he had befriended her on his first day at the academy. The dark-haired man immediately recalled going to the mountains with Loilia and then participating in the sports festival. Garnet wondered in surprise why the young man, when talking about these memories related to her, was talking about completely different things. She looked up at the boy and softly, hesitantly asked if he remembered how they had spent time together throughout the school year. Iris waved his hand, asking what kind of question that was, and immediately replied that of course he remembered everything. But he didn't look sure, holding his head in his hands. The guy softly asked what was going on and why he didn't have any memories of Garnet. Lillian quietly gulped and, looking up, said that, come to think of it, he didn't remember anything about Garnet or Rosa either. He said that in all his memories of this school year, he only saw Loilia, murmuring that it seemed very strange, and everything related to the king's niece seemed increasingly frightening and unreal. The blonde girl lifted her head and exhaled, realizing that from the very beginning of these unusual oddities, she and her friend had been completely right. She understood that if neither Lillian nor Iris remembered anything about her, it meant that Loilia was a non-playable character and something was wrong. Garnet got out of bed and turned around, wanted to make the guys listen to her, but this still unstarted monologue was almost immediately interrupted. Nilam suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee in front of the princess, asking for forgiveness for unintentionally overhearing the entire conversation. He pressed his hand to his chest and said that he, like Iris and Lillian, had no memories of spending time with the lady. The three men looked at each other, gradually realizing that it was all just one huge deception. Lillian turned to Garnet, excitedly asking what had happened to her and her memories after Loilia appeared. The girl exhaled, crossing her arms over her chest, and said that she didn't remember anything about the girl. In fact, she had also met her for the first time at the beginning of the new term. She said that, simply put, neither she nor Rosa remembered anything about this girl, but everyone else treated her like a friend. The blonde said that their memories differed greatly from each other, stating that this was even stranger. Iris, bewildered, confirmed that this was indeed the case, and then asked who this puzzling Loilia could possibly be. Lillian pointed out that they couldn't get an answer from her, as the girl was a member of the royal family, and would use her position to easily evade answering. Nilam gently embraced his mistress, softly saying that they needed to go to the Demon King's castle themselves to find the answers. Garnet's eyes widened in surprise, and she immediately protested loudly that they couldn't do that because no one would listen to them there, and if everyone in the Demon King's castle also sided with Loilia, as expected, then they might be executed as traitors to the Empire. A few days later, the blonde girl walked slowly down the street with a briefcase in her hand, still pondering the recent events. She thought regretfully that she still hadn't come up with a better plan than the one Nilam had suggested. That day, Garnet thought that perhaps all their questions could be answered at the castle, but Estelle suddenly interrupted her thoughts, appearing behind her and calling her name. The princess, surprised by the familiar male voice, turned around and stopped to speak with the boy. The red-haired young man excitedly apologized for everything she had endured because of Loilia, adding that Lillian had told him everything. Hope flickered in the northerner's pink eyes for everyone's return to their senses as the heir to the throne said he couldn't even imagine the girl capable of such a thing. The blonde obediently placed her palm in his hand, murmuring that it wasn't Estelle's fault and he didn't need to apologize to her at all. The boy, tightening his grip on her fingers, said that it was his fault because Loilia was a member of the royal family, and it was because of her that the scandal had erupted. Garnet thought that Estelle, due to his position, always had a particularly strong sense of responsibility, and perhaps she could learn something from him about his father and uncle. The northerner took a deep breath and cautiously asked if His Majesty and his brother knew about Lobilia's actions. The young man replied that he had written to both of them about everything that was happening, but had not yet received a reply, so he was planning to meet with them personally soon. Estelle added that he would certainly raise the issue of his cousin again, as such behavior should not go unpunished. The red-haired young man gently released the girl's hand, asking her to rely on herself, and promised that he would definitely get to the bottom of everything. In class, Garnet greeted all her friends as usual, but realized that the usually bothersome Loilia wasn't in her usual spot. The blonde frowned, rubbing her chin with her fingers, realizing that she hadn't seen the girl since the autumn cultural festival. Lunchtime arrived, and the girl rose from her seat, pushing back her chair, and sighed softly, muttering under her breath that she was tired. The northerner paused as Pirikasa looked up at her and called her name, wanting to get the Northern Crown Princess's attention. The young man called her to the backyard, apologizing for abruptly calling her over for a conversation, but he had a lot to tell the girl. His emerald eyes burned with guilt as he apologized for failing to protect Garnet from the nightmare Loilia had created. He added that Lillian had told him everything, and after that, he had to think about how all of them had been so blindly unaware of her duplicity. Despite considering himself somewhat experienced, he had never suspected the girl. The blonde-haired man said that the more he thought about it, the stranger the newcomer seemed. For example, the origin of their friendship was suspicious. Assuming he had the same experience as Lillian and Iris, she asked if he also had no memories of her, Loilia. Pirikasa confirmed that this was the case, and that it was completely abnormal, so he had used the magic of the White Grimoire to restore his true memories. Garnet asked him if he was sure he could use it, as he might turn into a cat again, but the green-eyed man said that wouldn't happen. He assured the girl that it was as safe as showing each other their hero favorability ratings, so nothing would happen. Faced with her friend's concern, the blonde smiled brightly, blushing slightly, and thanked Pirikasa for what he had done. The demon's face suddenly flushed as red as a tomato, as the praise and gratitude from the Northern Crown Princess was very pleasing to him. He suddenly leaned closer to her, calling her name, but the Northerner, sensing the awkwardness between them, backed away, muttering that the guy was getting too close. The girl let out a muffled grunt as the person she was talking to was hit on the head with something not too heavy, but quite noticeable and rather uncomfortable. Kurama, carrying a bag of food, wondered if his friend had tried to flirt with Garnet while he was out buying lunch. Pirikasa looked extremely annoyed in the aftermath, and the blonde listened in surprise to the conversation between the two close friends. The green-eyed man said that Kurama could have taken his time. His arrival was extremely ill-timed, and the black-haired man looked at him in surprise. The blonde sighed, saying that if people's memories were truly distorted, he could use a spell to help each of them. The demon recited a special spell in his mind, releasing it into the air, not sparing the use of light magic for this task. Looking at the sky, the blonde-haired man exhaled, telling his friends that all they could do now was wait and hope that everyone would remember everything at the same time. Meanwhile, in Loilia's room at the Demon King's castle, the manual preparation of a special magic potion was in full swing. The blue-eyed girl muttered that being a relative of the king was so convenient, as all the servants were ready to immediately deliver everything needed to create the most potent potion. This secret potion was almost impossible to obtain, but thanks to the game system, the girl knew its subtle and complex recipe. His Majesty, the Demon King, sat in the main throne room, holding an audience with the inhabitants of his empire, a familiar sight for all. He waved his hand towards the exit, sighing and muttering that they could all leave. When all the subjects had left the room, the monarch remarked to the prime minister that there was significantly more work this year than last, to which the prime minister readily agreed. Suddenly, a beam of Pirikasa's magic struck them both, a spell designed to awaken all memories and restore their minds. The prime minister and the ruler looked at each other, not quite understanding what had happened, although they both felt much better. The blue-eyed girl peeked into his office, announcing that she had finished everything and could therefore return to the academy dormitory. Both turned their heads, looking at a completely unfamiliar child who, for some reason, confidently addressed His Majesty as uncle. Loilia froze with a sickening, viscous fear as the king straightened up and asked, not without irritation, "Who is this?" The girl stepped forward, chirping that this joke wasn't funny at all, as she was his sweet and most beloved niece, Loilia. When the man stated that he had never had a niece, the new heroine's blue eyes widened in bewilderment. The girl ran to His Majesty's throne and, clinging to a desperate hope of rectifying the situation, repeated again that this wasn't funny at all. The red-haired ruler looked down at the girl with disdain, stating pointedly that his brother didn't have, and never had, any children. The king roared, accusing her of tampering with everyone's memories and daring to impersonate his relative, demanding to know who she was. The blue-eyed girl froze as the man added that it didn't matter, as such a criminal couldn't be allowed to roam free in the kingdom anyway. Loilia couldn't understand what was happening, as both the ruler and the prime minister beside him looked at her with obvious distrust. The system could only help her once, increasing sympathy and replacing memories. But after that, she had to figure things out on her own. The monarch looked at the girl, asking if she could offer some kind of explanation for her crimes against the royal family. The blue-eyed girl smiled nervously, casually mentioning that she should probably go, since it was time for her to leave. The king loudly ordered her to stop, and just as Loilia darted forward, a stone wall rose from the floor in front of her. The girl thought with despair and fear that in such a fight, she herself would never be able to defeat the real ruler of the underworld. Even if she tried to attack him with magic and tried to escape, her relationship with him would be completely ruined, she thought. The blue-eyed girl wondered in confusion. She should at least have one way to deal with her opponent. She froze abruptly, rummaging deeper into the pocket of her dress, feeling for the bottle of love potion she had brewed the day before. The king walked majestically towards her, extending his hand to the girl and declaring that she shouldn't move or everything that was happening would get worse. Loilia had no intention of giving up and losing everything the game had given her, so she quickly pulled a glass bottle from her pocket and splashed the potion at him. The ruler tried to shield himself from the pink substance of unknown origin with his sleeve, but he didn't have time, and the disgusting stuff splattered all over him. The prime minister, realizing that something might happen to the monarch, jumped up from his seat like a loyal subject, shouting that he would go to help him. Meanwhile, Estelle's noble friends were bringing him news concerning his father. The red-haired man stood in the academy corridor, listening in surprise to things he had no idea about, unable to distinguish which were shamelessly fabricated rumors and which were the truth. Meanwhile, Garnet and Karama were spending their lunch break in the cafeteria, finally replenishing their food reserves and slightly raising their spirits. The blonde girl asked the guy how long he was going to choose food, to which he replied that he couldn't decide because he wanted to try all the cakes. After that, the girl remembered Piracasa, who, although he bravely declared that he would be fine, had to recover after such a powerful spell. She certainly wanted to visit her friend, but on the way to him, she ran into Karama, who stated that the princess needed to have lunch and took her to the cafeteria. After that, when the sun had already sunk below the horizon, leaving behind a pink sunset glow, the two of them returned to the dormitory to rest. Estelle stood near the exit, clearly dressed, not for an evening stroll, but for a journey, and all his companions were already with him. Garnet, assuming that the heir to the throne had just returned from the royal castle, approached and called out his name. Hearing a familiar female voice calling out, the red-haired man instantly turned around, reverently whispering North's name. Estelle turned fully to her, saying that he was actually about to go back there, as his mother had sent word for him to come home as soon as possible. The blonde girl wanted to learn more about who her mother was and what had happened, but the young man suddenly said he was in a great hurry. He promised to ask his father and uncle what exactly had transpired and to find out who the mysterious Loilia was. The girl turned her attention to Karama, who was thoughtfully hanging his head, softly repeating words about a trip to the royal city. The black-haired man suddenly lifted his head and declared that if the heir to the throne permitted, he would like to go with him, as student life was becoming increasingly boring. Garnet indignantly declared that it was impossible for him to be bored of anything since the guy did nothing but eat mountains of various delicacies every day. Karama immediately waved his hand to the girl and declared with sincere delight that he really wanted to see the current Demon King in person. Asta awkwardly exhaled and apologized, saying that his father's castle was now very unsettled, and there was no place for outsiders there. The black-haired man asked if the crown prince was truly in some kind of trouble, and then, without waiting for an answer, said that, as a former ruler, he had to help him. The Northern Crown Princess smiled to herself, thinking that despite everything that had happened, Asta still seemed to respect the authority of Kurama and Paracas. The red-haired man shook his head, exhaled, and agreed, then turned to the Northern Crown Princess and asked, "What about you?" The blonde girl hesitated, thinking that if she were honest with herself, she would understand that she had absolutely nothing to do in the king's castle. Kurama suddenly smiled brightly and said that Garnet would definitely go with them. She looked at him in surprise, asking what he wanted. A little while later, Asta was already standing by a nondescript carriage, waiting for his two companions, who had to get ready quickly. The red-haired man turned around and saw before him a princess in a festive pink dress and a dressed-up Kurama. The prince explained that they wanted to reach the castle without causing unnecessary commotion, so they chose the most inconspicuous carriage, and it might be a little cramped. The black-haired man began to climb into the carriage and declared that if anything happened, Garnet could simply sit on his lap. The girl objected. The coachman and servants waited until the prince and his companions were settled, and the carriage drove away from the academy courtyard. The small company was plunged into an awkward silence for most of the journey, hardly knowing what exactly they could talk about now and how. Kurama propped his chin on his hand, pondering what terrible thing could have happened that the queen suddenly sent a messenger for her son. The red-haired man closed his eyes, exhaled loudly, shook his head, and asked for secrecy regarding everything he was about to say. Garnet was stunned, and her mouth dropped open when Asta suddenly calmly but firmly declared that his father had truly gone mad. The young man added that he had absolutely no idea how this happened or why, but his mother was very worried about her husband's behavior, as he had suddenly started acting strangely. He hinted that Loilia might be to blame for all this, as she hadn't been to class for several days and might have been at the castle the whole time. The three looked at each other, realizing that His Majesty might be in danger due to the influence of this incomprehensible girl. Asta said that given Loilia's ability to distort memories, she could likely easily bewilder his father's mind. As the carriage was already approaching the castle, driving along the main streets of the capital, the young man declared that if something was seriously wrong with His Majesty, then the entire empire would be in danger. They arrived at the royal estate at sunset. Garnet thought to herself that before her rebirth, she had been here several times with her father. The steward greeted the crown prince with a smile and expressed his joy at his presence in the palace and the honor of his visit. Asta excitedly asked how his mother, the queen, was doing. The man bowed and replied that Her Majesty was doing well. When the prince hesitantly asked how the king was feeling, the steward swallowed and asked not to be considered rude, but the ruler seemed like a changed man. The steward explained that the king had locked himself in his office and was tirelessly handwriting some very strange laws concerning the 4 heavenly king families. The gray-haired steward hinted that Lady Loilia might be the culprit, as His Majesty had never considered such things before. Asta lowered his head and confidently replied that his father had always taken into account the interests of the other royal families and therefore would never change the established order. Kurama recalled that some rulers had tried to change this, but it only led to disputes and conflicts between the kingdoms. The black-haired man remembered that in those days, to avoid military conflicts, they usually simply chose a new demon king, and then everything calmed down. He surmised that Loilia was doing this on purpose, so that she could later resist the foolish laws, but it wasn't worth telling the other kings. However, Asta said that because of the cultural festival incident, the northern and eastern kings now disagreed with his father's actions, and the southern and western rulers wouldn't stay out of it either. Garnet thought excitedly. For the first time, she didn't know what her future held. Then she remembered they hadn't found the dark elf yet. The red-haired man. Asta interrupted her thoughts about the new final boss, saying he wanted to visit the queen and asked if they would accompany him. Kurama agreed without a second thought, while Garnet blushed with discomfort, thinking that the two of them definitely didn't belong there. The prince entered his mother's chambers, first apologizing for the delay, then asking if she had anything she wanted to discuss. The demon queen, a mermaid, a young and kind woman, said with a barely perceptible smile that she had been waiting for them for a long time. Asta introduced his companions, the former demon Lord Kurama and the future queen of the north, Garnet, and asked his mother if she minded their presence. The blonde Garnet apologized profusely for disturbing the peace of the castle's inhabitants, while her friend Kurama suddenly said they were more than happy to help, so they wanted to know what had happened to her husband. As silence fell, and the princess thought that he had no tact whatsoever, Kurama cleared his throat and repeated his question. The queen said that, according to the prime minister, her husband had tried to detain Loilia, but during the struggle, she had splashed him with an unknown substance. The woman added that, upon examination, her people had determined that His Majesty had been subjected to a rare love potion. She explained that this drug had been developed by alchemists long ago, but due to its properties, the king himself had decreed that it, or anything like it, would never be produced again. Garnet looked at the queen, who was clearly having the hardest time in this situation. She leaned back on the sofa in distress, and the blonde Garnet suddenly realized that she remembered a similar potion in the original plot of the simulator. This extremely rare drop could be obtained after defeating Kurama, and the potion's effect could even last until the next playthrough. Looking at the black-haired man, the girl thought what a terrible scandal it would cause if rumors spread that a grown man, the demon lord, had fallen in love with a schoolgirl. Asta seemed to be the most worried of them all, lowering his head and growling that this was nonsense, and they should interrogate Loilia immediately. Kurama suddenly said confidently that if it was all about the ancient love elixir, then he could concoct the antidote himself. The black-haired man explained that after he had studied the forbidden books, all knowledge of forbidden techniques, potions, and how to undo them had become open to him. The heir to the throne nodded, indicating that the royal laboratory should have all the necessary ingredients they might need. The queen added that she would order everything he needed to be brought to him, and that she would try to bring His Majesty at the appropriate time. Cupping her face in her hands, the woman expressed her hope that her husband's illness had nothing to do with the destruction of the whole world. To reassure Her Majesty, Garnet told her in a trembling voice that this was perhaps too dramatic an outcome. The queen said that since Garnet had only recently become Queen of the North, her father must not have had time to tell his daughter about the legend. She hastened to explain that all the royal families had studied this story to avoid possible public unrest. According to the queen, the legend was that when the magic of the white and black ancient tombs was activated, the entire kingdom would fall into chaos. From this chaos and destruction, for the desperate salvation of the world, the empire must be saved by a certain saintess described as resembling Rose. When the ruler said that if they didn't find this girl, an ancient evil that threatened to destroy everything would rise on earth, Kurama said that he knew this story. After some time, the trio had descended to the basement in order to carry out their plan to save His Majesty. The blonde Garnet remembered that the legend told by the queen also existed in the world of the original game. The saintess and her beloved would be able to stop the chaos that would engulf the entire kingdom, but if she wasn't there, an ancient evil would awaken. Garnet thought that the first part of the legend repeated the plot of the original game. Rose and her boyfriend defeated Kurama, and then the end credits rolled, as she pondered what ancient evil might be unleashed. Night finally fell on the royal castle. Watching the black-haired man brew the potion with the necessary ingredients, Garnet felt that he was thoroughly enjoying the process. She couldn't help but think that she and the equally intelligent Lillian could be great research partners. After a while, Kurama announced that everything was ready, and several vials of the ancient love potion antidote sat on the table. When Asta asked if it needed to be drunk, the former ruler replied that it was enough to apply the antidote to any exposed area of skin. The friends' discussion was interrupted by the sound of a door opening and slamming against the wall. Turning around, they saw the queen leaning against the door, breathing heavily and looking extremely unwell. Garnet rushed to her side. The queen explained that she had wanted to visit His Majesty herself, but she had been surrounded by those under the love potion spell. If she hadn't escaped, she too would have been enthralled. The Northern Kingdom worried that everyone in the castle was under Loilia's control. Just then, the Chancellor and another man appeared in the doorway. One of the men asked why Her Majesty was running and resisting, while the other added that she should hurry up and join them. Shielding the queen with his body, the black-haired man, holding the antidote, said that she needn't worry, as the special potion was ready. He added that Garnet and Asta would easily liberate the castle from Loilia's minions. Garnet thought to herself that they had been assigned their tasks rather quickly. The red-haired man, furious at what was happening and that someone dared to bewitch his people, grabbed a jar, quickly tore off the lid, and rushed out. The young man swung the jar vigorously, spraying the antidote on the men affected by the love potion. The two men immediately froze, doused with the special potion, and their bodies seemed to begin to change. The Chancellor asked what was being done to him, while the other man muttered that Miss Loilia had given him some kind of potion, and from that moment on, there had been a blank space in his mind. Garnet, delighted, watched the whole situation with a smile, muttering that the magic potion was working. Asta, looking at the crown princess, said that the two of them couldn't clear the entire castle, immediately adding that he had an idea. Equipping the two men freed from Loilia's spell with bags slung over their shoulders, the prince asked if everything was clear, and they agreed. Walking through the corridors with the princess, the red-haired man soon encountered a soldier who said that for Lady Loilia he would find more friends. The crown prince ordered him to stop, then with a swift and deft movement, pulled out the love potion antidote from his bag. He sprayed it on him. They had all managed to cleverly pour the antidote into more convenient spray bottles for easier spraying. As night fell, Asta, looking in amazement at the people around him, told the blonde girl they could move on. Walking back to back through the spacious halls, the young people sprayed the antidote on everyone they met along the way. Having cleared a path for themselves to the main hall, where the emperor usually sat, the red-haired man opened the tall doors, ready for further action. Loilia sat brazenly on the throne, quite calm, not expecting to be disturbed now. The crown prince roared angrily, saying that the girl had done a great job enchanting everyone in this huge castle. The blue-eyed girl, in a nasty voice, said that Asta shouldn't frown, as such a beautiful face shouldn't have wrinkles. As the girl snapped her fingers and the chainmail rattled, Garnet and Asta were surrounded by soldiers still under her control. Loilia said this was exactly what she should have done from the very beginning. Conquer the castle and the royal family, and then the entire underworld. The blue-eyed girl, holding out a vial of pink love potion, smiled and invited Asta to join her in this endeavor. Pulling something from the inside pocket of his jacket, the red-haired man repeated the girl's words, then shook his head and grinned. He and Garnet immediately rushed forward, pulling out the antidote, 2 small vials in each hand, and began bringing the soldiers back to their senses. Loilia understood perfectly well that if this was the antidote, and everyone in the castle returned to normal, then all her efforts would definitely go down the drain. Seeing no other option for herself, the blue-eyed girl raised her head and, putting her hands to her mouth like a megaphone, screamed, calling for His Majesty to help. Having dealt with the soldiers surrounding them, the young people exchanged glances, waiting for the still enchanted king to appear. As he entered the throne room with a smooth, graceful gait, all the knights immediately fell to their knees before their ruler. The monarch, looking completely unlike himself, looked from under his brows at those present, then turned his gaze to the young girl, asking why she had called him. Asta couldn't recognize his father at all, so he leaned forward and asked His Majesty what had happened, while Garnet stood behind him. Asta produced a spray bottle filled with the antidote, muttering almost to himself that he would handle this and put an end to the chaos. His Majesty the King seemed entirely unmoved by his son's fervor, lowering his hand as the floor beneath them trembled from his power. Without a word to his son, the king flicked his wrist, directing shards of magically conjured stone towards them. Asta gently pushed the blonde girl behind him, her mind registering that he was shielding her from the brunt of his bewitched father's attack. Watching the prince's broad back, the blonde girl blushed slightly, touched that even now he was thinking of her. The red-haired man pulled out 2 spray bottles, declaring that he was going to cure the big bad, and promptly asked if she could cover him. Garnet clicked her tongue in annoyance. Unhappy with how things were progressing, she leaned forward and effortlessly deflected a piece of rubble hurtling towards Asta. He turned, offering her a small smile and saying that Her Highness was doing an excellent job on his behalf. Loilia, however, was displeased. "You'd best stay out of my way, Garnet," she said, light magic flaring in her palms. "You're annoying enough as it is." Garnet thought, surprised, that the girl truly possessed light magic, just like Ruth and Piracassa, but that was due to their study of the White Book. The blonde girl quickly retreated to avoid the attack, anxiously wondering if her opponent held any other powers besides these. Meanwhile, Asta was battling his father, or more accurately, simply deflecting his attacks to prevent either of them from being seriously injured. The red-haired man, realizing he couldn't reach the king with the antidote at this rate, thought with some irritation that the king, even as a father, was being incredibly difficult. Suddenly, the northern princess, already busy fighting their shared enemy, told him not to give up, that he could do it. At that moment, Asta felt he could triumph in any battle, no matter the opponent. The steward also ran into the throne room, antidote in hand, calling out to His Majesty. This was a clear signal. They had cured everyone else. Loilia noticed with surprise that the magic had been lifted from him as well, but she quickly smiled, holding up a finger. "No need for that," she declared. With a snap of her fingers, the hall was once again filled with knights under the influence of the love potion, ready to do her bidding. Garnet watched her grimly, thinking that the blue-eyed girl was making a fatal mistake now, because she and Asta weren't alone here. Tired of dealing with this and preferring a swift resolution, Garnet charged towards the soldiers, antidote at the ready. Together with the steward, she attacked the bewitched knights, spraying them with the antidote. Instantly, their senses returned. Loilia thought with dismay that her opponents had managed to undo the spell on all the soldiers. She desperately needed more of the potion. The only one still under her control was the king, the strongest of them all. But Garnet told Asta to trust them. The red-haired man allowed himself a moment of distraction, smiling as he said he never doubted her and her actions for a second. Kurama entered the throne room, carrying an entire basket of the antidote, and Her Majesty the Queen announced that, though they had kept them waiting, they could now offer their assistance. The blonde girl turned to her newly arrived allies with a bright smile, saying that this was perfect. The queen quickly distributed the antidote to all the knights, ordering each of them to take several vials, which they obediently did. Kurama began using his stone magic, issuing instructions to all the knights, saying that their objective was to cure His Majesty. Loilia, feeling a surge of terror, attacked her opponents again with her light magic, impatiently declaring that she'd had enough of all of them. As the blue-eyed girl felt her hands become encased in a thick layer of ice, she cried out in surprise and fear, a stern female voice announcing that she wouldn't let this brat get away with this. His Majesty's wife glared at her, then coldly asked how she dared so brazenly bewitch her husband. Loilia trembled with hatred, thinking it outrageous that she was being threatened by some shrew from the original story. Meanwhile, Garnet was trying to help her friends subdue the king, who was wholly unprepared and not planning to surrender without a fight. As Asta and Kurama attacked him from both sides, the blonde girl froze, assessing the chances of success if she altered her strategy slightly. Approaching him from behind, Garnet murmured that this would be better and used her magic to affect His Majesty. The king gasped softly, freezing as lightning coursed through his body, then panicked, realizing that his body was gradually becoming numb. The steward shouted to the soldiers that Garnet had subdued His Majesty the King. He then waved his hand, ordering them to bring out the vials. They immediately surrounded the immobilized king, understanding the need to act swiftly before the magic wore off. The king suddenly swung his arm, flinging a dozen knights aside. But Asta leaped towards his father from the other side, shouting that he finally had him. The red-haired man jumped up, pressing down hard on two sprayers to ensure they hit his father's exposed skin. Everyone in the throne room seemed to freeze. His Majesty the King cleared his throat softly, frowned, and slowly opened his eyes, as if waking from a deep sleep. Her Majesty the Queen, dodging debris and knights, hurried towards her husband. With joy and relief, the queen cried out that he was finally awake. Touching her husband's chest, she explained that he had been drugged with a love potion concocted by Loilia, and everyone around them had been affected. She added that thanks to her son, Lord Kurama, and the future ruler of the North, they had managed to bring His Majesty back to his senses. Asta, his passion still ignited from the recent battle, exclaimed that now that his father was awake, they should immediately apprehend the culprit behind all these events. Everyone's attention turned to Loilia, who froze, her whole body trembling with intense fear. She muttered that she had used up all her potions, which was unfortunate, as she couldn't have imagined Kurama would come and ruin everything. Realizing the situation was a stalemate for her, the blue-eyed girl wondered if she had to resort to the system's help. Everyone saw the disturbance that appeared around her. Asta, approaching her, murmured that he had never seen magic like this before. Loilia was well aware that the system's help function could only be used once, but she was in too difficult a situation. The blue-eyed girl, realizing she had no other choice, raised her hand and screamed, calling for the system's aid. The system saved her. Loilia vanished from the spot where she had been standing, all accompanied by a deafening roar and a flash of light that blinded everyone around. Garnet thought to herself that this sorcery was neither white nor black magic, nor any of the other four elements. She wondered if the heroine's appearance was related to the legend, given her opponent's skilled manipulation of concocted potions and spell casting. Loilia was transported to a dark alley on an ordinary street in the capital, far enough away from the place that posed a danger to her. The blue-eyed girl gasped, thinking it was a close call. She almost ended up in custody, shackled. Meanwhile, in the heart of the capital, a tavern bustled with life, filled with people relaxing after work, or those who didn't work at all. At one of the tables, a rude man reached out, holding up an empty mug, demanding they bring him as much ale as possible. Dichiro was already pouring the beer, but the guest continued to yell angrily, asking how much longer he had to wait and ordering her to hurry up. The black-haired woman placed the massive mug on the table, softly apologizing for the wait. But the man slammed his fist on the table, roaring why he had to wait so long. Dichiro felt like she was back in her first life, apologizing under her breath to the cruel man. He yelled that he couldn't hear what she had just said, ordering her to speak properly, and then threw an empty mug, hitting the fleeing girl. The girl, feeling warm blood trickling down her bruised temple, thought that if she had magic, she would grind them all to dust. She looked at the cursed bracelet, her main punishment, and the reason why the girl couldn't even cast spells now. Dichiro was forced to work like all the lower demons, her life completely devoid of the luxury of royal life. Meanwhile, the king and all the inhabitants of the castle finally returned to normal. All the destruction in the throne room cleared away. His Majesty formally thanked the three heroes for thwarting Lobilia's plans, and for saving the inhabitants of the castle as well. The king smiled, then sincerely assured them that capturing the Villainess would be his and all the castle knights' primary objective. The blonde girl thought that despite Lobilia's escape, she had a strange feeling they would definitely meet again. Recalling all the steps the blue-eyed girl had taken so far, it seemed the heroine wasn't planning to give up easily. After the long formal part was over, the entire royal family and their guests moved to the dining room for a celebratory breakfast. The blonde girl slowly ate pieces of still warm steak, not quite understanding why she had been invited to this event as well. The king suddenly turned to Kurama and Garnet, thanking them for their involvement in resolving the conflict that had occurred last night. Garnet tried to politely decline, wishing to avoid excessive gratitude, but her friend happily accepted the warm words. His Majesty asked Garnet if she had used magic to subdue him, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, he remarked on her impressive magical skills. The girl nervously swallowed when he added that, as the Prime Minister had mentioned, the princess was perfectly suited for the role of the next Demon Queen. Her Majesty the Queen said she would be happy to see the girl become her successor, but she had heard that her elder brother also wished for Garnet to become his nephew's wife. The blonde girl wasn't surprised by this, remembering all the arguments about her marriage from the last meeting. Suddenly, Kurama pulled the girl and her chair towards himself, embracing Garnet and confidently declaring that she could only be his queen. Asta didn't appreciate this gesture, lightly tapping the table and declaring that the demon was treading on thin ice, and such matters weren't for him to decide. The king and queen, with silent amusement and sincere smiles, watched the young heirs bicker. His Majesty announced that no one would force her, but neither would anyone deprive her of the throne, causing the girl to look at him in surprise. The Prime Minister stood behind the open door of the dining room, smiling as he listened to all of this, as he was the princess's mentor. A little while later, the blonde girl walked alone in the garden, as Asta and Kurama said they needed time to prepare. Despite everything ending well, excitement still filled the girl's heart, as no one knew where Loilia had gone or what she was planning. The blonde girl stopped when she suddenly heard a very familiar male voice unexpectedly call her name. Iris looked very agitated, running straight towards Garnet as if something terrible had happened, which couldn't help but surprise the crown princess. The black-haired man exclaimed that she had been missing since morning. He was worried, and then asked if she had been granted the title of future Demon Queen. Garnet's mouth dropped open in surprise, stunned at first, but she realized his words and worries weren't entirely unfounded. Yesterday, she hadn't warned anyone where she was going, and Iris had likely made such assumptions due to eavesdropping through the brooch. Garnet guessed the young man had overheard the conversation at breakfast and misunderstood everything, as she hadn't even agreed. As the girl remained lost in thought, Iris tightly gripped her shoulders, abruptly leaning forward and asking if she had truly become the next demon queen. The blonde girl, her cheeks flushed, found the young man's behavior very strange, then blushed and muttered that they had proposed, but she had refused. The black-haired man stepped back from the princess in surprise, taking a few steps back and stammering something completely unintelligible. Suddenly, Kurama and Asta appeared, apologizing to the girl for taking so long to gather their things and making her wait. Garnet and Iris distanced themselves from each other, as this conversation seemed too personal and awkward to share with anyone. The four young people walked side by side through the garden, preparing to board the carriages and return to the academy together. The blonde girl walked in silence, thinking that the words spoken by the boy and his apparent sincere concern were awakening some completely different feelings within her. Soon, two carriages were already smoothly traveling along the wide streets of the capital, carrying the gentleman towards the Demon Academy. Garnet didn't like the silence that hung between her and the young man, who for some reason was very agitated and awestruck by the news of her potential marriage. It seemed the black-haired man felt embarrassed after that conversation, in which he had behaved too emotionally and unrestrainedly, revealing his feelings. Noticing that the boy had lowered his head and his breathing had become much heavier, the blonde girl clasped her hands together and gently asked if he was all right, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Iris muttered that he felt his temperature rising, but it wasn't as serious as it seemed. On the way to the castle, the windows had been opened, and someone had splashed cold water into the carriage, so he was sure to catch a cold after this incident. He claimed he had been in such a hurry to check on Garnet that he hadn't even stopped to deal with those idiots, and Garnet agreed that splashing water into a nobleman's carriage was incredibly foolish. Suddenly, something blocked the road, and the carriage abruptly braked to a halt, causing the young people to cry out in surprise. Iris was the first to exit the carriage, followed by the blonde girl, wondering if some unpleasant accident had suddenly occurred. The boy seemed to walk purposefully towards somewhere, as if he knew exactly where he needed to be. Garnet called his name, trying to figure out what was going on. Suddenly, Loilia appeared before them, throwing her arms around the boy's neck and declaring with a bright smile that she had been waiting for him. Garnet was stunned, her jaw practically dropping to the floor, as she couldn't understand what was happening here and why Iris was calmly enduring it all. The Northern Crown Princess guessed that Loilia had once again used the remnants of that secret love potion. It was this potion that had been splashed on the young man on the way to the castle, which was why he had felt so bad and even thought he simply had a fever. Garnet frowned, decisively remembering the spray bottle with the remnants of the antidote in her skirt pocket. Loilia hid behind the boy's shoulder, fearfully declaring that she didn't like Garnet because of the creepy face she was making. The blonde girl angrily yelled at the blue-eyed girl, asking how many times she was going to do this and what she was trying to achieve. Loilia turned to Iris, stroking his chest and asking him not to speak to her in that tone, because now the boy was under her control. Garnet, seeing that the black-haired man wasn't as active as others affected by this spell, carefully took out the bottle. Gazing into the blue eyes of the young man who had shown such concern for her not long ago, the girl thought that she had to save him. Taking a few steps forward, the crown princess held out the small bottle of antidote. Then she sprayed it towards Iris. The monster hunter, quick and agile, immediately dodged the attack, seemingly without even trying. A bright flame ignited in the young man's palm. Garnet took a few steps back, quietly gulping, thinking about what to do next, how to act. She hadn't expected Iris to be so cruel, to even think of attacking her after that duel. The blue-eyed woman standing behind him ordered him to attack, because the boy only listened to her, and Garnet was now just an enemy to him. Loilia wrapped her arms around his shoulders, squeezing him slightly, and in an anxious voice, begged the young man to protect her from this girl. The blonde girl was surprised to find that deep down in her soul, there There was not only fear, but something else more unpleasant, as if jealousy was stinging her heart. She pleaded with Iris not to give in, but when a fiery attack flew towards her, Garnet involuntarily ran forward, remembering the duel. After her victory, the princess had become his friend. The young man never tired of supporting her and was the first to admire her power, which had nothing to do with magic, and he had also saved her from Loilia before. Standing before him, waiting for another attack, Garnet softly called the hesitant Iris's name, murmuring that he didn't want this. She stretched out her hand with the bottle and pressed the button, but suddenly nothing happened. There was no antidote in the air. The girl tried pressing it a few more times and shaking the bottle, unable to believe that luck had abandoned her so completely. Garnet froze in terror, her jaw dropping, realizing that if Iris decided to attack, she would now be unable to resist. She looked around. The crown princess remembered that among the things in the carriage, there were a few more bottles of antidote, just in case. The love potion's effect on the boy was indeed not as strong as on others, because after looking at her calmly for a few seconds, he ran off. The blonde girl returned with a new bottle of antidote. Iris still wasn't particularly worried and didn't even seem to blink. Garnet came a little closer, straightened up, and confidently declared that she wouldn't let Iris continue like this. The girl begged him to come to his senses as soon as possible, as she didn't want their conflict to escalate into a serious, dangerous fight. The black-haired man suddenly clenched his fists, pressing them to himself, and let out a low growl from his throat, clearly coming to his senses. Loilia couldn't understand what was happening to him, as none of the previously charmed had ever acted even remotely like this. She thought that the air circulation wasn't good in this narrow alley, and although Garnet never hit Iris, there was a lot of antidote floating around. The blonde girl muttered that even so, she was able to bring the not-quite-sober boy to his senses, even if she didn't do it immediately. The blue-eyed girl gritted her teeth in anger, looking at the Northern Crown Princess and mentally calling her a good-for-nothing. Loilia thought that, in that case, she would just give Iris more of the love potion and began fiddling with the bottle. Garnet screamed loudly, saying that she wouldn't allow anyone around her to be bullied anymore, and she wouldn't tolerate it in the future either. With all her might, the blonde girl threw the bottle of antidote at her opponent, as it was the first thought that came to her mind. Loilia cried out in sharp pain as the vial clattered to the ground. The girl's attack had connected with her arm, and it wasn't a light wound. As the blue-eyed girl growled in annoyance, Garnet thought that perhaps throwing the antidote hadn't been the wisest move. The blue vial, upon impacting Lobilia's arm, flew higher, cracking and bursting open from the force of the collision. The antidote sprayed into the air, raining down on both Garnet's opponent and Iris, who still hadn't fully recovered from the potion's effects. The blue-eyed girl confidently approached the princess, asking if she really thought she had won so easily. Garnet produced another vial, a wicked smile playing on her lips as she said she had saved some of the elixir for dear Iris. Loilia froze as the young man's strong hand effortlessly snatched the dreaded vial, the source of so much trouble, from her grasp. Looking at the strange pink liquid, Iris murmured, "So that's how it was." He turned to Garnet, saying he didn't remember anything from the moment the carriage stopped, and immediately asked if he'd been controlled by some madwoman. The blue-eyed girl trembled with fear, whispering in disbelief, "It wasn't supposed to be like this." Iris turned to her, asking if she thought he would believe a single word she said after all her lies and manipulation. Loilia clicked her tongue, turning to leave as quickly as possible before she could be apprehended again. Both Iris and Garnet gave chase, determined to catch the girl who had caused so much trouble for everyone. The blue-eyed girl laughed, using her light powers, unwilling to surrender to her opponents so easily. As she ran and disappeared around the next corner, the young man, momentarily blinded by the bright light, cursed quietly. Iris growled in annoyance, brushing his hair out of his face as he stared at the empty space ahead. He and Garnet exchanged a look, panting, realizing that Loilia had once again managed to escape. Garnet looked at him with concern, hesitantly asking if he was all right. Iris immediately relaxed, smiling as he said he no longer felt the strange discomfort, assuring her that he was fine. Garnet looked up at him in surprise, completely unaware of how it had happened, but hearing her voice had helped him regain his senses. She explained that he had been under the influence of Lobilia's love potion, having been splashed with it that morning on the way to the castle. Garnet turned away from him slightly, suggesting they continue their conversation in the carriage to avoid any further awkwardness. Garnet recounted everything that had happened to the palace, concluding with Loilia's escape. She immediately speculated that the villain hadn't gotten far, while Iris suggested that the girl probably assumed he was hiding somewhere in the city. Iris surmised that she had been able to pinpoint his location because he had been traveling in a carriage bearing the Northern Kingdom's crest. He figured Loilia had chosen him because he was unaware of the events at the castle and therefore an easy target. Iris apologized to Garnet, saying that not only had he been unable to help, but he had also caused a great deal more trouble. He mumbled that he wouldn't use his brother's things again, like the brooch, but he wanted to know if she was all right. She advised him not to worry too much about her. Garnet shook her head, immediately smiling as she said she was glad he was finally awake, regardless. Iris blushed slightly, scratching the back of his head with his palm as he mumbled that he owed his recovery to the Northern Kingdom's princess. He looked intently at her, saying he had heard her begging him not to be like that, and then asking him to wake up. Garnet stared back at him, surprised and blushing, as hearing those words from him sounded particularly earnest and affectionate for some reason. Iris laced his fingers together, squeezing them gently, as he said it was after those words that he felt he should talk to her. He added that he was very worried when he woke up and saw them fighting Loilia, and was therefore relieved that Garnet was safe. Unable to contain his tender impulse, Iris leaned forward and pulled Garnet close, embracing her tightly in a warm hug. Garnet blushed, her palms pressed against his chest, completely taken aback by the embrace and unable to overcome her embarrassment. The girl screamed internally, shaking her head from side to side, as Iris's closeness brought her such pleasure. Garnet adjusted to a more comfortable position in his arms, snuggling against the young man and sighing sweetly, thinking her heart was about to leap from her chest. Just then, the game registered a change, as the girl's affection for Iris had reached its peak. As the sun slowly sank below the horizon, a ragged girl sat on the threshold of a house, her arms wrapped around her knees. Mandala muttered to herself, saying that everything that had happened was sickening, and she wanted more than ever to return to her former world. The dark-haired girl looked up when a stranger blocked her view of the sun and asked who she was. Looking at the girl in front of her with glasses and her hands clasped behind her back like a schoolgirl, the blue-eyed girl said it was a pleasure to meet Mandala and then introduced herself as Loilia. The girl's yellow eyes flickered with disbelief as Loilia explained that she had come to save her from a similar fate. Suddenly, a hologram of a black grimoire appeared and shimmered, and the blue-eyed woman asked if she was truly a villain, then said she would help. A huge creature of swirling black and red dark magic energy, smoke suddenly burst from the book with a roar, and Mandala stumbled back in surprise. The dark soul finally found a new host in a defeated and weakened girl who could not resist. In the evening, Garnet sat in the living room of the dormitory, replaying the events of the past few days over and over in her mind. She thought about how the royal family was searching the entire capital for Loilia, but she might have already had time to plot something truly wicked. The blonde girl collapsed on the sofa, stretched and groaned, feeling a distinct headache and wondering what to do next. She froze in surprise when she heard a familiar male voice call her name. She sat up slightly. Garnet turned around, and her cheeks flushed slightly at the sight before her. She saw Iris standing in front of her, looking at her and scratching the back of his head. The blonde girl sat up in bed, adjusted her bangs, and asked hesitantly how he was feeling after all of that. Iris waved his hand and replied with a smile and his usual carefree demeanor that he had rested and was feeling better. The black-haired man sat down next to her, murmuring that she looked worried, adding that, of course, it was understandable. The demon possessing Karama or Loilia was a serious matter, but the young man assured the princess that she didn't have to fight them alone. Garnet's pink eyes shone with a warm light, and she thought to herself that the young man was always more attentive to her than usual. Iris gently tapped the tip of her nose, telling her not to be afraid, as he would always be on the princess's side and would certainly do everything in his power to help her. The blonde girl blushed and assured him that she wouldn't go after either of them alone, then thanked him for his concern. It seemed that at such a moment, a warm and throbbing intimacy suddenly arose between them, which no outsider could disturb. But the worried Neelam didn't think so, and he quickly ran through the hallway, calling out to his mistress, screaming that he had finally found her. Iris turned around displeased to look at the light-haired man, and the crown princess looked at her friend in surprise, asking what was going on. The boy's bright purple eyes twinkled with excitement, and he sat down to tell them that there was chaos outside. He said that he was with Kurama and Pirikasa when the sky turned crimson, and they seemed to realize what was happening and then quickly left. Iris sighed and declared that if those two were involved as well, it was a serious matter, so he would go after them. He quickly stood up. Garnet immediately jumped up and declared that she was going with them. And when the young man protested that it could be dangerous, she replied that she understood perfectly. The blonde girl thought to herself that she didn't want to go there and face all of them again. But in order to help the one she loved, she had to. She looked at Neelam and told him to warn everyone he could and then meet up with her and Iris. They were going there now. The young man jumped up and quickly walked along the spacious corridor towards the exit, wanting to figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, in the forest behind the academy, Kurama and Pirikasa were panting, having been soundly thrashed by whomever they had encountered. During the battle, Mandala was completely controlled in all her actions by an evil demon, flipping through a black grimoire filled with forbidden spells. Loilia, looking extremely pleased and holding a white scroll in her hand, slipped out from behind her companions and begged their forgiveness. She said she didn't resent them, but the two boys would be in the way, so it was time for them to go to sleep, and she would take this for herself, clutching the book tightly to her chest. After the monologue, Pirikasa and Kurama collapsed to the ground, unable to resist the power of the dark demon even when combined. Loilia, the blue-eyed girl, thoughtfully tapped her lip with a finger, thinking that even so, Dichiro was too weak a vessel. Many years ago, when that soul entered Kurama's body, they made a very profitable deal, exchanging a body for unlimited power, but this time it was different. Dichiro's body already contained enough demonic power. At this rate, such an alliance might break her. Something had to be done. Garnet asked Iris if he was sure they were going the right way. He replied that he didn't know, but he sensed the presence of a powerful monster. Just then, a loud bang echoed from up ahead, and they stopped abruptly. The entire sky turned redder than before, and even darker. Seeing Kurama and Pirikasa lying on the ground, Garnet screamed their names and bent down to check on them. Panicked, she grabbed the collars of the two demons and shook them, urging them to wake up. Iris nervously asked her why she was being so rough. Garnet explained that she was just trying to bring them back to their senses, but Iris felt the shaking was making Kurama feel worse. When he woke up, Garnet gently squeezed his large hand with her fingers, whispering that he was finally awake. He asked what happened. Pirikasa, eyes still closed, whispered weakly, "The truth is." Loilia undid the spell of the White Book. He added that a part of the White Book's power still remained within him, but the book itself was imprisoned in the Demon King's castle. Only the blue-eyed girl, Loilia, had accomplished what even the Demon King couldn't. She recreated the White Book with her own hands. Pirikasa murmured that he had never seen the kind of magic their opponent possessed, the ability to manipulate memories and do such a thing. Kurama suggested that, in that case, Loilia might be connected to the legendary event the queen spoke of. Garnet immediately recalled the words. Only the Saintess and her beloved can stop the chaos that has begun. The first part of the prophecy had come completely true, and now the second part was also approaching, but they were destined to fail because the Saintess wasn't there. Garnet immediately thought in despair that, based on all the known facts, Loilia could indeed be that ancient evil being. Iris brought a sense of calm to the situation, saying it was just a legend, and therefore they needed to defeat their opponent and complete their mission. Pirikasa whispered that it wouldn't be easy, because she now possessed the power of the White Book. The Black Book was in the hands of her subordinate, Dichiro, whose body had been successfully possessed by an evil spirit, the same one who gave the potion to the students, and to the monsters as well. The two of them stood up, saying they had to deal with this force first before they could try to do anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to overcome this evil. Garnet thought with dread that even the great demon kings of the past had withdrawn from this battle that had barely begun. When Iris asked where Loilia had gone, Pirikasa pointed to the side, saying she was heading straight for the academy. Just then, an explosion accompanied by a roar and sparks erupted behind him. Iris turned around, guessing the girls were there. Garnet quickly stood up from where she was, told Pirikasa and Kurama to catch their breath and follow, and then ran after Iris. The two of them ran towards the sounds of the explosions until the path led them to the academy courtyard, where the girls had already arrived. Dechira, her body completely possessed by the demon, was preparing to unleash devastating destruction with the help of a forbidden spell. The dark-haired girl had finally lost control of herself. No wonder the evil spirit had grown stronger in her weak and defenseless body. Suddenly, Rose appeared, bravely running out to confront the attacker and loudly ordering her to stop these atrocities immediately. Loilia, with a bright smile, announced that she had been looking for her, adding that she was glad to see Rose there. Iris and Garnet hid behind a tree to avoid immediately engaging in a practically pointless battle with the two somewhat crazed girls. Loilia suddenly said that until now she had wanted to use tricks to torment her, but the easiest way was to deal with the heroine herself. Rose froze, terrified by these words. Garnet, hearing her friend being referred to as the heroine, widened her eyes. Loilia placed her hand on Dechira's shoulder and said, "This is the heroine. She's the one who instigated a girl to go after Rose, thus ruining your life." The dark-haired girl, at the thought of being a villain who could take revenge for everything, lowered her head, pondering these words. Garnet, listening to their discussion about villains and heroines, didn't quite understand what was happening and could only silently fear what would happen next. Loilia declared that she had appeared because their own foolishness was preventing them from completing the story as planned. Iris didn't understand a word she said, but Garnet did, and mentally noted that the blue-eyed girl realized she was in a game world. Everything was truly messed up. Now, there was neither a heroine nor her main love interest to fight against evil. Garnet thought to herself that a perfect ending didn't exist, but if the heroine didn't awaken her powers and fall in love, then what would follow was a bad ending of failure. The blonde girl didn't want this world to end, so she stood up, thinking that if she didn't stop all this horror, the prophecy would come true. Loilia told Rose not to worry, because she would easily take her place and then make this world better. She immediately added that this world, this system, needed a good ending, and for that, a new villain, represented by her, had been created. Garnet had already run forward, while Loilia was immersed in her monologue, talking about how she refused to be a villain and wanted to get rid of this identity. The blue-eyed girl claimed that only by eliminating the heroine from the system could she herself achieve happiness and enjoy life. Dechira still couldn't control her actions, so she intended to attack the green-eyed girl with all the dark magic she possessed. Rose screamed in fright and took a few steps back, as she couldn't withstand such an attack at all. Garnet yelled that she would never allow such a thing to happen and waved her arms, directing paralyzing magic towards Dechira. Dechira froze, and the black book fell from her hands, not because her palms went weak, but because her whole body was weakened, completely losing its ability to move. The blonde girl ran towards Rose to protect her, or at least try to when she was attacked again. Ignoring Dechira lying on the ground, Loilia laughed and said that Garnet had joined them. Garnet turned to Loilia and said that she had just listened to her whole story and was sure that the blue-eyed girl wasn't human at all. Loilia adjusted her glasses and said that the system sometimes malfunctioned, adding living beings to the game, but she didn't expect such a deduction. Loilia said that now she understood why Garnet didn't act like a third-rate villain, but like a real protagonist. As Dechira gradually regained consciousness, the blue-eyed girl said that it didn't matter to her whether the person was human or not, because she would eventually take the heroine's place. Loilia turned to her ally and asked what she was dawdling for, ordering her to quickly finish them all off. Dechira, having finally regained some consciousness, pushed herself up from the ground with her palms. Feeling all the hatred and power accumulated within her body under the influence of the evil spirit, Dechira screamed from the pain of her soul being torn apart, preparing to rush towards them. Rose murmured that she was in pain, and the blonde girl agreed, because it was painful for two souls to torment each other, trying to occupy this body. Loilia said they couldn't wait for any friends because the academy was currently in terrible chaos because of them. All the students who had succumbed to the girl's love potion were wreaking havoc on campus, not allowing any of the main characters to come here. Garnet gulped quietly, and the blue-eyed girl smirked triumphantly, saying that without them, she was nothing and couldn't possibly defeat her alone. Rose twitched silently in fear, and Garnet thought to herself that this was indeed true. Without those boys, they couldn't fight Loilia and Dachira at all. Just as the blonde girl was wondering if Asta would appear with the antidote, Dachira stretched out her hand and shouted, attacking the girls with magic. Loilia declared that now that she had control of the power of both magic books, no one could stop her, and this time she would achieve a happy ending for herself. Garnet, knocked back by Dachira's magic, thought to herself that even if Loilia was connected to the system, she wasn't omnipotent, as they had thwarted her plans many times. The princess thought hopefully that the Villainess hadn't noticed Iris, who was quietly approaching from behind her again. He waited until Loilia was too immersed in her actions and monologue before suddenly lunging forward. Iris grabbed the book, and the blue-eyed girl looked in surprise at the young man who had appeared out of nowhere and tried to get her salvation back. Meanwhile, chaos and utter destruction reigned in the academy, created to distract all the main love interests. A young man threw sharp stones at everything he saw, shouting excitedly. He would do anything for his mistress. Another student was banging a wooden plank on the floor, with the same blank and unnatural expression on his face, shouting about destroying everyone and everything. The uninfected students hid fearfully in corners, trying to figure out what was happening and where they could escape to. Asta, like everyone else, didn't understand what was happening, looking around at the rampage that was almost completely destroying the academy building. A panting Nyron emerged from the spacious hall, asking if the gentleman was all right. The red-haired man, hearing the call of his breathless friend, turned around immediately and asked where he had been. The young man mumbled that he had just returned from the forest. Kurama was injured, but he had administered first aid. He relayed the message that the magical creatures were under Lobilia's spell. The red-haired man said he should have guessed, only that girl could cause such chaos. He inquired about Kurama's specific condition. Nyron replied that the injuries weren't serious, but Kurama would likely be unable to fight again. Pirikasa was also injured, but had gone to the academy with him. They had gotten separated during the search. The prince said that the antidote to Lobilia's love potion was in his room and suggested they help everyone regain their senses. Meanwhile, Iris tried to seize the white magic book from the crazed girl to finally put an end to her actions. The blue-eyed girl still tried to maintain a semblance of kindness, so as not to completely ruin their relationship. She asked the young man not to be so ill-tempered and to give her the book. The black-haired man growled angrily and snatched the magic book, rudely ordering the ugly woman to finally shut up. Lobilia's eyes widened in humiliation due to the sudden tug and resistance. The magic book flew from their hands, unwilling to fall easily into anyone's possession. The girl cried out, a sharp sound of fear. She looked back and saw the book flying towards Rose and Garnet, who were standing nearby. Garnet, the blonde girl, yelped, declaring she had it, and jumped to catch the book, preventing it from falling anywhere. She deftly caught the spine, her slender but strong fingers gripping it tightly, lest she accidentally lose her hold and let the enemy get it. As Garnet landed back on the ground with a heavy sigh, she thought with relief that Loilia had finally been stripped of one of the tools that could lead her to victory. The girl, Garnet, immediately thought in a panic that even having the magic book wouldn't help her, as she didn't actually know how to use magic. When Garnet heard her name called, she turned around and saw Pirikasa emerging from the garden. Knowing he must have a way to use the book, Garnet rushed towards him. Seeing the magic book in Garnet's hands, the green-eyed man, Pirikasa, immediately wondered why Loilia hadn't even tried to use her strange magic. And take it away, Pirikasa seriously considered whether they should flee the battlefield immediately or if it made sense to counterattack the girl. Loilia declared that regardless of what he thought, she possessed the full power of the system, and they could retrieve the book at any time. She added that ordinary characters in the game couldn't use it, and Garnet, due to her weakness, couldn't even use magic. Garnet froze in surprise as the white magic book in her hands began to flicker like a hologram, becoming less real. Pirikasa told her to be careful, as Lobilia's magic was very strange, and she could take the book back at any moment. Garnet realized that from the very beginning, the blue-eyed girl, Loilia, had been connected to the game system, meaning she could practically break the laws of this world. So the book's return was indeed only a matter of time, but there was no magic in it. The book was useless in her, Garnet's, hands. She suddenly jumped up and rushed forward with the magic book, a sudden dash that surprised not only Pirikasa, but Loilia as well. With her palms glowing brightly, the blue-eyed girl, Loilia, asked if Garnet was truly so angered by the truth, or if she wanted to return the white magic book to its owner. Garnet closed her eyes, as she didn't intend to succumb to ordinary light magic, which wasn't as destructive as Iris's flames. Garnet jumped, deftly dodging a particularly bright beam of light, her anger at the villain, Loilia, intensifying. Her tenacious fingers still gripped the magic book tightly, intending to find a use for it that was more valuable than spellcasting. Garnet shouted angrily that even if she didn't have magic, she could still use the book to give Loilia a good whack. Loilia, thinking it was a stupid joke, asked with a nervous laugh what she meant. At that moment, Garnet slammed the book into the blue-eyed girl's, Lobilia's, face, causing her jaw to crack with a sickening sound, the sharp pain making her vision go black. The force of the blow struck her face, her glasses first cracking and twisting before flying off. As Dichira regained consciousness, Rose and Iris stared in astonishment at what their fearless friend and lover had just done. Loilia, struck hard, fell to the ground with a thud, the impact even causing her to bounce slightly. She rolled on her stomach, then stood up, her blue eyes filled with tears, her cheek rapidly swelling and turning almost black and blue. The blonde girl stood above her, the white magic book in hand. Lobilia's heart churned with rage, hatred, and the exhaustion of her opponent's actions. Reaching out a hand, she desperately cried out to Dichira in hysterics, begging her to do something, anything, to save her. She couldn't bear the force that had taken over her body, her entire being a pointless struggle against her own mind and soul. Even if she was the daughter of the Celestial King, the blue-eyed girl thought she couldn't handle the power of that black grimoire. Iris approached Dichira. They needed to destroy that dark demon quickly, he said. They had missed their chance due to their own mistakes. A bright flame ignited in his palm. The black-haired man added that one direct attack should finish it off once and for all. The demon was well aware that this body was too weak for it, so it broke free of her. Iris cursed upon realizing this. The dark soul enveloped Loilia. As the girl asked what it was doing, she already felt its power slowly seeping deep into her body. The soul said that this body was a perfect match for its power. Their union, it added, could easily grant the girl strength. All she had to do was follow its instructions. Garnet thought things had gotten even worse. Now the dark demon occupied the body of Loilia, who was connected to the game. As Rose leaned down next to Dichira, the blonde girl thought that the current situation was exactly like the legend, but they still didn't have a saintess. Turning to her friend, Rose asked Piracasa if it was impossible for her to use the white magic book and awaken her power. The blonde girl replied that it was impossible because of her identity. She was indeed compatible with the white magic book, but she couldn't defeat this demon alone. He replied that he would help, but this time he had exhausted all his strength in the battle. He immediately closed his eyes, thinking about how to get out of this predicament. The green-eyed man suddenly noticed Garnet's aura, then turned his gaze to Iris. A brilliant idea popped into his head. Piracasa muttered softly but confidently that if Garnet and Iris combined their powers, they might be able to activate the white magic book's magic. The princess, not having heard his whisper, declared that it didn't matter what method they used. They still needed to defeat Loilia, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. The blonde man turned to her, replying that he would awaken the girl's power. She looked at him in surprise, clutching the book tightly. No longer listening to any objections, Piracasa shouted, directing all his remaining power towards Garnet, who still held the grimoire, to awaken the magic within her. The blonde girl closed her eyes, feeling the effects of that powerful energy throughout her body. The energy transferred to her, completely transforming her. The girl closed her eyes, feeling her whole soul open to magic, her body clad in a beautiful white dress. Rose's bright pink eyes widened involuntarily as she felt, for the first time, true magical power flowing through her veins, a power she had always been deprived of. Now Garnet stood before them in a beautiful dress resembling a wedding gown, complete with a long veil, stunning all who saw her. Dumbfounded by the sight, Iris stammered softly, asking what that was, while Rose could only whisper her friend's name. The white magic book hovered in the air beside the girl. Just then, the black-haired man hurried to her side, calling her name, his eyes fixed on her. Garnet didn't understand what was happening or why either, so she just looked up at the young man, softly uttering his name. Piracasa explained that he had used the power of the grimoire to awaken the girl's magic, and now he and Iris could finally defeat Loilia. Gently wrapping his arms around the girl's waist, the guy carefully murmured that he didn't understand anything and asked if she would turn into a cat like Piracasa after the battle. The green-eyed man shook his head, saying he didn't know. The blonde girl said she felt fine now. Garnet thought pensively that thanks to the help of such a powerful demon, many of her attributes had probably increased quite a bit. Then she saw that her attack power was equal to infinity. Time to think was running out as Lobilia's body completely succumbed to the dark soul, which began to cast a spell. It was the same magic that had previously affected all the main characters in the game, and it wasn't leaving any chances. Looking at the white magic book, the blonde girl thought she had no choice but to accept this battle, no matter what. Garnet bravely looked up at her opponent, even though she herself could hardly imagine the final battle would be hers. As the girl rushed forward, Piracasa and Iris shouted her name in unison, trying to stop her. The light-haired man, catching up to her, declared that if there was no other choice, then he should also help the girl deal with all of this. Nos looked up as the sky suddenly began to flicker, flashing with bright light like a glitching game. The dark spirit declared that Loilia possessed the power of this world's creator god, making her an excellent and useful vessel. Garnet knew perfectly well he was referring to Lobilia's cheat-like abilities, but now, imbued with such incredible power, she wouldn't even lose to them. The blonde girl, gripping the magic book, lifted off the ground, declaring that she would show them what they had missed. The dark spirit and Loilia froze, unable to believe that a princess, capable only of physical prowess, would attack them like this. They were sure such an attack was impossible, but the girl easily proved them wrong, truly lifting off the ground and threatening to strike. The evil demon didn't understand how to defend himself, completely unprepared for such an attack. The blonde girl, using the full power of the white magic book, launched her attack, a method sure to rid them of this evil forever. Unable to withstand such a fierce attack, the dark demon let out a piercing shriek and flew out of Lobilia's body. Emerging from the Villainess, the evil spirit looked at the girl and screamed that in that case, he would take possession of her, Garnet. It shrieked again in sudden agony as Iris caught it with his flames, just in time, Iris roaring that it could try. Turning to the girl, the black-haired man confidently declared that it was time to finish this evil spirit once and for all, not allowing it a second escape. Garnet turned to the man, agreeing with him. Her slender yet strong fingers tightened around the white magic book. Nos steeled his resolve, determined to destroy the irritating evil, while Iris held it captive with his searing flames. The blonde girl, filled with furious hope for the dark spirit's final demise, channeled all available power through the book towards it, together with Iris. But from different directions, Garnet attacked the creature that had become a nuisance to all the characters, in order to get rid of it. The evil spirit suddenly wailed loudly and desperately, saying that it couldn't die here under the onslaught of its enemies. It gradually evaporated, and as the black magic left the book, Datura collapsed to the ground. The blonde girl fell weakly into Iris's strong arms, the white dress disappearing from her in a flash of white light, revealing her usual school uniform. The system announced that the final boss and the new villain had been defeated, while Loilia lay vanquished on the ground. Loilia, unsure when she had fainted, slowly got to her feet, unable to understand what had happened to the evil spirit. The system reported that the system error no longer existed, and the happy ending was loading, Loilia screaming and asking what ending it was talking about. The girl's blue eyes widened as she received a system message that the errors committed were being removed. The blonde girl, still lying on Iris's chest, barely able to move, softly called out her rival's name. Loilia, being consumed by the system, screamed hysterically, saying that she didn't want to disappear, that she wanted to remain free, trying to cling to the ground with her fingers and nails. Garnet listened to her rival's screams, even with a touch of pity, as Loilia pleaded with the system to help her because she didn't like this ending. The system reported that the system error removal was complete and the desperately crying Villainess was sucked into the pixelated panel that appeared. Iris helped his beloved to her feet, letting out a loud breath as the sight before them was unpleasant, and quietly asked what that was. Piracasa, behind them, said that Loilia was comparable to a demon, that he didn't know how it was possible, but she possessed the power of the creator himself. The green-eyed man, with a tired smile, called out Garnet and Iris's names, congratulating them on what they had done. Nose thought to himself that Loilia had called on the system many times, wanting a different ending, and apparently, the system was connected to the game world. The blonde girl thought to herself that the system had created a new heroine to achieve the desired ending with the final boss. She leaned against Iris again, closing her eyes, letting out a relaxed breath. She lost consciousness, thinking that from this moment on, she would be able to live a peaceful, desired life. After a while, the girl woke up in bed, covered with a warm duvet, which even felt a little hot. Garnet remembered losing consciousness, then touched her forehead, calmly thinking that it seemed she hadn't turned into a cat. The blonde girl, recalling everything she had been through, sat up in bed and heard a familiar male voice calling her name. Iris, leaning against the corner of the wall, gave a bright, refreshed smile, saying that she had finally woken up. The young man rushed to her side, embracing her tightly and pulling her close, whispering that he'd been terribly worried because she hadn't woken up for 2 whole days. Garnet, blushing furiously, smiled and accepted his strong embrace, leaning against his solid shoulder and asking how everyone else was. Iris replied that everyone was fine, even Tachiro was still alive. Then he asked how she felt and if she could use magic. The girl answered that everything was all right. The black-haired man gently swayed his beloved in his strong arms, whispering a prayer of thanks that she was here with him now. Garnet smiled radiantly, accepting all his love and tenderness, a pleasant, soft blush immediately appearing on her cheeks. Returning the young man's embrace and snuggling against him, the princess softly whispered her thanks for everything he'd done. Resting her head on his shoulder, the girl said she was glad they had faced the final battle together. Feeling his heart race, Nos realized that if Iris could help her, then their shared feelings had reached their peak. The black-haired man suddenly squeezed her shoulders tighter, pushing her away from him and settling her back on the bed. With a surprised gasp, Iris declared his love for her, adding that she was incredibly dedicated to her goals and always took care of her friends, and those she cherished. Garnet hesitantly wondered if she could truly follow her heart, as she felt happy and they had achieved the best possible ending. Trembling with excitement, the young man gently stroked her shoulders, excitedly asking what her answer would be. The happy ending finally loaded when the blonde woman placed her hand on her chest and declared that she loved him too. From then on, the system no longer interfered with the world in any way, leaving it to develop freely. Thus, unnoticed by anyone, several years flew by. Although Garnet had graduated from the academy, she was incredibly busy with work, leaving her with no time for anything else. When asked if she needed help, the blonde woman lifted her head from the mountain of documents. A more mature Iris approached her with a smile, watching his hard-working beloved. The girl said she appreciated the offer, but he had just returned from hunting monsters and was probably tired, so there was no need. Leaning on the table with both hands, the black-haired man immediately declared that was precisely why he needed a fatigue-relieving remedy. The man impatiently leaned forward, gently kissing his beloved, pulling her close, and lifting her chin. Pulling the stack of documents towards himself, he declared that he was now ready to help her with her work. Garnet covered her flushed face with her hands, still not used to these displays of affection. Iris told her to move over a bit and sat down in the chair beside her, having no intention of leaving his beloved in this situation. The blonde woman said there was plenty of room and asked him not to distract her while she was performing her duties. Lillian and Nyron approached them, also offering to assist their mistress in this difficult task. Zangma, Asta, and Piracasa followed close behind. Nos said he really wanted to see her, because while the Demon King's castle was nice, he felt much more comfortable with her. The red-haired man demanded that he stop disgracing the entire royal family, adding with displeasure that there was no need to rush ahead of everyone else. Chilia handed over a bag and announced that he had brought Garnet a souvenir. Rose smiled and suggested they chat like they used to. Noro straightened up in surprise as the previously quiet room filled with noise and chatter from all sides. Iris, deciding he didn't want to share his princess with anyone, scooped her up in his arms and carried her away from the crowd, preventing them from dividing his beloved and her time. Pirakaso watched this scene from the side and then decided to test a strange theory. She straightened up in surprise when her friend's hologram showed her that the princess's compatibility with all the characters had reached its maximum value. And so, with all 4 heavenly kings now assisting her, a very eventful life, filled with constant happenings, began. She may have been useless in the original game, but this world was now completely different from the game world, and Garnet had found her place here.